good with it? What's good with it? Let me make sure that the volume is up. Okay, people. Ooh. Let me tell y'all right on about the rip, right? I'm going to say it how I want to say it. I'm going to report on it how I want to report on it. I'm going to call it like I see it. I don't care nothing about no going back and forth. You will not be going back and forth with me. However, as per always, as per usual, if anybody's saying something about me or you think they are, make sure you're going to forward it to me. Okay, because I won't see it. I'm not subscribed to these people. I don't even get them as a suggestion, child. I don't even know when the motherfuckers go live. Okay? I really don't. I don't even get some of the people that I'm subscribed to notifications anymore. I don't know. Like, I don't get Sylvia's notifications or anything. So, I didn't know anything, right? But, yeah, make sure y'all always send it to me. You know what I'm saying? Because, y'all catch the direct shit towards me and you click. Y'all catch the slick shit, right? The indirect, right? Okay, but I'm not going back and forth with nobody. They are welcome to put in a old video of me cussing them out, and they can just, update that and use that. Okay, they will not get it um from me. Okay, no way. Again, that connects these people to my status and stuff. I had to think about it. Nope. But I look like it. And this is not on no I'm better than whatever, then you that nope, that's not what it is. But I just don't see me arguing with people I would never come in contact with. You definitely don't want to do nothing. So I'm saying I'm getting that on out the way before y'all get me. Okay? I'm just letting you know you will not get no commentary off of me. If you think it's I'm gonna be going back and forth, no, that's not what I'm not arguing with no handicapped people. Meaning, if they're mentally deficient, that includes, and IQ tester is pseudoscience, it's junk science. However, it is used sometimes as a marker on my end of the spectrum, on my end, right? So if you slow in that department or whatever, you can be considered handicapped. Understand me? If you slow learning development, you can be considered handicapped. Not doing you. Okay? That's abuse. I'm not doing none of that until the last days. Then I'm gonna get you. But other than that, Yep. Y'all can stay and do whatever you want to. You won't get it. Anyway, let me check on my girl Lori. Okay, so real quick. I apparently I'll say this because I don't have to go into somebody said this, somebody said this, whatever, right? So as per usual, with the state of Georgia versus infamous Sylvia, as per usual, there is always one court appearance. And I'm not saying just one court appearance. I'm just saying there's always one court appearance, and we always get two different sides. When we weren't in the courtroom, so the only thing we can rely on is what we read, what makes sense, And I have the privilege of, having a little knowledge. Again, I took the transactional route. I don't do litigation. I had to deal with all this type of stuff. However, the training, the schooling, all still remains the same. I had to get in the field just a little bit, right? That was way back in the early, well, actually in 2000, the actual. That's to be actual and factual, right? You have to get in the field a little bit. Then you decide what you want to specialize in, right? You get in the field to make sure you're familiar with what's going on. You know, you want to know what's going on in the courtroom because sometimes, even as a transactional attorney, you will find yourself in the courtroom if you, um, you know, work in certain areas where you have a business or something like that who have a lot of clients with a lot of traffic in the legal area. You're bound to find yourself in court all the time. The legal process, the civil process and the criminal process are similar in structure, but and proceedings, but not in practice. I guess you could say that. So letting it be known because again, you got people that love to come fuck with you and whatever, and all you doing is putting it on the record correctly, right? That's all you doing. And then you want to get attacked because sometimes when you put things on the record correctly, sometimes you interrupt the plans that other people have. You disrupt their narratives, okay? And we are in a sector of people that love to um, monkey around with the facts. The truth isn't always their first choice. I say that a lot of you motherfuckers are crazy as hell. Okay? Maybe not crazy enough to kill somebody or kill yourself. Nevertheless, you crazy enough. It's a lot going on upstairs. And then if I was talking to my students, I said, let's unpack it. But listen, it ain't no use because you just come out and just turn it on me, okay? And I don't give a fuck about none of that, okay? Never did nothing, okay? Never did care about none of that what you do, okay? Y'all can tell this is getting to the end of the road, right? I'm going to cuss all of you guys. I'm going to read you from the top to the motherfucking bottom. Nobody's safe. So get your shit together. Anywho, let's get into this with this case against Sylvia, right? The state against Sylvia. Now you know that this was the case where what they refer to him as the bozo said that initially apparently said that she um, put a air tag in his ride and was stalking him and so on and so forth, right? Let me pull up and this is a case, we said we would follow. Hell, that's a case. A case on some people, somebody we know. Okay, so we got criminal trespassing, unlawful. We have stalking, harassing by phone again, conspiracy to commit. Um, I don't know what that C. Oh, commit a crime, and then another conspiracy to commit a crime. Right. Okay. So as you see, as late as today, there was some activity going on with this case. All right. Now. Um, okay. All right. What up, Smarter? Right. You motherfuckers crazy as hell. But so I was listening oh my god, when I tell you I was clicking around like a new baby. I didn't know where to go. So um I think yes, Sylvia had came on and reported on what she said happened. Right. And let me see. Hopefully, I got time. I will just be if I have to, I'll just be a little late with Lori because I want to at least start to get the opening on record, and then because I'm child, I'm busy. I ain't got time. Hold on, let me see. I mean, yeah. Oh Lord, the weirdness. Okay.
Remember, hold on. This is what they charged me with. Hold on. Let me show
Hold
you.
on, hold on.
Let me show y'all what they charged me with. So those who didn't remember.
So this is Sylvia explaining what happened when she went to court. I think it was looks like it was on the 4th for pretrial status, right? That is where the lawyers, both sides get in, pretty much state where they are, talk about any pleas, talk about the charge, talk about what have you, right? Um, Calendar anything that needs to, if it needs to be continued, if there are motions that need to be argued, what have you, right? We've seen that in several trials. And shout outs to the YSL trial that we covered pretty good. I didn't cover really yes I did. I did get a little bit of the pre-trial because the pre-trial was, oh my god, was longer than what we actually saw over here, but I got enough of it on the record to where you guys will understand how it goes, right? So, but anyway, so Sylvia said what happened um, in pretrial, right? This is what she said happened. It's not an extensive version of what she said, but oh, you use Unpack It as well. You said they know that they yeah, that is an indication for them to start taking notes. Now that I think about it, because that's when you go to explaining what's in the text or what have you. This is criminal. Well, you be so far and you be so behind and so not in the loop. I swear, you be missing a lot of the pieces of the puzzle. So here we go. This is what. Sylvia said happened.
Oh, hold on, let me pull it up for y'all. This is what they charged me with. Hold on, let me show y'all. Come in. Yeah. Your friend looking for you. Oh, are you looking for me? Did you give him his medicine already? Yeah. Hey, I took you like a good boy. You took his medicine like your good boy? Good, Kobe. Good job, Kobe. Good job, Kobe. All right, here we go. Let's see. Let's go get it. Well, look what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go research. Okay. I'm not joking. I know you're not. I'm trying to be a billionaire by 5 years. I got you. Okay, this is what they have me charged with. Hold on. All right, this is what they have me charged with. Listen to this. They have me charged with criminal trespassing, unlawful. They have stalking. They're taking the stalking away. Stalking again. Harassing phone calls, conspiracy to commit a crime, whatever. Conspiracy, whatever, right? So, this is what they have me down for. This is what they have me down for, y'all. They look. 7 charges, and then knock it down to 1. They want to knock it down to 1. Criminal trespass. Thank you, Calypso. Gemini. We won't mention the name, but y'all know who it is. Y'all know. We won't mention the name. Yes, say yes. That's what they. Yes. And so they want to knock it down to trespassing. I said hell to the no. I said hell to the no. We ain't doing that. We're going straight to trial. I said hell to the no. Hell to the no. So then, no. Oh, y'all don't even know the whole story. Y'all don't know the whole story. Y'all have to go to Randa's live. Randa's channel will give you the whole story. Go to Randa Baby. Y'all hear the whole story. Randa give you the whole story of what happened. I just don't want to talk about it until my case is over. And then after that, we can talk about it. But Randa will give you the whole story if you want some backstory behind it. Go to Randa Baby's channel. Go to Randa's. Go to Randa Baby's channel. They'll give you all of it. No, Randa Baby. Hold on. Let me get a picture. Somebody get Randa's channel. Let me see. Let me go get it for you. Hold on.
Let me see if I can speed through that a little
Something
bit.
on me, so bring it on. Bring it. Bring it.
Hold on.
Bring it. Thank you. Dang, she took all the videos down. Man, she took all her videos down. Sorry, guys. She took all her videos down. Dang, on it. She took her video down. She took it down, y'all. Randy took it down. Dang on it. She took it down. It don't even work. She took it down, but this was a YouTube channel right here. Right there, this is the YouTube channel right here. That's her YouTube channel, but she took it down. Yeah, hey, Always Johnson. Hey, everybody. But I had my peeps there with me, ready to rock and roll. Had my witness there. She came, and nothing. They want to change it to. They wanted me to plea and take time served and 3 days time served crap. I said no. Nope. I spent 8 days in jail. 8 days, and you go to my 3 days time served. Come on now. I spent 8 days in jail. That don't equate to anything. Mm-mm. Nope. Not having anything on my record. Come with it. Come on with it. Yep, come on with it. Y'all say you got something on me, so bring it on. Bring it. Bring it. Bring it. Thank you, Gemini. That's it. Dismissal only. I'm not doing. We are not doing nothing. If you supposedly have such a strong case, right? Stalking and all this kind of stuff, bring it. I spent 8 days in jail. I went to jail on Valentine's Day. I spent time in jail on my birthday. And 2 days after my birthday is when I got out. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that at all. I spent too much time in jail for you just to come out and say, oh, take a plea for trespassing. Nope, we're not doing that. We're not doing no plea. Absolutely not. So the big day was a flop. That's all I was going to tell you. The big day was a flop. The big day was a flop. They won't report what happened today. These people are something else. Thank you, Legal Lowdown. Yes. They're not going to report nothing.
And I think I didn't listen to much more of what she was saying because I think most of it was pretty much dialogue with whomever. I can't remember if some of these charges are felonies or not. I cannot remember. I can't remember. I can't recall, but it could very well be. I think some of them are, but don't hold me to it. Just thinking about the nature of the crime, and I'm thinking about Georgia. I think some of them are, right? And, you see conspiracy is here, right? So let me say this in the beginning, right? Before I get into all of that, let's go to the gentleman in question. That's all. Just the gentleman in question, child. I ain't got time to be arguing with no goddamn body, which I'm not anyway. What is the channel, child? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Let's hear all of this.
Don't tell us. We ain't listening. Now I understand why y'all say what y'all say. Okay. So For all y'all that know, I had court today, right? But I ain't have court, and today was pre-trial for my case against that line lady. You know what I mean? Against the line lady. So I'm in court, but I get there late today. I got there late. I ain't gonna lie, I got there late. So I talked to my prosecutor, and the word on the curb is people are saying that the 7 charges were dropped. Listen, y'all know I don't do nothing half-ass, so I got to get a fresh Oreo hat. And you know what I call it? Cat. So while people talk about the big day, I just had to go back and honestly, I've been gone, but I had to go back to court because I had to get some paperwork for my job, as well as I had to ask a few questions because I wanted to know. So into one, along with the plea deal. Now the plea deal did involve some jail time, right? So she gets on there and tell everybody that she told him no, that's not what happened. Her lawyer got hit with some discovery. And the discovery kind of shook him a little because what was being told to him wasn't what the discovery said. So, like a good lawyer would do, or a public defender, whatever he is, I don't know, he'd want to do some investigation.
Okay. Translation. Again, I wasn't there, but knowing all the parties involved and definitely knowing how it really probably went. Okay. He's right by saying that the charges weren't dropped, reduced, or whatever, right? Because I'm going to pull up the court's calendar. So, when she said that, remember when she said that, she was offered a plea on just trespassing and would be time served because she already did 8 days and they were going to give her 3 on that or something like that. Something she said, right? I didn't hear her say that all the charges were dropped. I heard her say something about one of the stalking charges was dropped or what have you, right? I'm just going by what's on the calendar. When you look at the calendar, and we're going to pull that up, I still see 7 charges. And this is April the 7th, and it's dated April the 7th, and there was motion on this case on April the 7th with those 7 charges on there. So I don't know what's in the works maybe later, but as of today, it still seems as if those 7 charges are still there. Okay. So she was offered a plea, right? And I had explained this to somebody a long time ago, right? How, especially with the state, how this works. With cases like this, not much to it. Nobody's hurt, killed, or anything like that. No one is a real danger to the community, so on and so forth. With cases like this, chances are the prosecutor had don't look at the, like when on the first appearance or whatever. Some usually they don't look at the charges. They don't open that folder until right before they get in the courtroom or whatever, just to get an idea of what kind of pleas they want to offer you. Now, this is maybe a shocker to hear, but 9 out of 10 times, that prosecutor or the office hasn't done an actual investigation or anything like that, right? They would just look at the. I'm doing it as I talk to you. Look at the folder. Look at the face sheet. See what you're being charged with, and see, because it's usually stated on that face sheet. What's the possible, what the maximum you could face, a person could face, and they'll look at it. That face sheet, each state is different, but it's generally the same practice. And excuse me, you look at that face sheet. It's also going to say, have that person been in jail before, and what was for, so on and so forth, whatever. It's going to give your history, um, and that's pretty much. And you're just going to go by that and offer you something that just to clear the calendar, just to get you off out of the office, just to close that case and move on. But then I got time to be fucking around with no shit like this. Okay, lingering around this. This is BS, right? Um, so it's not indicative if someone is innocent or guilty. Okay, it just really means, if I'm just being honest, it just really means that we want to get this out of, we want to close this. Maybe we can offer you something low like that would be attractive enough to your counsel and to you, for you to take and to get the hell on. Okay, we want all y'all out of our office. Okay, so they probably offered for her to plead just to that one charge. Okay, and she said no. She wants to go to a jury trial. She wanted to take it all the way. When you elect to take something all the way, that is when the actual preparation by a prosecutor really begins. This is when they start their own investigation, because as prosecutors, we're supposed to investigate the case to make sure that the person we're charging is guilty, is the actual person that did it. That is also the process where we go ahead and make sure that the evidence supports the crime. A crime's in this particular case, right? This is when you see where you see a lot of cases get dropped. Now, granted, it's a numbers game, but we still supposed to do the right thing, right? Because prosecutors aren't supposed to bring cases that they don't have a good faith basis that case is accurate, that you're charging the right person, that the evidence supports the crime. Because what's going to happen in the long run is going to come back on appeal, right? But as an oath, as an officer of the court, you're only supposed to bring cases where the evidence supports the crime, you got the right person, and you can substantiate this and you verified it, and so on and so forth. So this is where the real investigation, prior to that, this is where the real investigation begins. They finna start investigating their own goddamn shit, because I want to let you know, as I told y'all a long time ago, when it comes to criminal charges, it's not the victim versus the defendant. It is the feds, or it's the state versus the defendant. So it's the state of Georgia who has the burden, not the victim, not state of Georgia. So they got to make sure that this is a viable case, and by a legal code of ethics, sworn under oath, we don't bring cases that you don't have a good faith fact basis that it is more than likely correct that this person committed the damn crime. So I said all that to say this: the evidence that is submitted in this particular case was pretty much given by the alleged victim, which is, that's fine. Because remember, I told y'all, right? And we're reading indictments, I can tell when when the evidence is something that's uncovered by an investigation, and something that is turned over or uncovered from a victim or a witness or someone like that, right? Or a informant or what have you. Oh, I'm gonna make sure I speak on that too. So when a prosecutor gets a case that's involved in technology, right? Or you can get a lot from technology, then that's pretty much is going to be the main way they prove the case. So we got an AirTag involved. We got an iPhone. I told you a long time ago. When it comes to Apple products, unless it's changed, and I don't think it has, but unless it has changed, when it comes to iPhone and Apple products and things of that nature, you have to get someone from Apple to testify. Androids and all that other stuff, you can get any other technician, right? They can qualify as an expert witness. And sometimes they can be both a fact witness or expert witness, but definitely an expert witness to come in and speak about the technology and all of that, right? When it comes to phones and things of that nature, they pull all those cell towers. They do all that extra stuff, right? We saw that go down in the YSL trial. You will see that. You've seen that go down in other trials. Now, and that is if they need an expert witness to come in. Sometimes just to authenticate whatever they're saying, or especially when it comes to technology, just a simple um, some type of documentation of how AirTags and iPhone whatever work will sometimes satisfy the judge's requirements or be considered admissible under the federal rules of evidence or the state rules, right? Well, not state rules, but the federal rules. The federal out of state. Okay, put it like that. Yeah, but he said he called in a favor to get her moved from that county that she was in, so that they can post a bond or whatever. But it was other people that claimed that they were the ones that made that happen. So I don't know. I don't know why a person who, in my opinion, wanted to see her in this situation all of a sudden call and try to get you out, unless you have that savior complex. And it's something else they call it in psychology as well, but I can't think of it right now. But anywho, so what was I? Okay, I was talking about the different, how the process works, how when you get ready for trial. So no, especially if you're innocent, no, you don't want to take no plea deal for something that you didn't do. And when it comes again, oh, I was talking about technology. And when it comes to proving a case like this, I mean, there's conspiracy and all that. That's two or more people. Who are the other people? You know, you got to support. You got to prove that they were involved too. You know. So this should be interesting. And you also know that the statement, this is, the alleged victim, the statement, and whatever you submit to the state, that's going to be investigated, including your statement. That's going to be investigated by the state as well as by her attorney. If her attorney, I'm pretty sure he's structured right, he got it set up correct, and he should be able to pass something like this off to his team. They do the investigation, they get the the information that they need to, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna have a witness, expert witness on this, because I don't think the state would just go with, yeah, he don't have to have an expert, because I mean, if he don't have, because the state is not gonna go with, okay, um, no tracking information with regards to the AirTag light from the chain of custody or anything like that. And the state ain't gonna go, just not gonna have no chain of custody. That don't make no sense. Because the defense can come in and say, Judge, there ain't no chain of custody with regards to what the state is alleging. So they're gonna have to have, I mean, if they take this shit serious. But this is where we're going to begin to start to see if there will be charges dropped, or if the case gets dropped altogether. And when they do that, that's when you see that the state have insufficient evidence. Remember, Bonjean was alleging that the feds had insufficient evidence long time ago. a lot of people filed insufficient evidence, meaning that they didn't have enough evidence. No, that's not. It's not the quantity; it's the quality. It could be one. It could be one single piece of paper that could be evidence, right? And it could be deemed sufficient. So it's not the quantity; it is the quality. Okay. So there will be there isn't. I don't care what, if this particular prosecution team is set up right, there isn't a piece of evidence, there isn't additional stuff you can send or whatever. I mean, of course you can, to the state or whatever, that should manipulate or alter their process and procedure. Because keep in mind that they got to make sure that their case is airtight. So nothing you will say, or you think you can influence the prosecution team, or give them additional information, or yeah, you know what I'm saying, that can sway the process. Because keep in mind, there is a defense, and if that defense is set up properly. I don't know anything about her attorney. I don't know nothing about none of them. Just know the process. That's it. That's all I've been trying to tell you. All I just know the process, right? He's going to investigate at the discovery. He's going to poke holes. There should be the process during pretrial, the motion in limine. Remember, I don't know if I put that out yet. I think I did. A motion in limine, right? Motion in limine, that's the time where, one of the times where both sides discuss what should be precluded, and also the defense tries to um, devalue, I guess you could say, or have challenge. That's what I'm looking for. Challenge the state's case, meaning they're trying to get charges dropped by saying the evidence isn't sufficient, or it shouldn't be admitted. And that's when the state is trying to hamper the defense's defense by asking the judge to deem their, whatever line of defense, whatever they want to use, as an improper. Now, I'm not saying that the state would do that, because truly, if the defense have a proper legal argument, then they won't do that, right? Because it wouldn't make sense. But if they can find a way, they find anything that doesn't line up with the rules of evidence or FRCP or what have you, then they'll try to go at the defense, process. And I'm looking at Lori Daybell. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, so they'll try to, make sure that the defense uh, doesn't get to use some, some evidence or what have you, right? And that would be up to the judge to determine whether or not the evidence on either side should be admitted. If on the prosecution side, if some of the charges should be dropped, or on the defense side, if they have a proper defense, should they be able to use some of the evidence, so on and so forth, right? That's where your process of your motion in limine takes place. So, being that there is a motion in limine, that should tell you that the state is going to investigate its own case. They're going to be forced to. They should do that prior to day one, but definitely during the pretrial status. So what I'm trying to say is this. If this is a lying ass case, it should be exposed. Now I know you're probably saying, but Angie, a lot of innocent people have gone on trial, and yeah, yeah, you're right. That's usually because one, the evidence, and it's kind of tricky. The evidence can support if it's circumstantial. Because this case, let me see, what's all involved. This case is both circumstantial and direct. Sometimes, like in murder cases, right, where a defendant can't be excluded by DNA, but they were available to commit the crime. Remember, means, method, and opportunity. Mean, motive, and opportunity. Then sometimes direct evidence, real evidence, physical evidence, when it's absent and the circumstantial evidence is very strong and supported, then, sometimes people get convicted, right? Because it's hard to prove that a person didn't do it if they don't have evidence that they didn't do it. With those type of crimes, it's a little tricky. But her side, and I don't know, like, I'm not a technical person, right? When it comes to all of that, I'm not, right? But what if they need evidence of where she was and what have you, whatever? Because what they should do, it's my opinion. We just talking. Don't come fucking with me. If she was supposed to be at a certain place at a certain time, that's on the record, right, in a statement or something. Then the defense should be able to prove that she wasn't there, that she was actually somewhere else, or that the air tag does not connect to her, because you have to set those up with the phone. You know, having her timeline of how she moved around should either confirm whether or not she either did it or didn't do it. And the conspiracy charges, I mean, I would think usually they are the easiest to convict somebody on, because the reason being, all you gotta do is say, yeah, this person knew about it and this, that, and the third, what have you. However, this is a little bit more involved because now you got to prove. Well, how they know about it? How they know about it? You talking about conspiracy? You talking about two or more people did what and knew about what? The other person doesn't have to actually do it, or it could be, I don't know what the allegations are. It could be that she didn't actually do it or whatever. Maybe that is a conspiracy. That's why the conspiracy charge is there. Maybe they're saying that she conspired with somebody to do it. That's all well fine and dandy. Okay, it gets a little harder for her. I'm tell you, it does. However, her defense team should stand on the state's neck and say, okay, you saying she had somebody else to do it. Who is that somebody? Where are the records that points to that person? And how is that person connected with my client? It gets a little, yeah. So you understand what I'm saying? So this is how innocent people go to jail. I'm not saying she's innocent. I'm not saying she's guilty. I'm just giving you a diagram. It is absolutely insane this would be a fucking nightmare. That's what I'm saying. You motherfuckers are crazy. But I'm telling you, I know for a fact that nobody ain't beat y'all ass. And nobody ain't showed you the butt, handle of a goddamn pistol yet. Or the barrel. Something wrong. I'm trying to tell you, something happened from the time you were in the womb. And you just need to get it together at some point. Because for somebody fuck you up. Leave people alone, right? Nobody wants to go through no shit like this, huh? Mo. See, some people, again, I ain't putting her business out here, whatever, but her degrees, most degrees is, multifaceted, right? You know, you most people who have a degree is one degree in one thing, but it allows you to do several different things, right? She can work on several different spectrums of psychology. I can only go so far in, right? She is concerned with the treatment of the diagnose. You know how they say diagnoses and shit, diagnosis. How regular folks say it. Which is concerned about the diagnosis, the treatment plan, the compassion, the tender love and care, the empathy, the sympathy, that whole 9 yards, right? They don't, a lot of them don't accept a lot of pseudoscience. And they deal with more of the factual findings, right? And they're gonna go extra level. And on my side, we do too. We go to the extra level. But that's after they have done all of that. As I was explaining before, we either get it before they get their hands on to it, meaning the Monell people, or afterwards. Because we're concerned with, and this is When I'm dealing with forensic psychology, meaning it's going to be, it's not, forensic psychology isn't only attached to the courtroom, but in my case, it's attached to the courtroom of law, right? And so I'm just trying to see, is it more than likely that they did it based on um, factors? Is this the correct jury that should be picked? We deal with a lot of factors. So we accept more of the pseudoscience, right? The IQ test, the the behavior, the initial behavior in the beginning. We use that a lot as an indicator to try to predict what's going to be the final behavior, right? Um, we just pay attention to how you motherfuckers act. We're not concerned about your treatment and if we are putting the right jacket on you. We concerned about putting the right jacket on you, but the people on Monum and they don't like to put jackets on people. We put the jacket on you, button it up, and put the hood over your goddamn head because you crazy. You got a lot going on upstairs. Like I said, the birds are flying on the inside. For the slow people, when you can't multiply, 3 digits by 3 digits, and you're over 18, yeah, the birds are flying on the inside because there's room in there. So oh, babe, I'm gonna get it. So we pay attention to more your behavior. And we don't really know if you're a psychopath or sociopath. That's why we put down most likely will be a psychopath or sociopath in the near future. But we observe a lot for manipulation and things of that nature, right? Whether you can be manipulated or you are a manipulator, right? Or you can be in court terms as well. If you can be persuaded or what have you, that's when it comes to picking the correct jury and stuff like that, right? Um, so so that's why. So I mean, listen, if you want the accurate diagnosis or whatever, and they have their DSM just right there, whatever. We don't need no DSM on my side. We don't need no DSM. And when I'm just doing the behavioral services, again, I'm just making sure that that person has the right professional to work with on the outside. I just set them up, whether housing, whether being, I mean, not, I've never had a situation where I had to be a complete guardian like they have over Wendy, pretty much. But like with their finances, their housing, and things of that nature, I had to go forward and set that up and make sure that they were in compliance with that and that type of stuff. That's when that psychology degree. That's when I'm dealing with behavior services. Ah, you see how wonderful she put it. See, she took them extra 2 or 4 more extra years Yeah, my bitch ass got, and put it like that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. That's exactly what we focus on. And it gets a little more expensive than that, but that's pretty much the crux of it. And we sitting there, this motherfucker hell crazy. Woo! And we look at a lot of tape, like and there is a very abbreviated course or training that in each state is different, that detectives and interviewers, that when you see the tapes when people is getting interrogated, when I watch those, right, and I watch the posture of the detective or the interviewer, I can almost tell what they're watching for and what they're watching. Cause see, a lot of times in those moments, you have what you got to watch for and what you're watching. So you're doing two things at one time. So I don't just holler out, "Oh, I'm an observationist. I'm a solutionist. I'm actually certified and credentialed." Yes, it's not self-proclaimed. I'm telling you. Man, I went to the people's school. I had I got that degree in between law and the masters of law, right? I graduated I barred in 99. 2000 got the masters in psychology, and 2001 I got the master of laws to be able to teach. There's a video with the um what you call them, degrees. Go back and reference that shit. It's on the live. It's a couple years ago, about 3 years ago. But anyway, but we look for a lot. We look for manipulation. And let me say this, right? Because sometimes if you think I'm saying look for manipulation, a lot of times if you look for it, you're going to find it not in that sense. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is we are observant, and when we see patterns of manipulation, we go ahead and you know make sure that's noted. Just like if you're trying to make sure you have the right jury, we look for patterns in your life, your philosophy, things of that nature, and it depends on what questions you're being asked. We take that, write that down to see if you're more than likely to a person that can um, be one for whatever side you're on, or at least be unbiased. Me myself, this is just something I like. Well, I used to like to do. I like to make sure that you can make sure that that juror would be for that particular side, as well as make sure that they are at least unbiased. Because if you got to argue over, because remember the other side is doing the same thing, and if you got to argue over that juror, you already have got it, jarred it down, that person can at least be unbiased. So that can be your argument to the judge as well, right? Y'all can argue that, but they can be unbiased because of this, and third. Now, again, I have been involved in cases only when it came to forensic psychology. And I mean going into the courtroom. So in that case, I'm not first chair. I'm just on the team. But when I'm the first chair or the person or the deal cutter, I'm just cutting deals. So I'm transactional. That's what I told you. I had to break up the way my experience, the way I explain it, so you can understand, because it's gonna confuse you. It's gonna sound like, oh, she's got a psychology degree. Oh, well, no, she got a law degree. With whatever. How she talk about it? That's how. With a lot of these jobs, your job description is very, 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 very. I mean, it's a microcosm of what your ass is actually going to be doing. And somewhere in that handbook, it says that you would do as you're asked. So when it comes to keeping your job, you see the parents, I was going to lock them up. They are irredeemably crazy. Run for your life. Mo, I don't be wrong. Also, y'all, that forensic psychology also it works outside of the law as well. Okay, it works in the business area when it comes to predicting, you know, different areas in business. And you won't believe, and I know it probably sounds crazy, but if you haven't been in those rooms, then you probably don't know what I'm talking about. But there are a bunch of companies, especially those large corporations. They hire forensic people to do studies to make sure that their business stay on the right trajectory, right? They also, that same forensic psychologist also um, can deal with issues when it comes, well, not really issues, but potential issues when it comes to, HR, human resources, right? You want to keep your employees motivated and this and third. They be studying the employees, how they respond to certain projects, perform the audit. They get into the employees' performance. It's a lot of stuff that goes on, right? I mean, if you take out teaching law, I probably use the psychology degree more than the law degree, probably. When I add it all up. But anyway, but nevertheless, you can tote both of them anywhere. And let me tell you something. It's so important that when you go for a job and it asks you for your skills and credentials and things of that nature, it is so important that you list everything, right? Everything and some people think it's stupid. I don't know if it's still on a application or not, but when it was asking, can you do Microsoft Word and this, that, and third, whatever, they ask you that stuff for a reason. Not just because that particular company may operate off Word. I mean, who doesn't? But operate off Word and things of that nature. It's because your job description why it may list that you're going to be doing one thing, you write down there that you can do this, this, and the third. Chances are you're gonna be doing that, or maybe if your job reduce its duties or what have you, you can take on other duties in other areas just because of your skill set and your credentials and stuff. So don't be afraid to load those areas up because you'll be a person who will be viewed as most valuable to that corporation, I'm sorry. Hey, be pretty. So that's that. So let me get to the man in question, the alleged victim. Let me get to some of the things he said. Because apparently all this happened a couple of days ago.
I don't know what more you got to do. A detective ain't going to play around with no stuff like this, especially not for nobody that's not paying them.
Hold on, let me see if it starts prior to this a little bit. Hold on.
I talked to my prosecutor, and
Hold on.
What's going on? People just hop on live and be lying for no reason, bro. I don't want to be part of that lying crew. That's why I walked away from it 5 years ago. Not to the lie. Yeesh. Man. The big day. The big day. Let's cut that air on for a second. Let's get this. Man, listen. Now I understand why y'all say what y'all say. If they don't tell us, we ain't listening. Now I understand why y'all say what y'all say. Okay. So, for all y'all that know, I had court today, right? But I ain't have court, and today was pre-trial for my case against that line lady. You know what I mean? Against the line lady. So, I'm in court, but I get there late today. I got there late. I ain't gonna lie, I got there late. So, I talked to my prosecutor, and the word on the curb is people are saying that the 7 charges were dropped. Listen, y'all know I don't do nothing half-ass, so I got to get a fresh Oreo hat. And you know what I call it? Cap. So while people talk about the big day, I just had to go back and honestly, I've been gone, but I had to go back to court because I had to get some paperwork for my job, as well as I had to ask a few questions because I wanted to know. So into one, along with the plea deal. Now the plea deal did involve some jail time, right? So she gets on there and tell everybody that she told him no, that's not what happened. Her lawyer got hit with some discovery, and the discovery kind of shook him a little bit.
Now, with this particular, with the little bit of what I played by Sylvia, I was able to, just play that in that little bit and just explain afterwards. So with this one, I'm gonna have to stop it several times. Okay. For one, He just said that, and I guess this could be a kind of like a fact checker. He just said that what she said happened in court didn't happen, and what happened was her attorney, who he doesn't have any contact with, received some discovery in court, and it shook him. Okay, the only way that could happen, that anybody would know that if discovery shook her attorney, if it's on the record in the courtroom, he received the discovery, and when he got it, he said, "Oh shit, state, oh my, whatever will I do?" And the court reporter recorded it. And I'm just explaining stuff in a layman's way where it makes sense. This is court. That's what we talk about. But we're going to break it down. And that's what we do. So, no, I would agree that the 7 charges weren't dropped. I don't believe, unless she said it somewhere else, that all the charges was dropped. I don't know how, and she's been in court long enough, how she would say the charges were dropped when she says that she's going to take it all the way. And she refused a plea deal. So I don't know how she would get those 2 charges was dropped. I refuse a plea deal, whatever, all in the same sentence. And she didn't say that this case was over or dismissed. So I don't know. If she said it somewhere later on in her video, let me know. I'll go back to listen to the whole thing and let you know. But I didn't hear that. All I heard was that they dropped the stalking charge. I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true, because when I look at the court's calendar, 7 charges is still on there. And I'll show you the court's calendar.
Because what was being told to him wasn't what the discovery said. So, like a good lawyer would do, or a public defender, whatever he is, I don't know, he want to do some investigation. I don't know what more you got to do. A detective ain't going to play around with no stuff like this. Especially.
Okay. Mo ain't listening. Now, how in the world I'm going to be team this man or anybody, really? I'm going to back this up some.
The big day, I just had to go back and honestly, I've been gone, but I had to go back to court because I had to get some paperwork for my job, as well as I had to ask a few questions because I wanted to know. So into one, along with the plea deal. Now the plea deal did involve some jail time, right?
He says the plea deal involved some jail time. She's saying the plea deal involved time served because she already did 8 days. So I don't know. And again, it could be both sides' understanding of the law. It could be both sides' manipulation of the, I don't know. Okay. I actually know, I just don't want to say. But baby, Girl, you was finna ride me up.
So she gets on there and tell everybody that she told him no. That's not what happened. Her lawyer got hit with some discovery. And the discovery kind of shook him a little bit.
Again, that would be impossible for him to know that. And also, she did tell them no because, again, if there was a plea deal, she had to say no for the case to be continued. Because later on, he says the case was it was a continuation or something. So he needs to make up his mind which narrative or whatever he's going by. And let me tell you what's going to happen. This is going to get sent or whatever, or they probably listen or whatever. There's going to be a bunch of names. You're going to pull up some old stuff that was, done on me before, some old commentary, whatever. I'm going to be called a liar on this, and the same old thing, whatever, right? This is what people who are trying to control a narrative, either by lies or by the truth, either one, will do. One, they have to try to discredit you. But I'm actually showing you and telling you. That's why I'm giving you a little narration, which I don't like to do, but I'm giving you a little narration because I need you to make it, how they say, make sense. There would be no way for him to know that some discovery shook her attorney. And again, how could she not turn down the plea deal? If she turns down the plea, if she says yes to the plea deal or whatever, the case is over. This is where when you tell a story and it's the truth, it's going to make sense. Or what will happen, it would be proven that your story isn't factual based on the evidence or based on a break. Right? And that's what we're doing. We're doing a little breakdown, a little evidence. Because the case is continuing, right?
Because what was being told to him wasn't what the discovery said. So, like a good lawyer would do, or a public defender, whatever he is, I don't know, he want to do some investigation. I don't know what more you got to do. A detective ain't going to play around with no stuff like this.
Okay. So, a good lawyer will investigate, like I said, right? Both sides are supposed to investigate their case. They're not going to just take your word for it and lock somebody up. That's why if you are truly innocent, or if you have an attorney, Ryan Steele or ASAP Joe or what have you, that believe that innocent people who are truly innocent should go free, they'll take it all the way and they'll start investigating. They'll begin their investigation time your case hits the door. But if they don't start just time the case hits the door, and that's either side. It doesn't mean that they're a bad attorney, whatever. That means that's just the normal process. I told you a lot of times a state don't even look at a case, look too deeply into it until it until like a few hours before they're in the courtroom. They open that little or computer, whatever they're using now. Look at that face sheet or fact sheet or whatever you want, or whatever they call it. See what they're being charged with. See what the maximum and the minimums. See if they have a history. Based on that, what do they want to offer you as a plea deal? I said this a long time ago. I was explaining to someone how those plea deals. You start hearing, you hit them plea deals real quick in the beginning because they're trying to close it. They really don't know if you are guilty or innocent. To be honest, because remember, yeah, it's always in the interest of justice. Yeah, we have to make sure the community is safe, but also want to make sure that our numbers stay up, right? So we get the most convictions. How we get the most convictions? By what? Deals. Let's keep listening.
Especially not for nobody that's not paying them. So he wanted to make sure that everything was everything, right? It is what it is. So, with that being said, while people are on here talking about play Young Thug, I'm taking you to trial. Be careful. I always say people are reckless and they want people to be in their back pocket because they don't have nothing to talk about, so they will lie. Be careful. Be very careful. Because now that you turned down what they offered, which was crazy, now we get to hammer you with everything we got. And my thing is, what I'm learning from this side even more, if they offer you a plea deal, especially working with me, they must got a lot of something.
Oh Lord. Hold on for a minute, y'all. Sorry about that. Child just went out. Hold on. So I guess he's saying that she should have taken the case. Of course, that would have been a easy victory, and victory for him in a sense, and that would say that he had been telling the truth or whatever, right? Well, my thing is, why not encourage a trial? Because out here, people think that both of them are lying, right? My thing is, why don't we go? Yeah, I mean, not we, but why don't the they go through a trial and let the evidence reveal, right? No, but let's keep going.
And then even in that, you are putting people in the BS. When you telling people to go to certain people channels and it's all there, no, that's one side of it. It's three sides to a story. It just so happened that my side have two sides. There's Dana's side and there's the truth. It just so happened that my side is nothing but the truth. Only thing I'm gonna say is this. When things don't go the way you plan it to go, and when you think it's supposed to go to certain situations and situations come back to you, how you gonna get out of it? How you gonna get out of it? I'm not saying nothing. But I'm gonna tell you this. Even with the new defense strategy, it ain't gonna work.
Okay, I'm not sure, and please understand that a lot of this he's saying is just his opinions that he's presenting as fact. I don't know how he would know the defense's strategy, right? If there was a question that the defense posed during the pretrial, I don't know if at what point would the defense pose a question that would be indicative of their strategy. And I don't know who her attorney is, whatever, but I want to know. I don't know, but the state more than likely is going to request their alleged victim to take the stand. That's when it's going to be real interesting. They're going to ask their alleged victim to take the stand. I don't know who her attorney is, what have you. But if he has any, all I'm saying is this. They're going to ask the alleged victim to take the stand. Now, the good thing about court process, the proceedings or whatever, is when it comes to FRE and the state rules, right? The rules of evidence is what I'm trying to say. With the rules of evidence, when it comes to hearsay, you have hearsay exceptions, right? Okay. You have something called statements by a party opponent. 801D. Remember, if y'all listen to Laura Vallow, they were talking about 801D. Statement by a party opponent. Meaning, the defense or the state, doesn't matter who, can use with the judge's discretion, because again, even though it's 801D, you can't it can't be it can't run into 403 and 404, right? So if it runs into 403 or 404, so the judge will kind of monitor that, meaning that it can't submit a bunch of statements that would be prejudicial. Well, hold on. Yeah, that will be like prejudicial or confusing, or or indicates the propensity of someone to lie or whatever. They can introduce enough, but not an overwhelming amount that the would be considered prejudicial. So, meaning that if their victim has said one thing at one point in time regarding these matters and said something else at another point in time, I believe under 801D 43044, that those statements or that evidence will be allowed. I don't know what's all in discovery. I don't know if the defense has placed anything in discovery. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if Georgia a reciprocal discovery? Hold on, let me see. Yeah, so they are reciprocal discovery case. They have a remember I told you you got federal rules and you got state rules. Yeah, they have a state rule, the Georgia Criminal Procedure Discovery Act, OCGA, Section 17, 16, and 1. So they have to exchange discovery with each other. That doesn't mean that they exchange discovery with the victim. Because again, the state of Georgia bring these cases, not the victim. So there would be limited knowledge to the victim, only what the state decides to disclose to the victim. The defense definitely don't disclose shit to the victim. So a lot of this, keep in mind, are opinions. A lot of, and I'm not saying this person's the only one that put opinions on the record as facts. A lot of people do that.
And I'm gonna tell you why it ain't gonna work. Because you can't lie and think you're gonna get good results out of lying on somebody. You're a dangerous person. You, your friends, your daughter, y'all dangerous. But I'm gonna show you that when you lie, You gotta keep lying to cover that lie. So now you have given me the legal right to open up a whole other playing field, which I was going to leave closed. Nah. I need a Baja Blast.
All right, well, Baja Blast. Where you want extra chicken in? All right, now.
Want the truth? I tell everybody. Just come to court. How you doing, see? Okay. Then no. But I said I knew y'all was going to get me today. It's not. But I rounded up yesterday. So I can't round up every day. What'd you say? But that was yesterday. That's not it. I knew the lies was coming. So but I was saying, they was willing to consolidate everything. I guess because they felt sorry for her because she was an older lady up in age or whatever. Okay, thank you so much, baby. All right. I guess because they felt sorry for her. I don't know. But they was willing to consolidate all 7 into one. Right? She have not denied the plea deal. Let's go there. She have not denied the plea deal.
She had to deny the plea deal because as late as today, there is movement on this case. If she, and she can take a plea deal up until the jury makes a decision, right? She could take a plea deal if it's still on the table, right?
Say it again. The plea deal has not been denied. So all this, oh no, I said I'm like Young Thug, let's take it to trial. Her lawyer asked for a continuation. Which have the, and I'm going to say it like this because it might sound ugly about what I say. Which have the aggression power to be superseded to felonies. I wouldn't play around with nothing like that. If somebody gave me a plea deal and I'm looking at that, what they looking at, and they want to consolidate, they give me that, man, listen, let's take the plea deal, but let's see if we can get this thrown out, exchange for that. Let's see if we can do that for that. That's what would be my motive if it was me. If not, I just had to go sit down for them couple of years and, you know what I mean, call it a day. But when you want to play around, when you want to lie, when you want to try to make fun of Georgia government, that's not cool. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. I will not taunt the government. And I'm going to say this. Brian Steele bailed you out. You ain't going to keep getting bailouts. And the stuff that you do is just wow. But hey, I can't tell you what to do. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell you what to do. The only thing I can say is this is going to be a wild ride. It's going to be a good summer. A good summer. We going back on the streets. We going to do some things in the public. We going to feed the homeless. I'm going to show you all that. But everybody's wondering like, oh, Dana, you ain't saying nothing negative. I don't got nothing negative to say. Not right now. I don't got nothing negative to say right now. Only thing I can say is when you taunt the government taunt back. Whenever you taunt the state taunt back. And one thing I'm going to say is this right here. Right? Because I was looking at Woody when he got pulled over, right? And it was some things that happened that was...
Okay, enough of that one. I see another one up here too. There's some crazy shit. Hold on.
I gave the warning sign earlier. You know what I mean? I gave the warning sign earlier to just chill. Just chill. You know what I mean? But before I go any further, my boy Chris Terry, my bro, he's entered into the Timberland music contest. So if you go to Chris Terry page, it's called CT Chris Terry page on Instagram. Go to his story going around. I tend to look at for what it is. Now, word on the curb was, y'all know I got a case in Clayton County. Word on the curb was, all the charges were dropped. I came out early and I gave a pass. And I kind of let it know, like, yo, line, clean this shit up. Because if you keep going with it, I'm going to go live. And I'm going to break it down. I'm going to dissect it for real. And then I'm going to drop the bombshell. Well, I don't know. That's right. Shout out to CT. He doing this thing. Proud of my bro. So I don't know like what's really going on and excuse me, please don't mention nothing about Bruce in my chat. We don't deal with scammers. I don't care who don't like it. Don't mention nothing about Bruce in my chat. And to that man come and apologize to me for the shit he did to me, nah, don't mention Bruce in my chat.
What happened with that?
And if anybody's supporting anything that Bruce does, when Robert came out and said that he was stealing from him, y'all crazy. And I'm going to put it out there. Anybody don't like it, tell them come holler at me. I'm tired of the scamming shit. So, with that being said, I'm just going to keep it a buck. Today was the preliminary hearing. It was the prelims to see what's going on. I done different stories. Dana, your charges dropped. What happened? I done had people calling me, oh my God, Dana, oh, I knew it. You knew what? What? No charges dropped. And I just like to sit back and let people lie. You know why? Because now I'm going to give you what them people are scared to give you. And it go like this. It was 4 defenses. 4. If you remember what the network came on the YouTube channel and said that, oh, I was stalking. That was me stalking. That died. Oh, that's me doxing. That died. Oh, I'm talking about kids. That died. Oh, Dana J ain't know what he was talking about. That died. The main agenda of the network They wanted me and Trevin to fight. They wanted me and Trevin to tear each other head off. But like men, we sat down and we talked and we put our heads together and said, wait a minute, where's the lies coming from? And we all pinpointed two people. And out of them two people that rose up, it was a net.
Oh, I reckon he is trying to hit me for playing his lies. I mean, his commentary. Don't worry about it. I still talk about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, Lord, baby. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it. The one that likes to play people's shit. Are you serious? Why we can't break down your shit? You telling the truth, right? Now, this is where I'm gonna fuck around and say what I want to say. I'm gonna fuck around and say what the fuck I want to say. That's why my shit keep going. Okay, I figured out what it was the first time, but here's the second time. Let me tell you something. If somebody did this, that, and the third, and all that extra bullshit to you, you don't have to go. You don't have to do all of this. And if you go to that video, it bring up some other shit. Remember when you trying to say that it was Sylvia with the charges against the roof or whatever, although we never saw no damn charges against her. And reason being, they say the file was sealed. But all that extra shit that shape the motherfucking narrative, try to prove somebody, and you done sent all that motherfucking shit down there, extra ass shit down there to the state of motherfucking Georgia, which none of it is discoverable. The wrong bitch on the wrong day. Okay? Motherfucking psychotic ass motherfuckers. Got these motherfuckers roaming around the motherfucking breed of the rest of us, just loose and shit. Nobody has the motherfucking key to put them back in this mother. Y'all are some of the worst motherfuckers I've ever encountered on the planet. They don't get no lord. And yes, I'm calling motherfucking names. I don't give a fuck if your feelings hurt. If the shoe motherfucking fit, put both of them on. And it's because you weak and whatever, you can't defeat a motherfucker. You want to do extra all undercover motherfucking bullshit. Give a fuck who don't like it. The fuck you gonna do? I don't want to hear no talk. Yeah. Come do something about it. Spirit flies motherfuckers over here all the time. Shit. Fuck all of that. I'm tired of being nice and understanding because I have a degree of empathy and sympathy for a bunch of crazy motherfuckers. I get it. Nobody ain't beat your fucking ass or put a goddamn something up against your fucking temple. The fuck? I'm just telling about the process. So let's really get into it. Let's really get into it. Here's the issue why the motherfucker's so worried about them taking the case to court. Because your ass got to take that motherfucking stand. And once if you say you ain't gonna, but you crazy enough to take that, and I want you to, because I don't know what kind of motherfucking attorney she has. He should wear your motherfucking ass, so you ain't gonna be able to hold up under you. You think you can? That motherfucking mental illness, that psychopath, that sociopath motherfucking shit got you thinking that you can motherfucking manipulate the whole motherfucking process. That ain't gonna work. Now ain't nobody gonna perceive shit to me. On me, I don't give a damn. Shit, as many threats and shit these motherfuckers are put on. And I got a whole video with the motherfucker on with guns and shit threatening people. I wish a motherfucker would. I would light this motherfucker up. I'm not Sylvia. The fuck? I'm gonna help my prosecution. You goddamn right. I'm gonna deliver them the motherfucking evidence to prosecute me. Yes, yes, I will. If any motherfucking lawyer that's sitting back listening and shit, you know what the fuck I mean when I say that. Fucking bunch of fucking weirdos. Now, I ain't say I was gonna do nothing to a motherfucker. I'm saying the reason why their behavior is such because nobody ain't beat their motherfucking ass. That's all I'm saying. Or show them the butt or the barrel of a fucking gun. Bunch of fucking weirdos. Cause I'm here talking about the motherfucker. I ain't well, shit. You shouldn't have filed a motherfucker if you don't want about to talk about it. You talking about it? Ain't that a bitch, a motherfucker that plays everybody's shit? You can't play that shit. So let's go through this calendar real quick. I don't give a fuck who sent it in. Fuck you and the way you sent it. How about that? Oh, she talking about you. Let me send it to you. Let me send it to you. Little stupid bunch of motherfucking silly hoes. Y'all the dumbest ass women I ever seen on this motherfucking planet. What was that? Dumb. Motherfuckers make y'all look stupid as hell. Bunch of dumb motherfuckers. You could never, ever even be in a room with this one, meaning me. Give a fuck if I was 85. But anyway, let's talk about this, right? So the plea had to have been turned down because, as you see, we have a jury calendar as early as today, as well as some discovery provided by the state, right? They put in whatever they receive as evidence in there. Now, it proved to you what I was saying, like when they start really looking at the case, right? You see where on January the 9th, you see where they received discovery provided by the state, whatever. This case been going on. It was transferred from one division to another. This case been going on, I think, since the end of 2023, I believe. They really just started messing around with discovery in January 2025. Okay. That's just how. I mean, there isn't too many prosecution offices work much differently, right? They know major cases, high crimes, all of those. That's a different kind of process. Little shit like this, really. I mean, in state of Florida, usually right before you walking into the courtroom, when you sitting there and you got idle time, you flipping over, you your stacks are already separated by ones that you can run right through. Offer a plea deal, you probably ain't even looked at the evidence with a deep enough scope, right? I'm not around there with you guys, so I not seeing any responses, right? But as you can see, this is what's going on, right? So let me open up this first calendar. Hold on for a minute. What the calendar? Hold on. It pisses me off. Bunch of bullshit. I don't know which calendar is this. Hold on. Okay, this one's 4/7. I want the one from before. Oh, it's gonna have my print date on them. Hold on. Weirdo. Now you can't play that shit. What kind of shit is that? Cowards. I got so much shit. I need my shit I actually record. All of them are printed today. Damn. Just trying to show you the difference. Documents. Okay, here we go. Here we go. The right date. Yeah. Okay. This was a calendar on 2/7, right? And as you see, this is Sylvia. That's the case. Remember, it has been transferred to this area, right? All 7 of those charges are still there. Okay, still on file. Let me see this. Hold on, 1/7. Okay, so on 1/7, she demanded a speedy trial, as you can see. On 4/10/2024, that's when she waived being arraigned, right? She waived either the formal, I don't know if she was in court and read the formal reading of her charges, or she waived her appearance for arraignment and she entered a plea of not guilty. Okay, that's what happened then. All right, dude. Oh shit. Okay, so let me take this down. Motherfuckers don't play fair, honey. I say never. I can't understand no shit like that. Everybody plays people's shit, records people's shit, whatever, and then you motherfuckers want to act a fool and somebody do it to you. I don't get it. You got to be out your damn mind. That's weird. Okay. I be feeling so sorry for that judge in Lori's case. Okay, here go the other calendar from today. Today is the 7th, right? Today. The charges are still there. Now, let me see what this is. Hold on. So that I can agree with. So today they apparently went back to court. Apparently went back to court to talk about some more pretrial stuff. Okay. And I also got another piece of describe. I wondered, did he get so nervous and so how he keep doing, like when the case isn't going as he think or whatever, he go keep running down there and get putting more in discovery, more more irrelevant ass shit. And what I have always tried to explain when it comes to the rules of evidence and the admissibility of evidence, what they have to be: three things: relevant, relatable, and reliable. So evidence of somebody sitting up on a live talking about what you think is should be discovery evidence may not necessarily be there. That's why another factor that was out here was the dentist factor. They saying dentist is a witness or whatever, right? If Dennis was told, um, let me see, when he could be a witness with the hearsay exception, I believe. Let me see. Hold on. I think that would be 801D, I believe. Hold on. When I tell you I'm gonna read y'all, I'm gonna have the evidence. I'm gonna have videos. I got it all. I'm gonna read the shit out y'all ass. Y'all gonna be like, ooh. Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna put two fingers up like a player. Get on up out of here. Yeah, because it would be a statement by opponent, party opponent. So you know, but he would have to be his testimony would have to be examined for the truth. That would be, it can be considered both direct or circumstantial, depending on how you look at it or how it's presented. I don't know. So, what else? I had. I think that's. And I wasn't really gonna say much about it. I was just going through different things. But see, when you dealing with sociopaths or psychopaths, right? They don't like their narratives being challenged, fucked up, whatever, because they prepare those, and they're persuasive. Uh, um, their persuasive speech. I'll keep it like that. Or soliloquy. Sometimes in advance, or sometimes it's on the spot, but they don't like it being disrupted. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. You you need all that evidence and assessments and evaluations and things of that nature. Whatever. I'm just thinking, This a prejudgment. I think there may be some. What about a pre-diagnosis? I can use the term pre-diagnosis until y'all confirm it. What would that be? Narcissism to the 25th power? Like, it's too much planning and intentional shit to eat. All this extra shit. This some diabolical ass shit. This is what sociopaths, psychopaths do. This is what the happy face killer, Ted Bundy, and the man that eats the man that no. Y'all worse than the man that eats your body. What that man name was? The man that eats your body is he was just, he was another kind of crazy. Shit. He like to eat people's body. That's something else. See, I don't have to get into all of that. Jeffrey Dahmer, thank you, T. Jeffrey Dahmer. Little Wood in the police report. Child boo. Stop playing. Ain't no Little Wood in no damn police report. Stop playing. No, T. Sil's just giving me the information I need. This some crazy ass shit. Them people gonna see, cause it's gonna be somebody on that staff that's gonna put two and two together. Inconsistencies in stories. Why you keep running down there giving information? Maybe because when you think your case isn't going as you plan. They dismissed already, put one out before dealing with this. The courts have warned you, both of you, time and time again with this nonsense. And if, couldn't get her in one jurisdiction, tried another, all this extra shit. That is crazy to me. To go to that level, who does all of this? Insane motherfuckers. Who devotes their time and all of that? The time I'm going to devote to gathering all this shit together. Y'all know how I do my presentations on you motherfuckers. Because I'm going to read your ass. I don't want to get y'all fucked up or whatever. I just need exhibits. Hey, shit, I just need exhibits. I'm going to tell you about your ass. From the rooter to the goddamn tutor. I need to use the restroom. Yeah, who does it? And let me tell you something. I don't even know that you're doing that, right? I don't know that. I observe you motherfuckers. And I know what you will do. That's what I'm saying. Duh. So if I'm telling you that you're a sociopath or psychopath, you might have not been tested for it, or however they evaluated. The different levels of evaluations they go to, to determine that. Because in my opinion, they have to have a bunch of evidence to determine that your ass is a sociopath or a psychopath. So meaning shit that you've done, right? They don't know what all you have or have not. They don't know that. I'm telling you now, you think like one. A sociopath or a psychopath. You damn near, yes. Okay, T Sizzle was him with the information. Okay, T Sizzle, remember, relevant, reliable, and relatable. Yes. You can't just run down there every time you think something, oh, this gonna no, it's relevant, relatable, and reliable to the charges. What do you have? What are you bringing in that had some talking about some harassing calls and all of that? I don't think that woman has called you in the last 2 or 3, 4 years. Harassing you about what? What? And somebody can even talk about the people's defense and shit. Who shared the defense with you? That type of shit. I'm telling you, I got a string of events, baby. Oh, you better get you have your blocking and knocking down available on that motherfucking day. Cause when I tell you, I got your video, I got your shit, baby. I tell the people, yes, I have to unsubscribe from all you motherfuckers so I won't be tempted to do what I'm doing now. I don't want to be in no back because that does nothing for me. That takes out, and a lot of you motherfuckers want to bait me into arguments and all that extra shit. That ain't gonna work. And you never did before. The thing about it is, I enjoy cussing motherfuckers out. It wasn't a bait. That's a pastime. Before, I used to enjoy beating a motherfucker's ass. You motherfuckers are all over the motherfucking globe. Some of you motherfuckers ain't even in America. So I have to do this lip service. But I don't have time for that. Because some of you motherfuckers so desperate. That's how you get your commentary. That's how you put the people in your motherfucking chats. By talking about this one. But y'all know how I do my presentations. I have exhibits. I'm going to cuss you the fuck out. Leave people the fuck alone. And if you mentally ill, if you refuse to go and tell some licensed professional the truth about your behavior, because they can only really go by what you tell them or what they observe. If you go into the office dressed up like a nun, clutching your motherfucking Sunday school pocketbook, well, they don't know that your ass is disturbed. They don't know that. But if they put in one of these tapes and hear you fucking with people and talking crazy, yeah, the vision of you dressed up like a nun, clutching your Sunday school pocketbook, baby, ain't even a factor. Oh, it's other people that ain't in America that be fucking with people. What's going on? I ain't reading the chat. What's going on? Okay. Tired of these motherfuckers. Yeah, I could be minding my. I mean, and I do apologize. Y'all, I don't check all the time for the attachments and stuff like that. But I don't check all my email all the time or whatever. A lot of times, I be hooked up to teams all day and hooked up to this and hooked up to the shit that pays me, I don't be paying attention when you say y'all send me stuff. So sometimes I get stuff weeks, and I'm like, oh, this was okay. But a bunch of y'all always catching the shit. Y'all know I be talking about all kinds of extra shit. And here these sick motherfuckers want to say he talking about me. Y'all motherfuckers are crazy. I'm going to tell you when I'm talking about you. I am. You're going to get the notification. Bunch of goddamn stalkers. I don't know none of you motherfuckers. Why the hell would I develop such a strong motherfucking uh uh care and concern and even to give any criticism about motherfuckers I don't even know. I got a bunch of motherfucking people in my goddamn life that what I gotta be and y'all please note now here's my disclaimer. I'm not talking about if you motherfuckers are on my contact in any form of fashion list within the last, let's see, 2 or 3 weeks. Of course, I ain't talking about y'all. It's a hot 10 of y'all I fuck with on a real. So I ain't talking about y'all. So y'all should already know that. All kind of shit. I'm gonna have timelines and all kinds of shit, exhibits. All let's see right here. Oh shit! And the one, oh, you know what else I may have? That maybe I may just kill you dead. Because I scratched out the faces and stuff like that. I may put out, guess what? Hold on to your seats, y'all. Hold on to the table. We don't want it to shake. Hold on to the ground. We don't want the earthquake to take place. Just hold on. I might release, get ready for it, graduation pictures. How about that? Graduation photos. Because we all know that's a danger to society to graduate. The fuck? Bunch of fucking weirdos. I have in my life where if motherfuckers lose the fight, a verbal fight now, or whatever, the next order, we gonna dox you. Or think we dox you, or whatever. Just cry. Y'all, you motherfuckers are nuts. Y'all ain't ready for it. This can't be serious. This ain't real. This ain't how real motherfuckers do. Nah, this ain't how that that's what I'm saying. That's why I know ain't nobody beat your ass yet. So I know that. Real gangsters aren't online. And more importantly, real gangsters, if they were online, they won't be doing all this shit. They've been to your house a long time ago, knocking on the door. Now y'all nuts. Um, now I can't play the motherfucking video. That's joking. Mad. Fuck that. Hold on. Excuse me. Hold on. Let me see this. Listen, y'all got to go down there and get on that goddamn. I mean, not get on stand law. Y'all got to go to the courthouse when the trial begins with those two. Oh. Y'all got to get on the stand. I mean, get on the stand law. Go to the courtroom. Tell us what's going on. Hold on.
19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. I ain't gonna do that. If you don't know, play catch up, ask somebody to help you what I'm talking about. But they got mad because Trevin came on my platform. If anybody know that video that I did that Trevin came on and me and him was talking about everything, please send me the link or tell me the name of it, because I do so many videos that I be forgetting. I ain't gonna lie to you. I never go back and watch my own stuff. I do it, and when I do it that one time, it's there. It's for the world to see. It's for the world to see. And the reason why I do it that way is because I was called a liar. But when you call a liar, you have to be able to pinpoint the lie. To this day, the same people that dick rolled me all the way through to meet R. Kelly cannot tell you a lie that I told. But I can tell you about 40 of them that they told, and I can tell you about 30 actions that they did towards me, each one by one. So with that being said, I don't believe in long drawn out situations, because I'm gonna show you a video that I did a while. And I told you this video is gonna come into play. And the reason why the video is coming into play is because of the lie. Now watch this. Today is the preliminary hearing. You let the network leader come out and say, they dropped all the charges and wanted to give me one charge. And me and my lawyer said, hell no, let's take it to court. Once again, I'm going to say it again. Today was the preliminary hearing. And y'all idiots that sit over there and let that lady lie to you in your fucking face. So the word is, oh, all 7 charges were dropped. And they want to give me one charge. And me and my lawyer said, hell no, let's take it to court. If I'm lying, I'm flying. If anybody else heard it today, please say, I heard that. Please say, I heard that. If y'all heard it, please say I heard it. Because one thing that pissed me off is when I heard the Banshee in training say, let's play Young Thug, take it to court. Take it to trial. Well, if I wanted to be messy, I can call Jeffrey. Uh-oh. I can call Jeffrey. And I can say, yo, You remember the lady that used to come get me from the apartments? That said that she didn't like you? That's the lady stuff that you retweeted that got up under your dad.
I wish she said she ain't like Young Thug. See shit like this. Y'all be doing too much. Y'all be doing way too much for this shit here. It ain't worth it. For some motherfucking likes and views and shares and mentions and shit. Y'all like really must suck. It really must fuck up.
See how this go? See how this can? It's gonna get real bad. Real bad. But I'm not gonna do that because I want this to make it a trial. You know why I wanted to make it a trial? Because I'm ready. So while y'all talking about let's take it to court, y'all gotta understand I'm him. They call me Dana J for a reason.
You named yourself that. But anyway, you don't want this shit to go to trial. Why are you ready? This ain't your case. You will be a direct witness. A direct one. And if Sylvia's nerves weren't so bad, and if she didn't want to leave it, and I don't know if I'd be getting in trouble with the Lord if I say this. Right, because like a lot of times you want to leave it all up to the Lord, whatever. And I guess, I mean, it's always going to be up to the Lord. But I don't think He has a problem when we want to aid in our own defense. If she knew what to do, how to do it, whatever, and how to guide her attorney, I don't know if she does or not. I don't know. And I don't know who her attorney is. I don't know none of that. I mean, I'd be off the motherfucking thing, right? I don't know. Until somebody lets me know what's going on. And then again, I'm sorry, I be delayed with checking them traps. I do. But if she was able to bam, 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 what about? Again, don't keep trying to knock me off the motherfucker because I'm just replaying your video and saying what's going on. You're the one said it. I ain't said it. I ain't call you no name or whatever. I'm just was breaking down what the hell you were saying. That's it. And the court process. I said where she errored at. But now, due to your manipulation, unfortunately, you had to make that video right then, coming out of court. You got to keep it going, because that's what, manipulators do. They had to come back and put this out. I ain't tell you put this out.
They said, what? Hold on. Shorty said, hold on. One day, one charge and 3 days in jail. Really? So I have a right to respond. It's not like I'm picking because I'm not. So what I'm going to do is, we're going to talk about it. It's past 5 o'clock. And what you have to realize is in all 50 states, at 5:30, everything is updated. Am I right or am I wrong? And when everything is updated, I mean every court roster, every court ledger, anything that happens in court is updated. So with that being said is, if all the charges were dropped, then guess what? If all the charges were dropped, then that means it's going to show in the registry.
Okay, for one, every system does not update after 5:30. Not all systems. Most systems update after midnight. That's number one. They update immediately. So it can be anytime. The levels of manipulation, how these people do it, it's just one for the book. But it's so easy to be like, oh my God, boom, 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 boom. So you make something sound official, so that it's widely accepted, not questioned. Oh, hold on.
And I am in the registry, which is a public record. So let's go here. Oh, count 1, criminal trespassing unlawful. Count 2, stalking. Count 3, stalking. Count 4, harassment phone. Count 5, harassment phone. Count 6, conspiracy to commit C. Count 7, conspiracy to commit C. Do y'all see any charges that were dropped?
I agree with that.
See, this is why I don't play these games with people. This is why I don't play games with folks. Now, watch this. Today is 4/4/2025. This is the calendar. You see what it say? Pre-trial status. And they offered her 1 charge and 3 days in jail. And she said, this is what she said. She said, her lawyer said, hell no, let's take it to trial. Well, the trial date was scheduled for Monday on 4/7/2025 at 9 o'clock in room 302. That was the jury calendar. That was when they were supposed to select the jurors.
That is all wrong. That's what I'm saying. It does not, jury count does not mean that. Jury counter is just more of, it's pre-trial. They're just talking about more pre-trial issues. Scheduling, all that type of stuff. It does not mean that. Okay? And see, the thing about when you're dealing with these sociopaths / psychopaths, that you really fucked up when I put both of them together. You cannot misspeak. cannot not have your shit together whenever you see. You got to be very sure about what you're saying, or just don't say it. Because they will exploit that, and they'll turn it around and use it to further manipulate you, to drive the narrative, to do this extra shit they be doing in their head. It's draining. It is so fucking draining. Could you imagine having a group of people as your friends, or as somebody you have to associate with, as somebody you have to work with outside? Can you imagine that? You got to always be on your tens and twos. Who does? Who have to live like that? That's crazy. That's crazy. This is crazyville. Hold on, y'all. Sorry about this music. I got use the restroom real quick. I guess I can stop this music. Sorry about that. But yeah, oh my gosh. I don't give a damn what you say. I get it. But Mo, I did I unsubscribed from all these weirdos. To avoid being tempted to cuss people out and go off. Because unlike them, I have a level of being raised right. Although not that I always follow or remember, but I know I can go in. Y'all ain't never heard me really go in. Shit. I be getting so mad. I be going to go more than this shit. I reckon, shit, if you maybe as young as 40, I'm a pretty good fighter. Back in the day, and as late as 2018, I'll put something on your ass. I ain't trying to goddamn fight no 20-something-year-olds and shit like that. My days of trying to fight men, that's long gone. I got some all of that. Got some people that like to fight and cuss and all of that. Go to prison and shit. Yeah, they keep them old damn mouthpiece. I'm a lawyer on return. He likes it. I checked too. I went and said, y'all still fighting and acting a goddamn fool and shit like that? Y'all still do that? Yeah, what you need? Tell me I'm lying. Oh shit. Anyway, for more your advice, you are a balance. But I have a bunch of people who be like, like they up because they know that well I'm not fucking with nobody, I'm not talking about whatever. You are not even safe playing commentary or making comments that ain't even about them. They ain't even got shit to do with this sector. And then the next thing you know, the shit you done said or whatever, motherfuckers talking about it, responding like, what? Who that? So it is you can't escape. Okay, not a problem. Not a fucking problem. Tell you about your motherfucking ass. How about that? Fucking weirdos. So this Brian did not show Sylvia on her live saying he related what she told him. So she admitted on live that she told Dennis Byron that she put a tracker on their car. What you talking about? Dennis Byron did a live last night. Sylvia on her live. Okay, but I'll pull that.
Hold on, watch this. Her lawyer asked for an extension. So if you said, hell no, let's take it to trial, I'm not accepting a plea, we will be going to trial starting Monday. So what y'all need to act.
Lies. You have to put that shit on a calendar. Monday would be today. They were just in court on the 4th on pre-trial. You got to do a jury selection first. Just lies. See, I was doing okay. But then nobody want me to break it down. There, wait, I was gonna break it down what I really want to say, or using language, transcribed language that would be appropriate, right? No. You want me to, get on the street to half dead. Damn.
Answer is why we not going to trial starting Monday. Why? If that's what she said to the state of Georgia, why are we not going to trial on Monday? Maybe I'm slow as shit, but I want to know why we not going to trial on Monday if she told them, hell no, I ain't taking no plea. Let's go. Now, here's what the plea deal was. And I'm going to tell y'all, which is facts. Y'all don't got to believe me, but it's facts. The plea deal, and it's still on the table, for everything to be condensed to criminal trespass unlawful, right? Count 1. Everything to be condensed 3 years in jail, along with 1 year of probation. That's what the plea deal is. Now, mind you, it's 7 counts right now. They offered that to her lawyer because from what I was told, and it wasn't by my prosecutor, but it was somebody else, that they felt sorry for the lady because she kind of older.
Ma'am, Lord help us. Lord help us. Jesus, take the wheel. Because I don't be listening. A lot of times I couldn't get these videos. I don't be listening all the way. I just hear a little bit. It's related to my subject. I'll go live and listen to the rest of it with you. Well, if the prosecutor ain't changed, then who? Who told you how they were feeling? And to offer somebody 3 years and 1 year of probation. Let's see what his rationale was coming up with this with. Hold on. Devo, all of them misdemeanors.
And I just shook my head. But then you saying to your followers, I said, hell, look at the court. Do you know that we have umpteen things that proves count 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, 5, 6, and 7? I'm going to be honest right now. You should be in jail right now.
So if it's we have all the evidence to prove all the counts, it means he has all the evidence to prove the count. They're going to investigate that. They're going to investigate the evidence. They have to be, that's a part of the preparation for trial. So how can somebody go into court on Friday, and just because you see jury calendar on there, you think it means picking out a jury? So that's what I'm telling you. When it comes up to that, it comes to this legal shit, Google, you just read what you think, and it ain't gonna help out. It ain't gonna tell you what it really is. And you have to do what? I have gone to what now? I have done what? In order to know. I don't care what it is. Because I ain't gonna say half the time. I mean, more than half the time, what is in Google is right. But you have to know what in Google is right. And the only way you would know that is what? You took your ass where? It's impossible for you to know. You know, they're talking about defenses and stuff like that. First of all, you have to have a proper legal defense, proper legal argument when it comes to motions, anything. How would you know if you have one? Unless you took your ass to where? You don't know that. That's why it was such a argument when it came to those text messages and all this extra shit and the questions y'all wanted to ask witnesses and wanting to get into the people's sex life and whatever, not knowing that there's a victims act that prevents you questioning them about their sex life and their, psychological shit and all that type of stuff when it relates to sex, when it relates to crimes dealing with the victims of sexual abuse. My God. Thank you, Justin. And if they don't, we understand. That damn weirdos.
Because even today, I'm being stalked not one of your people that you gave information to. Then I'm being stalked by a supposedly well-known vice lord that said he was going to get on Kelly killed. He said he was going to blow everybody down in broad daylight. All of that. I'm just trying to figure out. When you say things like that, you got to be careful because people can always go to the docket because the court has to update daily. Nothing's updated. Now let's go a little bit. You got discovery. This discovery right here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Entry of appearance discovery. The image, this right here, was crazy. People know what that is? Then if you come up, you have an amended accusation. You gotta ask yourself, because it wasn't me. Then the crazy part is y'all demanded a speedy trial and then delayed the trial 2 times after the speedy trial. And what y'all did is discovery provided by the state, discovery provided by the state. Then you got 2 subpoenas. Who are these 2? Then you got another subpoena. And this is the discovery that rocked your Lord. This is the discovery that rocked your world. This right here. And I can't talk about it. Excuse me.
Because you the one gave it to him. But I'm trying to figure out, what are you talking about? It was a delayed. Okay, the man for a speedy trial, right? And then the next line is discovery provided by state, discovery provided by state, because I told you Georgia is a reciprocal discovery state, meaning they have to exchange discovery. The feds are always under reciprocal discovery, but each state is different. I believe most states are reciprocal discovery states. I don't see nothing about no delay on this docket or whatever. Those manipulators, they will interject information that isn't there to help with their, their level of perception. I'm talking about you motherfuckers are just above hold on, let me get this back up. Honey, it's insane, right? You got it. Okay. It's fucking insane. None of that is on that, and I don't want to take the music down. None of that is on that particular docket that I showed you about. I'll put back up after that about no delay or anything like that. People take, oh my God, this is so sad. They take what they read, and then, like the man for a speedy trial, then he says, what you delayed it twice. There's nothing but in here that says anything about something was delayed twice. Let's see, but let me tell you the other thing, and one thing about trying to use the court, right, as a weapon, weaponizing the court. You do know that the other side gets to challenge the discovery. And the person who is the defendant is the one who helps with that process. So if you put in something, if the state provides a piece of evidence, the defendant should be, it's a part of their judicial process. It's part of the amendment, part of the Constitution. They have the right to be an active part of their judicial process. So if they have something that isn't correct or whatever, that defendant can counter. God. And what I mean counter in this sense means that, hey, you're saying one thing, I got something to say another. But I believe that, and I may be wrong because I don't know all of the mechanics of that those air tag all that does say whatever. I don't know what type of coordinates or whatever a report will provide, right? They don't have to subpoena all that, because check this out right here. When you activate that thing, right? You activate it with your phone or with a phone. And I believe, I may be wrong, that the reporting of their air tag should begin when it's activated, and then the whole history should be provided, right? Should be provided to the defense. So that's should be the state's evidence. If they have to pull stuff from her phone, pull stuff from wherever, the defense, if the state hasn't requested it, the defense can submit that information. That's an easy defense. You got to prove who activated the damn air tag. Part of the chain of custody. Oh, well, it can be. Because chain of custody is actually supposed to be when the authorities get the evidence. But, well, hold on. That's that chain of custody. Let me explain it. That's the chain of custody as it relates to the handling of evidence.
And I can't talk about it until after the case. But when I unveil what this is, it will no longer be safe to play around in. Because everybody's going to know the truth. Whether I'm right, wrong, or indifferent, everybody's going to know the truth. And I'm going to open Pandora's box tonight. So, with that being said, no charges were dropped. Yes, they wanted to give you a plea deal, but I gave you the plea deal what it was. One charge, which everything will be consolidated to this, 3 years in jail, and 1 year probation after you get out. You gotta realize, my kids were doctors. You gotta realize, my son's mama, God doxed her and started sending her cash apps and all that. You don't think she made a statement? think certain people have dropped out and said, nah, y'all ain't dealing with this. It's going too far. So with that being said, let's not lie to the people just because you might want a cash app or you might want somebody to do something, right? But my world got rocked today because I wanted to go forward. We are ready. We are ready. We are ready. Do you know how much we are ready for court? I'm tired of this. I'm tired of waiting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the people, because a very crazy defense was told to me today. Out of all the defenses y'all can use, against me, which I told y'all you can't use none because I've been trying for everything already. You go and try to use another defense, that's double jeopardy. You can't charge me twice. At the end of the day, all the threatening and all that was 2018, 2019, 2021. We are in 2025. I'm going to ask this question. What do you think the new defense against me is? Y'all go ahead and type it in the chat. What do y'all think the new defense against me is? I want to know. Because when you lie, you got to understand. When I do videos, right? I am streaming to 13 different platforms at one time. So what y'all think is done and gone, it's sitting somewhere in a storage area. That's why I asked y'all to send me the name, because I be forgetting. But what do y'all think? What do y'all think the Bible lady and her daughter and her lawyer defense is against me? If everything else failed, what do you think it is? And I'm going to say this. If they watching, y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Because now, you done made it so bad. And I put the word out that Jesus won't be able to help y'all. I'm just being honest. I done shut down all avenues. You better go ask Woody to help you. You better go ask Matt Shaw to help you. You better go ask Weinstein to help you. You better go ask Caleb Bumpers to help you. You would have said no one R. Kelly. No. Their defense now, and you won't believe it when I say it, and I'm going to be honest, it hurt me to my heart. Because I genuinely love people. I can be beefing with somebody, but if I see somebody jammed up, I want to help. That's my heart. That's me. But y'all put up a defense that I am improperly having a relationship with your daughter.
What? Baby. I done fell down, and I'm laying down. Huh? I guess Sylvia's daughter.
I'm going to say it again. Y'all told the folks, and y'all convince the folks that I am improperly having a relationship with your daughter. I'm going to ask this question to the chat. When has Dana J ever stalked anybody? Never. When have Dana J ever raped anybody? Never. When have Dana J ever went so far to lust and drool over anybody? Never. So y'all saying that I have had a relationship with your daughter. And here's the catch. It wasn't Dallas. So now, here's where I say, you just screwed yourself and the lawyer that you had. You just screwed yourself and the lawyer that you had. And the reason why I say that is because now I'm about to play a video that I did in 2024. And it outlines everything. So now, not only are you making false accusations against me, which is a charge, and now I'm going to push when we go back to court. Because now you're learning. So let's play this video. And I want y'all to take notes. Because y'all gonna hear some things, y'all gonna see some things that you might have missed. Check it out.
Correct, guys. I have never stolen anything from anybody's defense fund. To my knowledge, Dana has not stolen anything from anybody's defense fund. Okay? All the little lies and different things that people have said, because they, a lie is much sounds better than the truth.
That's true. So what I'm gonna say is right there, and what she was talking about, she would say that in public because me and her were cool. So I could, but she would go behind the scenes and tell everybody that I was stealing from R. Kelly. And that's what created all of the hate, all of the buzz. But let's finish because she's about to talk about something. Check it out.
And that's why a lot of people believe sort of lies are being told. Another lie I wanted to discuss was I bought my daughter to R. Kelly to sell her. I know it's silly as it sounds, but there are people in this world who believe that craziness, okay? But it's not a story. It left me a story that they could believe the lie. They could believe sort of lies that are being told. I know it's silly as it sounds, but there are people in this world who believe that craziness, okay? I'm gonna give you a little history about how I got into the R. Kelly thing, okay? Back in January, I myself was going through something. My adopted daughter, she suffers from a thing called...
Listen, her adopted daughter, somebody put adopted in the chat. Somebody put adopted in the chat. Because she said her adopted daughter. Let's go ahead.
It's like a reactive, she has problems connecting to individuals. She has problems, with relationship connecting. So, I adopted her in 2015. At that time, my oldest adopted daughter was around, and of course Dallas was around. I'm not giving her name because I don't, for their own privacy, I don't want to give names of anyone other than myself and Dallas and my husband. She did some accusation, and that accusation was she said that my husband touched her. And in that, I gave me a choice. What happened is, when she made the accusation, they didn't believe me, and they didn't believe my husband, right? So they decided to start an investigation. And when I tell you, my world turned upside down from that situation. I mean, I got out of it okay, but it left a scar. It left me a scar that they could believe the lie. And let me back up. I was telling you about her diagnosis. Her diagnosis was RAD. And she has a problem connecting with someone new into her life. She, I was dating her husband, he was Africa, and I was here. It was okay as long as he was not around. She was okay with the relationship. When he moved and we got married, she had a problem with the relationship. So that's why she wouldn't decide to tell a lie. They did not believe me, and they did not believe my husband. Even though, and we had witnesses and everything, her story kept changing. She kept changing it, and then she got upset, they wouldn't believe her. We went through, we was inside what do you call it, investigation room. My husband was in one room, and I was in another room. They kept us in this room. It was 5 hours, just questioning us different things. And it got so ugly. And I remember just crying. I couldn't understand why these people believe her, and she has all these diagnoses. You understand what I'm saying? She had all this diagnosis, and all of it was lies. Even her previous foster parents got rid of her because of the lies she was saying, but they did not believe us. They dropped all charges against my husband. They decided to charge me with inability to handle someone with mental illness.
Now I'm gonna ask you this question. Y'all get charged with sexual, or your husband get charged with an allegation of sexual assault. Then you turn around and tell the people you have been charged with an inability to provide for someone with disability. That is no such charge. And when I'm doing this comment on a video that I did last year, I have that right. I am a journalist, so I need to go back down and claim it for this. Just like people are allowed to get on that platform and talk about me and my kids and all of this, I'm allowed to go back down and look at old footage that I have. You see, Dana J in the top corner. You see at the bottom, official Dana J. This is my footage. You see at the top, official Dana J. So let's finish.
So that was my charge. So I adopted her in 2015. At that time, my oldest adopted daughter was around, and Dallas was around. I'm not giving their names because I don't.
So I have a question. If you didn't want them to believe Ruth over you, what makes you think they're going to believe you? That's still antagonizing a young lady that's in jail over video footage. It's not that I'm talking about it, it's video footage. And what I did, I just destroyed the narrative that people put out there about me. My thing is tell the truth, tell the facts. I'm not here to waste the court's time. I don't want to waste the court or the judge's time, nor the jurors, nor the lawyers, nor the prosecutors. I'm not here for that. But let's finish.
Obviously, I don't want to give names to anyone other than myself and Dallas and my husband. She did that accusation, and that accusation was the accusation was she said that my husband touched her, and And that, they gave me a choice. What happened is, when she made the accusation, they didn't believe me, and they didn't believe my husband, right? So they decided to start an investigation. And when I tell you, my world turned upside down with that situation. I mean, I got out of it okay, but it left a scar. It left me a scar that they could believe the lie. And let me back up. I was telling you about her diagnosis. Her diagnosis was RAD, and she has a problem connecting with someone new into her life. She, when I was dating my husband, he was in Africa and I was here. It was okay as long as he was not around. She was okay with the relationship. But when he moved and we got married, she had a problem with the relationship. So that's why she decided to tell a lie. They did not believe me, and they did not believe my husband. Even though, and we had witnesses and everything, her story kept changing. She kept changing it, and she got upset and believed. We went through, we was inside of an investigation room. My husband was in one room, and I was in another room. They kept us in there for, I think it was 5 hours, just questioning different things. And it got so ugly that, I remember just crying because I couldn't understand why these people believe her and she had all these diagnoses. You understand what I'm saying? She had all this diagnosis and all of it was lies. Even her previous foster parents got rid of her because of the lies she was saying, but they did not believe us. They dropped all charges against my husband. They decided to charge me with inability to handle someone with mental illness. Whoa. Really? Somebody with an essay charge, right? My friend told me about this.
So, now, so check this out. There is no, and I'll agree with you, there is no such charge as, what else you said, the inability to deal with someone with mental illness like that right now. I don't know if she was saying that the agency or the state, and I'm not talking about the state for in the legal realm. I'm talking about the state where, because most of these disabled and but they're going there in the evening and stuff like that, they are handled, usually handled by the type of thing. Those agencies have rules and regulations, they have boards of governance and things of that nature, right? So I don't know if a board or whatever charged her with that, because that sounds like a charge at a board and not an actual, not anything that would be legally binding, but like a board, right? Where we have our license and things of that nature, right? Our credentials and if you get any type of complaint or anything like that, that is something that you can be charged with. But as far as it's legal like the law and it's different principle law, that would be pretty much either neglect or abuse, right? But he has always attributed to sexual abuse. If that was the case, then he should be registered as a sexual offender. There should be on record a whole, and it's not clear. There should be on record a whole trial and what have you, right? But conveniently, he says it's sealed. those kind of cases are generally sealed. The names of the underage individuals are redacted or what have you. And the information in there that that could be sensitive or personal or what have you, that's redacted. So I don't know if in the state of Georgia, if you keep sexual abuse, especially of a minor, off your record, and they seal it that way. I'm not sure. Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry. So it's y'all do too much. I'm telling you, it's way too much. Oh, just because you disagree over something about something or whatever, and you guys go so far beyond the fact that you want your side of the story to be accepted so much. You motherfuckers will go at somebody's credentials, try to lock all this kind of shit, whatever, is insane to me. Is fucking insane to me. When the options are very clear. Say what you got to say, present your motherfucking evidence, and leave it the fuck alone. Or if you got to, just go back and forth like that. All this extra shit, that's because you're scared. I mean, you fucking half of it, you're probably lying. And a lot of you motherfuckers, where you don't know the story, don't have the story, you just fill some shit in. So stupid. Yeah, I don't like shit like this because people can die from worration. People can die from stress. But you motherfuckers don't care. Some of you motherfuckers even wish death on people. Bunch of fucking animals. That's just crazy to me. I'm gonna get the dentist because
I'm only paying $39. State Farm tried charging me $187 for auto insurance.
This is my own footage. They drop all charges on your husband and charge you with an inability to handle a child with that deficiency. I got one question to ask. CPS ain't gonna drop charges on one and then give another one charges unless the other one did it. The second thing is,
that's a lie. That's a lie. Let me report. Because again, this has nothing to do with what she's being charged with. Let me tell you something. But I won't take nothing from you motherfuckers. Y'all are some fascinating studies. I mean studies like fucking lab rats. fascinating. Insane like a motherfucker,
Maybe
though.
I heard the biological mother of Ruth, which is Sylvia, but Ruth don't look like Dallas.
Hey, that's the shit. You can just click at, and I just forward this just to try to see, you know, if you're gonna say anything about the case or whatever. Now, Ruth is the biological child of Sylvia. It just goes on and on and on and on and on and on. But baby, I'm trying to tell you, I may be wrong, but your downfall is you keep running to that motherfucking state, giving them more information, more evidence to support what you want them to believe. And you think those people aren't trained to step out the bullshit. They just haven't stepped into the bullshit yet. And the only way they don't do a thorough job is if they try to save face on some bullshit, like if it's some misdemeanor ass shit. Based on what Deboski said, he said 7 misdemeanors. Well, the hell gonna get 3 years and 1 year probation on that. And if I'm not mistaken, she don't have no record, definitely no record of doing no shit like this. Just insane. This is the craziest shit. Motherfucker been
Ruth
saying.
don't look like Sylvia. Hey, Mom Shirley, Ruth must look like her father, so Sylvia passed her away. Because ain't nobody gonna have a foster child that they adopt, and then they get put through all this craziness, and then all of a sudden come to the internet, oh, I need you to donate to my daughter getting out. Now remember, Sylvia said she's gonna go get her, right? Remember, Ruth said she can't wait to come home, right? But some key points was being left out. Hey, Courtney, some key points was being left out. And I'm going to slow walk this dog.
This event is going to teach you how you can get started investing in real estate for as little as a few $100s.
That's him, don't have no premium. That ain't me.
Because when you look at it, ooh, and this should help somebody right here. Ruth was reported missing, right? Ruth was reported missing on April the 17th, 2023. And it says, update, April the 21st, 2023, Ruth Parks has been safely located. Hold on. Thank you to all who shared the original post. Missing person. Watch this. Ruth was never missing. That was the Bible lady way of hoping that she's going to get a reward for Ruth. But what is Ruth's last name? Ruth Fox. What's Dallas' last name? Fox. So hold on. You mean to tell me everybody that you got out the system last name is Fox? I fail to believe that. Dallas is your biological daughter, right?
Didn't the lady say she adopted the girl? When you adopt somebody, you have the option to change your last name, right? It's just the, oh my God, ain't no way in hell. You can't even keep up with the level of craziness that you motherfuckers just put out. And here's the thing, right? I wouldn't say nothing about no group homes unless it is a bad group home, the foster care system, and all of that. I'm not saying nothing bad, but it just relates to the people in this country. But not all of y'all, but a bunch of y'all who came through those types of systems and those agencies, raised by your grandma and all that extra shit, y'all are fucked up in the head. It never did turn around for you in the brain. And I can say that because y'all mental illness and shit, y'all pick and choose. And this is my theory. If you're smart enough to pick and choose when your mental illness is present and when it's not, I'm able to address the side when it's not present. And to tell you that you fucked up. How about that? We got all kind of motherfuckers in this sector. Some of which I could only hope to see in an alley. In the damn dark. And it's just me and you and we got to survive. Crazy. It's crazy as hell. Who's mentally set up like this? I don't know if it's over a car, over some hurt feelings, over this, but it just keeps going on and 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 add to and on to and this. Some of you motherfuckers, and I don't want to make it specific, would take one thing and repurpose it for your life. I have seen where somebody would take a call and say that I made the call, I made the call, I made the call, somebody else made the same call for this reason. Like, who does all of that? Who has time? Who buys that shit? Who supports it? Who enables it? What's wrong with all you motherfuckers? But then when I read all these motherfuckers, it's gonna be for the goddamn. It's gonna be for the platinum award. It's fucking insane. Leave people the fuck alone. I got time to. You got to spend money on this shit to defend this shit. You got a bunch of happy feet motherfuckers going back and forth fucking with you because of what? Now I've been a victim of this. I don't respond because I don't care. Here we go. Every so often, here go my likeness. Here go my name. Here go my indirect. Like, what the fuck? So, avoid you motherfuckers. Don't worry. The fuck? What kind of shit is this? I got people, you don't know what people really dealing with in their life. And to add some shit like this for some insane motherfuckers that's sitting in a bar.
Also, Ruth is your biological daughter. She's the youngest. That's why she's able to call you mom and all this. But wait a minute. That same young lady that you said caused you so much. That's the same young lady that you went on the internet and said, he's going to hit us. Come in here, Rose. Talking about Ronald, your husband. Uh-oh. See, they ain't forgetting. But watch this. It says Ruth Parks left her home, and her family has not had any contact with her since then.
All this extra shit, right? But I sure hope that them people see all through that evidence, that so-called evidence, and put it down there and put it together with your real motive. It's sad. You motherfuckers are sad. I mean, I don't worry about nothing that does not affect the bottom line of my life. That's my bottom line. I came up with that. I'm not going to worry about it. That's, whatever. This is affecting that lady's bottom line of her life. Got to deal with some weirdos.
What happened? If Ruth come out, she will be a loose cannon. And Sylvia's afraid that the truth will come out. So what's the truth, baby? See, when you play with me, you gotta make sure you know who you're playing with. Let's hit that search button.
That's what the motherfucker sociopath.
Ruth got locked up on a warrant 23-2613. One count. Statute 16,570. Description: cruelty to children, first degree, felony.
And I don't understand what that had to do with the lie. I don't understand none of that. I mean, I understand what you're trying to do. But baby, if her nerves were set up right, you should wear your motherfucking ass out. And I'm saying all this to try to knock my damn video down.
And I'm gonna be honest, I don't believe this. I believe that her mama did something to the child and tried to make it seem like she has special rights. So her bond is $15,076.
I didn't even get to $76. I was more so trying to see that the surcharges fees. And I believe they do so because like $16,000, which is 15% of that, is like $2,500. We offer payment plans and there's no interest.
Right.
And just because we are out,
that's why I love you so much. And
15% of that is like $2,500. We offer payment plans and there's no interest.
Right.
And just because we are out, make sure that 15% of that is like $2,500. We offer payment plans and there's no interest. Just because we are out, make sure that
That's what he was. Look, now he tried to help the child get out. Child, this is crazy shit. I'm trying to advance, y'all.
Y'all go ahead and put your answers in the chat. Because see, now my good deeds is being evil spoken of. I don't like that. So every which way they turn, I have proof to show that I did nothing wrong to this lady at all. Nothing. I did nothing wrong to this lady at all. Even on down to Simply Top, what up? Even on down to the bullshit. Because you don't have nothing else to come against me with in court, you're going to say and try to stick with it. I I am having an improper relationship with your daughter. How? I was trying to help her get out. Thank you, Galicia. Instead of y'all paying $2,900, $2,700, $2,600, with my folks, she would have got out on $1,000, and y'all just would have had to pay the rest on the payment plan, which would have been stretched out 180 days apiece. So y'all probably would have had to pay like $300 every 180 days. But I'm done. But you go to the court and try to twist it around and make it seem like I'm doing something to y'all. I don't even speak on y'all bum ass people. And the crazy part about it is, if Dana J asks for supporters or something, I'm a bum. I'm trying to live off my supporters and this and this. But you refuse to get a job to even wash your ass. But that's okay. You can dry rot coming off of your supporters and then talking to them like dirt. That's on them. That's y'all business. That's how y'all get down. I don't give a fuck about it. But the problem I have is I tried to help your daughter. The slow. I tried to help your daughter get out. Y'all tried to go on YouTube and make it seem like I'm doing something to harass your daughter. And you took it as far and went to the courts today. And you're going to try to make it a defense that I'm having an improper relationship with your daughter. So, when I think about shit, and when people be asking me like, Dana, why you go so hard against women that you don't like over here? I'm in my Charleston white bag now. I don't give a hell why. Better yet. You know, that's how I feel. Then to know you would run to a judge and say this.
No, Mo. Yeah, y'all please help. Mo. Mo does not understand. Or put it like this, probably can't believe. I couldn't believe it in the beginning. But because, like I said, I'm on the other end when it comes to psychology. You don't know this, okay? When it comes to psychology, there's no claim. What he's probably referring to, and I don't know if this is just whatever, but he probably was talking about him maybe interfering or contacting the little girl when she got in trouble or afterwards or while she was or however. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think this was before I had to unsubscribe his ass too. That that he, I don't know, he interjected himself in that situation when the little girl got in trouble for allegedly neglect or whatever to the little baby. And I probably most likely, because he said that she was talking about it on the live or whatever. I hardly, unless she told her counsel as a part of her trying to prove that it's her who is being harassed, you know, it's probably just something he's putting out. More things are beyond this bad. That's why I don't get into this with you. That's why I don't. I know people tend to think that I am sitting up talking about, I know that's what y'all do for me. Some of you motherfuckers, I think I'm a permanent fixture at your goddamn dinner table. I'm like, Lord have mercy. It be out of nowhere. I'm like, okay. And it has been time so bad to where I have to go back. These motherfuckers are lying, whatever. And I be like, I know I ain't said nothing that would make somebody think I'm talking about them or whatever. And look at my shit and be like, I ain't said nobody's motherfuckers. But they got I'm in their mental health. I'm in their mental health motherfucker set up. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna run you crazy. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make sure of it. Oh yeah, you in denial. Oh yes, ma'am. You are in denial. Because we're looking at behaviors and assessing them for two different reasons. I'm not worried about their treatment and if they truly are fucking psychotic. I know that I know there's a psychotic break. I know that this is a battle of psychosis. I know it's some mental health shit going on. Whatever. I leave that to y'all to determine which one it is. I know it's some manic shit going on. Hell, sometimes I be so tempted to assess the layperson uh definition of bipolar and multiple goddamn personalities, but I have to remember this motherfucker bipolar. Okay, but the hell, leave that up to y'all. So then you got Mr. Dennis. And Mr. Dennis, I like Mr. Dennis, but this is crazy. He got a picture of him and this woman on as a thumbnail. Like what? Like get over it. Get your ass on. That is, harassment is crazy. I don't know if y'all ever heard me talk about it a long time ago. I told y'all. I can't stand that breakup abuse. I can't stand that motherfucking harassment. They harass, they get all the motherfuckers to harass you. Just crazy. And it don't have to be like a relationship. Um it don't have to be a relationship what I'm talking about. I'm talking about it could be a friendship or whatever. God damn. My friend always talking about you always act like the man in the situation. No, I don't. But God damn, the fuck on. Uh, baby, I can't wait. I read you motherfuckers. It's gonna be like a book. Tell me I'm lying. Tell the truth. Anybody that's stressing it, I'm telling the truth. I only got the truth. The truth only comes out of my mouth. People don't talk like that. They're not having no. I don't give a damn if it's a colloquy or whatever. Soliloquy. It doesn't matter. Nobody speaks like that. You tell the shit and leave it where it is. Now I'm gonna play Mr. Dennis because I haven't heard this. Says update, infamous Sylvia finally admits telling that she placed the thing. See, again, here again, it is somebody saying that just because Mr. Dennis interpreted that she, let me play it. It's the bullshit. It's all this extra shit for me.
Saw Dana on my Dana Jackson, Dana J.
Hold on.
You know, messed up.
Wait a minute. Ooh, stop.
I try not to talk about the woman, but she make it too easy for me. Before I do that, I want to first of all take a little roll call. Okay, what's up, that it's in common. And Kimberly, I see you. So, you know, Sylvia has this case going on. She has this case going on in another county with another YouTuber, content creator. And it all started years ago. I would say probably 3 or 4 years ago with the two of them. Well, the case is coming to, I guess, a conclusion soon. It's coming to a conclusion soon. But during their going back and forth and having their issues, back in December of not last year, but the year before, it wasn't last December, it was the year before, I had Dana on my platform. And you guys who are following this, saw Dana Jackson, Dana J. He's on my platform. So he and I'm talking on the platform, and I mentioned to him, because he was telling me the story and the issue he had with her and everything. So I mentioned to him that she told me, so he said, hey, I put a track on his car. So I said that to Dana on the line. Who remembers that? Put a 1 in the chat if you remember that. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember me telling you the story. So, I don't know, okay, for those who don't know, okay, part 3 is coming. People are asking for part 3 of the interview I did with the FBI agent. The reason why I didn't drop it just yet, one, I've been very busy. Tonight I'm dropping that. That's coming out tonight. I want to do this live, get this out the way. After tonight, this live is going in the membership section. So if you're on, you're not. In any event, so he and I are talking about this whole situation involving the tracker. I mentioned that she told me to put a tracker in the car and everything. So she kept saying she was being framed and it's a lie, and they're lying on her. And I don't know if you guys remember, they lying on her. And they tell her, things. Sylvia has a way of, let's just say, not taking responsibility. Let's say it like that. She has a way of not taking responsibility for her actions. And I've called her to task about it. And I've told her, and I basically said, you've done some things that, most people would have probably said, nah, but we will move away from that. But in any event, tonight, or earlier today, she was on her live, and she was talking about the case involving, talking about the drug situation. Yeah, representing a blogger did something. And I'll say it right now, that filing that Bonnie Willis in her office did, trying to revoke Young Thug's probation, it was ridiculous. I knew it wasn't going nowhere. It was just a waste of taxpayer money, and it was just a lot of dog whistles in the filing. I said, no reasonable judge would even entertain this. And my next thought was, why would the prosecution even file something like this unless they were trying to send a message to multiple individuals? Because what it makes me was that they were trying to send messages to the blogger, Young Thug, the judge, while not really having a basis to file that paperwork for his revocation. So they mentioned the blogger and they filed it. They never said her name. And they kind of alluded to, they actually said that she was a part of violating a judge's order. Well, that didn't happen. It didn't happen, but it was put in that motion. And it was also a reference to quote Judge Whitaker, YSL Whitaker. And the context of what was said in it essentially was trying to signal the judge that they're not taking you serious. They call you YSL Whitaker. Well, throughout the trial, you saw many people on various platforms and comment sections making all kind of comments, calling everybody YSL this, YSL, everyone had a handle associated with white knife, right? But a lot of people involved in the case, but especially on the defense. And so, make a long story short, Sylvia, unfortunately, got into the crosshairs of the prosecution, and I believe that while she's going to Fulton County covering the cases of Fulton County, they're watching her, and the fact that they will put a picture of her video which talks about investigator Viverito in the filing, it wasn't done to alert the judge. It was done to alert the judge, but it was done for the judge to say, hey, if this is the same blogger that you banished to the media room and you called up a few times, but the Judge Whitaker wasn't buying that. She saw it through the BS. Fast forward to today. So she's talking about this situation that she had in Fulton County with the filing and her being mentioned in the filing. And by the way, being mentioned in the filing is not a flex. By the way, it's not a flex at all. You don't want to be mentioned in court filings. But in any event, she was mentioned. And what I said in our comment section was that be careful because they got pretty much a target on you. They got a target on you. And then she got, and then I'm gonna play some of the video. I'm not gonna play the videos for content purposes, not for content, but for education purposes. I want you to just listen. So she's talking about how the filing was bogus, which I agree. It was a waste of time. But there were dog whistles in there, and they wanted to kind of, it's my belief that they wanted to scare her in the filing. Because what they said in the filing did not amount to what she actually did. So it was a lot of BS. But, so when I commented on what she was talking about, she repeated it and then kind of agreed with it. But then she goes into this rant about there's someone in the comment section that was responsible for me going to jail. I've been through a lot. Well, no. The reason why you were in that situation was because you might have did some things, and essentially, you said it. She said it in the live. I'll play what she said. She basically said, "Well, I did tell you that. Well, that's what I've been saying. You told me that you put a track in the man's car. You told me that, and now you admit it tonight. You told me that. So, no one's the lie yet. Since I've been telling the story, and nothing I said was a deviation from what I said previously. You said you put a track in the man's car, and you said it tonight. Yeah. Oh, I said it. Yeah, I said it. But what did I tell you? That's an admission. You just said what I said. So, what did I do anything wrong? You essentially said what I said. When you get people to feel sorry for you, like you were the victim, no, all I said was what you told me. So, I guess the question is, if I was right about you telling me this and I repeated it to the other YouTuber, then I totally lied. So where's the problem at? So you have people believing that you were being attacked and all. No, but the fact of the matter is, we're going to play it. I want the people to hear it. Shut your. How you said that? What is this? You said the people is. So we're going to play it because for those who joined in tonight, don't know the backstory. It was a backstory. It's in the membership section, so the people don't understand. I just want to put this out because she's going through this case now, and she wants me to come to court. What I got to come to court for? You just admitted what you told me. I'm not coming to court. I'm not coming to court. I wasn't subpoenaed to come to court. I never plan on coming to court. I just repeated what you said to me. That's it. But you've been telling the people that you've been lied on, but now tonight, I want the people to hear it. I'm going to bring it up. We're going to bring it up. I got to play this. I just wanted to bring this up here. You've been lying to the people. Here we go. I'm bringing this up. Yeah. I got to play it now before she tries to delete it. Here go the lies. Here go the lies. Let's go.
Don't let me bring up paperwork.
What's all the paperwork?
I'm in here minding my business. You coming into my chat.
Yeah, now you're coming to mine. How about that? Okay, so she's reading the comments.
No, leave them alone, y'all. Leave them alone. Hey, Heaven.
She's like, my Terrence Howard. I didn't know about that. I'm sure Terrence is about looking for her. Here we go. Come on. Tell your truth.
Show that paper. Hey, Slick. How you doing, Slick?
Show that paperwork. The paperwork is there.
Slick, I'm still praying for you, sweetheart. I'm still praying for you and your family.
Go ahead.
He repeated what I said to him, but when did he decide to repeat that comment? When did it decide? After you did not have after you told us with Mariah the scientist, is that the reason why you come up with that? That's the reason why? You got mad? You got mad because she asked you to remove the interview.
So listen
so you started pouting. You started acting like a little.
Listen to what she says.
Just got your feelings hurt.
Listen to this. Go back a little bit.
I am favored by God. I have them all over me.
Just listen carefully.
You didn't get me out of jail. You put me in jail. Don't play with me, dude. Don't come in here and play with me. You didn't get me out of jail. You put me in jail.
That put you in jail.
You put me in jail.
That put you in jail. I didn't file a complaint against you.
You put me in jail.
That put you in jail. I walk you there, that handcuffs in your head. I file a complaint against you. No, I do none of that.
Oh, God, that's what you got me under. No, you put me in jail.
I got you out. I got you.
Put me in jail. Well, let me bring out the paperwork.
Bring the paperwork out.
Don't let me bring out the paperwork. I'm in here minding my business. You coming into my chat.
That's right. And I paid $5 a thing. I'm talking about the hairstyle.
No, leave me alone.
Yeah, no. Keep that same energy. That same energy. I'm glad you took those braids out. I just couldn't take it anymore. I'm glad you took them out. They were going every direction.
Show that paper.
Show that paper.
How you doing, Slick? sick, I'm still praying for you, sweetheart. I'm still praying for you and your family.
Listen, I'm the only. Listen, I was the only one on her live.
He repeated what I said to him, but when did he decide to repeat that comment? When did he decide? After you did not have after you told us the interview down with Mariah the scientist, is that the reason why you come up with that? That's the reason why you got mad? You got mad because she asked you to remove the interview. So you started acting like a little woman.
Notice
she got the feelings hurt, huh?
So she said, listen to what she said. She said, when did you repeat it? When did I repeat it? I repeated when I wanted to repeat it.
See, this is what I'm talking about, right? Sylvia needs to understand, and so do some of you motherfuckers out here, need to understand the level of fucking, I don't know what to call it, right? You have to be on point. And especially when if you're a person that has that nervous energy and you just don't say shit, okay? Because what she was saying is, when did I say that to you? And when did you repeat it? After I told Mariah the scientist, or Mariah the scientist told you to take that interview down, that's when you went to, that's what she's saying. But she done picked that up right there and done turned that into an admission of guilt. These motherfuckers are, I'm talking about, they go for, ooh, I can't say what I want to say, baby. I can't say what the hell I want to say. You know, and I'm not defending her or any of that. But common sense now would tell you, why would she sit up there and admit to it? When did I say that to you? After all this time saying she never did it and she never said told no dentist that whatever. See, this is the thing, right? She has been so convinced that Dennis is a part of the case against her. Now, he just said he has no subpoena or anything like that. He would be on the witness list. Now, granted, I'm not saying he won't be on the witness list. I'm saying that they will get a copy of the people that's going to be on the witness list. I don't believe that Dennis is a witness on paper for that man with regards to this. But they have been so convinced that he is. Hey, this ain't got nothing to do with me. But if he's a witness and the state has this, and now we see the state is opening the records and all that type of stuff, and if he's on there as a witness, her attorney would have told her, listen, they got a witness. That's a statement by a party opponent. That 801D, that is admissible. That's a hearsay exception. That's admissible. She wasn't saying what live is that of Sylvia? Because I don't want the narration.
The bullet came from?
Hold on, I don't want the narration. It happened 19. I'm already. Now y'all too much trouble out here. You're a bunch of crazy motherfuckers. You're too much. And then, like, you be all in her chat. She don't fuck with you. That is just goddamn harassment. Okay, this must be the live right there. Like, he act like he want to help her. Then all that passive aggressive saving complex. All you motherfuckers are insane. That's how you end up here. Yeah, I don't think I don't think that man put no tracker nowhere or whatever. And check this out, right? Y'all remember the video that the boy put out talking about how he found the tracker? That can be scrutinized and blown up. Like, what is wrong with you motherfuckers? Oh,
Absolutely. They tried because of my past experience. I had the picture out and things like that.
Hold on, let me see how this thing looks. This is crazy. Okay, so it's the judge sitting there.
There are people who did not hear it. It's because if you check TMZ in jail already, right up in this chat.
Hold on, okay.
I've been there. Because see, the hatred for Sylvia is so strong in these social media things that they just like ready to pounce on it and say, hey, yes, the blogger did this, yeah, the blogger, They didn't give me my name because they figured, hey, if they give the name, because then, people want to come into her channel, we don't want to blow her up that way. We'll just put her as the blogger. And everybody know who the blogger that's been sitting in that courtroom every day to a certain case who's been there from day one is me. Tear me down. Yeah, they ready. The blogger did it. Now, I had Judge Whitaker did something mean, they would have been like, oh, shit, get her out. Blah, blah, blah. Now that the Judge Whitaker did not do that, she saw through it. She saw through it. She saw that was nonsense. She seen them constantly picking on me. They hate the fact that I walked inside that court. They hate the fact that I am giving you guys the details of what's happening, the lies. They hate it. They were mad that time when I told you guys that a particular prosecutor was upset and crying. They hated that. They didn't want that information out. They didn't want that. God got my back. I keep telling all of y'all, God got my back. God got my back, and if whatever happens, God allowed it. Whatever happens, God allowed it. I can't sit around here and be scared because I'm not scared. I'm not scared of a man. There's nothing man can do to me. Nothing. What, put you in jail? Y'all, somebody in here already put me in jail. Somebody part of put me in jail already, right up in this chat. I've been there. God is all over. Yes, I will bring God in here every single time. That's who made me. Who knows everything about me. Yes, I will bring God up in every single time. You hate me bringing up God. You know that fact that God, I am God's favorite. I'm favored by God. I am favored by God. I have God all over me. You didn't get me out of jail. You put me in jail. Don't play with me, dude. Don't come up in here and play with me. You didn't get me out of jail. You put me in jail. You put me in jail. You put me in jail. You don't try to tell me he got me. No, you put me in jail. You put me in jail. Don't let me bring out the paperwork. Don't let me bring out the paperwork. I'm in here minding my business. You coming into my chat. No, leave him alone, y'all. Leave him alone. They happen. Show that paper. Hey, Slick. How you doing, Slick? Slick, I'm still praying for you, sweetheart. I'm still praying for you and your family. He repeated what I said to him, but when did he decide to repeat that comment? When did it decide? After you did not have after you was told to take the interview down with Mariah the scientist? Is that the reason why you come up with that? That's the reason why you got mad. You got mad because she asked you to remove the interview. So you started pounding. You started acting like a little woman, huh? You got your feelings hurt, huh? How many months did it take for you to go tell after you were told certain thing, huh? And then you go lie about it. You lie about it too. You lied. But see, the thing is, God knows the facts, the truth. You thought you knew what you was talking about. You thought you knew. But you got set up too. Just like I need you to come to court. That's all I need you to do. I need you to come to court. I need to face my accusers. And you're one of my accusers. I need you to come to court. Don't text me. Don't write me no note. Don't give me no prayer. I don't need your prayer. You just come to court. That's all I need you to do. Come to court. I'm waiting. I want to meet all my accusers. Just come to court. Just be in court. That's all. I have a right to face my accuser. No, you come to court. Come and bring your behind to court. I want to face my accuser. And you're one of the accusers. Just come to court. Don't send me no more texts. Don't call me private calls. Don't do any of that. Just come to court. Just come to court. That's all I want you to do. Just come to court. That's it. No, you come to court. No, you come to court. You come to court. Come to court. Trust me, my lawyer knows everything. I'm not a liar. Come to court. I want my accuser at court. Come to court. Come to court. That's not what the paperwork said. I got your statement, sir. Not what the paperwork said. Come to court. That's all I want. I want you to come to court. Stop hiding behind the computer. Come to court. I have a right to see my accusers. Ray. Okay, let me get back focused. Yes, there's court tomorrow, Ray. They have court tomorrow at 12:30. Court is tomorrow. Y'all put me through hell and you talking about a case dismissed. No, I told the judge I want to go to trial. I want to go to trial. Y'all put me through hell. I was in jail for 8 days. I deserve to go through trial. I want y'all exposed for the liars y'all are. You're as bad as the state. You see this, y'all? You see this? Y'all see this? You see this, right? They put me through hell. I went to jail for 8 days. And you see this bull. You see this bull, right? That's 8 days I could never get back. I could never get the 8 days back. I spent my birthday in jail. I spent Valentine's Day in jail. I could never get that back. I think it's a joke? You think it's funny to put somebody in jail? I'm in here minding my business, y'all. I'm minding my business, covering information to give to you guys, and he comes in here. You didn't get me out of no damn jail. You know what? You're about to get on my nerve for real. This fool think he's something. You put me in jail, and then all of a sudden, he got me out of jail. Would have been the longest. No, you did not get me out of jail. You did not get me out of jail. Stephanie, you go ahead and tell this fool what happened, what you did. Don't lie like that. Come on, he got me out of jail. Such a damn liar. Come on, he got me out of jail. They think it's a joke. They think it's a joke. Half of these people in these YouTube, they think it's a joke. They think it's a joke. They think putting somebody in jail, messing up their life, they think it's a joke. I can never get those 8 days back. And never. That's why when people do those DNA and they find out the person is not the person that did it, they spend 30, 40 years in jail because somebody lied. You cannot. Cleveland, it's not over. No, it's not over. All right, let me go ahead and play this.
The state calls investigator Melissa Vallow.
Y'all heard that? So, what she was essentially saying. So now let's see how far down did Dennis play with his video.
It's no timeline which I could repeat something. I repeated it. I gave you the facts. It says it. I put the comment. I just repeat what you told me. But when did you decide to repeat it? What does that sound like, ladies and gentlemen? What does that sound like? Does that sound like she didn't tell me? Or does it sound like I repeated what she told me? And she has an issue with when I decide to tell. I decided to tell in December. I decided to tell the truth in December. Repeat what you said. I didn't make up what you said. I repeated what you said. Did I see you put a tracker in there? Absolutely not. Did you tell me you put a tracker in the man's car? Absolutely. So I repeated it. Is there a crime in repeating? I didn't snitch. Snitch is someone who has involvement in the crime. I had no involvement in what you did. None. Not one thing. He snitched on himself. When did you repeat it? Okay. I repeated what I felt like repeating. It's not like I didn't do anything, unethical. I just said what you said. Let's go.
How many months did it take for you to go tell after you were told? So,
Right. Listen. How many months did it take you after you were told? What does that sound like, gentlemen? That's the How many months did I decide to tell after I was told?
That laugh is a sign of when someone thinks that they are getting away with whatever they're trying to get away with. And they're saying, oh, that person is so dumb to sit up there and say that. Y'all so dumb to believe it. I got my pen and paper now. Let's go.
Wait a minute. I don't need to be a witness. You just said it. How many months did it take after I told you that you decided to tell? Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I present to you a confession. So all this time you were saying I was lying about what you told me. But no, I wasn't lying about what you told me. Are you upset that I waited? You said 4 months? Let's listen. How many months did I wait to tell? Oh my goodness. Like, what the heck is going on?
And then you go lie about it. You lie about it. You lied.
Hold on.
See, don't let me bring out the paperwork.
Don't bring the paper.
Don't let me bring out the paperwork.
We're going to play one.
I'm in here minding my business. You coming into my chat. The thing is, God knows the facts, the truth.
Just read my comment. Just read it. Go ahead.
Show that paper. Hey, Slick. How you doing, Slick? Slick, I'm still praying for you, sweetheart. I'm still praying for you and your family.
Everyone needs a little prayer.
He repeated what I said to him, but when did he decide to repeat that comment? When did it decide? After you did not have after you were told to take the interview down with Mariah the scientist? Is that the reason why you come up with that? That's the reason why? You got mad? You got mad because she asked you to remove the interview. So you started pouting. You started acting like a little woman, huh? You got your feelings hurt, huh? How many months did it take for you to go tell after you were told? Sorry.
See right there. That's it. I rest my case. How many months did I wait to tell? So the notion of me making something up is hogwash. BS. The fact of the matter is, you told me. You were mad that I told him that you told me. That's the problem. You were mad at me because I told him. And I told him after you snaked me in the courtroom. Snaked me. She snaked me in the courtroom. That's what she did, ladies and gentlemen. And I didn't change. She snaked me in the courtroom. I'm like, what? I put that thumbnail up. I want you guys to look at the thumbnail. The thumbnail is me showing her how to operate a camera in the courtroom. I'm schooling her. I'm trying to teach her techniques on how to work on Big Bertha. And I want to use that photo for illustration purposes, but I was teaching her. Like I've been teaching her. The class is over. She decided to go rogue. But then she's mad because I repeated something she told me months earlier. During the time that I repeated it, she denied it for a whole year. She never said anything. But now she feels like, okay, now let me go ahead and just take ownership of it. She's going to raise tons of money for the sympathy. Now she's admitting that what I said was the truth. And you people would beat me up. There's when you make that up on it. No, she said it. And I repeated it. I have no reason to lie to a woman. I have no reason to lie to this woman. But she's mad because I repeated something to her op. Like if you snake me, listen, let me tell you something. If you snake me, intentionally snake me, Scorpios, we're not a sting now. So I just told her what you told me. Were you lying to me? Because it's very interesting that you told me this, and I repeated it, but back then you didn't want to take ownership of it. You didn't want to say, hey, I told him this. You didn't want to say that. Because then that would make me a truth teller. But now, today, it only cost me $5 for her to admit that. So the minute I hit that super chat, she was talking. Okay, so the minute I hit that super chat, she was talking. And something, the other thing is, you have the right to remain silent, anything you say will be used against you in the court of law. I don't have to be there. So now, I was thinking, I'm going to say this. This is what I was thinking over the months. I was saying, well, she told me she put a tracker in the car. The timeline in which she told me this was months earlier. So, and here's the problem I'm having right now. Did she put a tracker in the car that she sold him? Or did she put a tracker in the car, another car? I never seen either one of the cars, so I don't know where she put a tracker at. But she apparently, based on, if I'm to believe what she said, she put a tracker in a car. Now, here's the thought. If she had a tracker in the car that she sold him, then that would be a defense for her. If we follow, he's saying there was a tracker in his car. He's saying she put a tracker in a car. He never made the distinction to me on what car, because I don't know what car the guy owns, or the car that she had sold him. So, and that's where they got to piece that stuff together. But all I repeated is that she told me she put a tracker in the car. That's, again, I don't know what a defense is, but one of her defenses is not that I lied on her. So that I'm out of the equation. I got nothing to do with this now. I said what I said because I repeated what you said. So, ladies and gentlemen, put a 2 in the chat if you follow what I'm saying. I've been accused of making a story up on her, but the fact of the matter is, she submitted it tonight or today that I repeated something that she said verbatim. I didn't make it up, manufactured, going after. I didn't do nothing. They said, "You put me in jail." I didn't put you in jail because I repeated what you said. No. I repeated what you said to me. I wasn't told this in confidentiality. It was a confidentiality. You didn't say, you don't tell nobody because I'm about to put a track. You didn't say that to me. You said, as a matter of fact, I put a tracker in this car. And, I said that. I didn't tell him back then when you told me, because you remember, him and I were beefing. We were beefing because I was trying to defend your ass. That's why we were beefing. That's why we're beefing. For those who know, I tried to defend you. That's why he and I was beefing. But when I realized you couldn't be trusted because you tried to snake me in the courtroom, and you guys, you want to see the backstory on that, you just got to go to. As a matter of fact, let me get her out of here because you're taking up too much of my screen right now. So I was trying to protect you.
Look at that. So let me go my notes real quick. Baby, you got to be kidding me. And see, he didn't play the rest of the video. Didn't play the rest of the video. Hold on. I'll get Lori her ass up here. So he didn't play the rest of the video where she is addressing him and saying some more additional things that will give you more context on exactly what she was trying to communicate. And here's the thing, right? If he says he said that she said that to him, she ain't that crazy to say, well, come to court so you can tell him that's exactly what I said. That don't make no motherfucking sense. This is more of the reason of how I know that he is just butthurt about how their relationship or whatever, or friendship, what the fuck was going on, ended. And what killed me, and this is why I don't like dealing with, and I'm not really calling Mr. Dennis this, but shit like this here. I wouldn't call him really ghetto or whatever, but it's some other shit going on with him. I don't like dealing with men like that, because once you reject them or shit ain't going anywhere, whatever, now you become, you become all kinds of names and shit. Now you ain't fit to be with him. After apparently she was, when I think he was probably trying to shoot his shot or setting it up or something. He stayed on her on his goddamn mind. She stays on it. That is crazy to me. Like, take your motherfucking ass on some motherfucking well. Let people live and die in peace. My God. He is keying in on every goddamn thing, every word she do, all of that shit. Here you go. Her content could be about lilies and goddamn pacemakers. And here you come. Sylvia reporting from, I mean, now he wants to take credit for her little courtroom thing. She like, first of all, she been going to court prior to even coming in contact with him. And because he showed her how to cut on a fucking camera, aiming here, aiming there, he want to take credit for her whole whatever she does. What? I think she found out how to do whatever she does by trial and error. See, that's that type of shit. I don't deal with motherfuckers like that. Because let me tell you something. This type of men I deal with, or people I deal with, when they have a real live, well-rounded, well-grounded thing going on, their career path or whatever, when they have that, when it's A-OK or whatever, they don't get stuck on no shit like that. I showed you how to use the camera. That's the only thing he ever says. I showed her how to use the camera. God damn. My mama showed me how to motherfucking use the restroom. Shit, I ain't hear her holding that over my goddamn head until the day she left him. God damn. Just nuts. Why would she be asking him to come to goddamn court and all of that if he if she told him, she confessed to him? And what she was saying is, okay, so I told you that. Well, how long? Well, when did you wait to tell people I said that? And then she said you telling a lie and so on and so forth. He didn't play all of that. Play the rest of it. Again, taking a little small sample of a video to use that to support a motherfucking narrative. And here's the thing, right? I'm just going to tell you how prosecutors do this. It is what it is. They will take the little narrative and use that to support their case. Well, it's beneficial to them. That's one that isn't ethical and isn't doing what we're supposed to do. By the book, good faith. You don't bring no case based on facts you know aren't proven, aren't the truth. But her defense can challenge that because I'm pretty sure that's probably the evidence that they done submitted in the court. That's why that boy over there was so giddy. That's why you see that evidence hitting on 4-7. More than likely, that's probably the evidence that they submitted in the court. Now, I would love to see if that's it. I can't ask Sylvia. Sylvia, will you please share your discovery with me as they tell you about it? Can you tell me, make sure I'm right? But I have and if it wasn't, it will be in discovery soon. Because one motherfucker, I'm gonna get him, I'm gonna get you, bitch. I'm gonna get you, bitch. I'm gonna get you, bitch. You turn me down, you didn't run, you hurt my feelings. Oh my gosh. And you know what? I just realized the thing, I guess, that drives people crazy about being rejected, I guess, is the fact that their feelings was hurt. So I ain't never thought about no shit like this. I just get my goddamn, okay, I know how to deal with your bitch ass. He does. I mean, Mo, I swear, Lord, you so precious. She's so sweet and nice. I swear, most of her clients must be white. Cause she be. I mean, and I had to separate some things, right? And even I still do this, because again, I told you when I feel myself not being able to be me, then I'm gonna have a problem. Because I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, and then give them the benefit of the doubt again, then give them more doubt, whatever. That's why sometimes I get labeled as naive, or sometimes gullible, because I don't want to think the worst and all that type. I don't want to do that, but I had to separate. I'm like, you know what? These different type of people, so I should think the worst, and then hope it ain't so. Be prepared. I had to separate it. I had to separate like regular people in my regular life and this shit. The lowest of the motherfucking low. I'm talking about low belly ass caterpillars, flying motherfucking lizards, wingless motherfucking butterflies. You name it, it's him. Represented. It's unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. Never seen nothing like it. I done been to the damn crazy houses and shit, visiting and shit. And see, the thing about it is, as I was taking notes, And cut the light on so I can see. Because I refuse to wear glasses because I'm too fly to do that. I'm too cool for that. But check this out. Sylvia has that nervous energy, right? And we are seeing it when she was in court with that guy. She started crying and stuff like that with the other lady when that after that Chicago situation happened or whatever. She instantly went to crying and mumbling some stuff. Okay, why would she say confess to the crime, confess that, yeah, I told him that, and then say he lied? And again, why didn't he play that part? Well, let me I want to make sure. Let me see, did he ever put her back up on the screen? I don't allow him.
Because
See, this is what people with real credibility, real credentials, good people do, whatever. We want to make sure that I ain't lying on them.
At the time,
let me see.
That you would, and I'll say this: Sylvia is not liked in Fulton County. Look how she says it. Listen. You know when people are lying. Listen how she stutters when she's. How many months did it take you to repeat? Well, don't matter how many months. You could have told me a day ago or a year ago. I can repeat something whatever I want to.
I just advanced more into his video to see, did he play the whole thing, the whole exchange. Okay, it's not a little bit to support their narrative. He has some kind of competition thing going on with this lady. He is jealous of this lady. I mean, it is just some weird shit. I can't wait till I cuss y'all out, babe. When I lay this shit out, okay.
Repeat it. So if that's your defense, he waited to tell him. I waited to tell him because I wasn't rocking with him at the time. I wasn't rocking with him. Come on. That's why your argument that people are, or your complaint that people are picking on you is just hogwash. It's hogwash.
Mm.
No, that. To bring it up here.
I just want to make sure I'm being fair.
There we go. It says show the paperwork. Show the paperwork.
I'm still praying for you, sweetheart. I'm still praying for you and your family.
Here we go.
He repeated what I said to him, but when did he decide to repeat that comment? When did it decide? After you did not have after you was told to take the interview down with Mariah the scientist? Is that the reason why you come up with that? That's the reason why you got mad?
I didn't come up with any.
You got mad because she asked you to remove the interview.
I didn't.
So you started pounding. You started acting like a little woman, huh?
I didn't come up with anything.
You got your feelings hurt, huh? How many months did it take for you to go tell after you were told a certain thing, huh?
Well, no.
And then you go lie about it. You lie about it, too. You lied.
Hold on.
But see, the thing is, God knows the facts, the truth.
See, don't play with God like that. Don't play with God like that. Don't do that.
You got mad because she asked you to remove the... You got mad because she asked you to remove the interview. So you started pounding. You started acting like a little woman, huh? You got your feelings hurt, huh? How many months did it take for you to go tell after if you were told certain thing, huh?
Look how she says it. Listen. You know when people are lying. Listen how she stutters when she's. How many months did it take you to repeat? Well, don't matter how many months. You could have told me a day ago or a year ago. I can repeat something whenever I want to repeat it. So if that's your defense, he waited to tell him. I waited to tell him because I wasn't rocking with him at the time. I wasn't rocking with him. Come on. That's why your argument that people are, or your complaint that people are picking on you is just hogwash. It's hogwash. No, that. Oh my goodness! So all those who have been donating to her cause, because she claimed people were picking on her and all this. No one's picking on you. I repeated what you said. But you should have said that back then. You should have said it back then. He repeated what I said. Then that would not make me a liar. That would make me repeating something you told me. And you didn't tell me in confidence. You just say, hey, don't repeat.
Ain't that some shit?
We don't. I'm out.
Okay. So check this out right here. Now, I ain't often I toot my own horn, but I have to toot my own horn sometimes. Right, so check this out right here. There is a reason why I wanted to see if he played the whole thing, how much he played, right? Remember I told you, there's a tree, there's a bunch of branches. Then I want to know why he played it. See, if he wouldn't have played it, and see, I'm very, very honest in my assessment and shit like that of these goddamn psychopaths. I went through his video to see if he plays it again. Saw that he played it again, saw how far. Now I'm waiting to answer my next question. Why he playing it again? That's because he needs to reinforce his narrative. That's why they keep saying it over and over and over again. A person that isn't trying to prove something, be persuasive and all of that. Now, granted, that's not a crime. That's not a bad thing to try to be persuasive and all. No, that's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. Because if you got somebody persuading and things of that nature, whatever, you may ask, well, wonder why. Then you got to find and see if there's any factors, any variables, any other elements, and to see, okay, you got him doing all of that, and then over here you got some factors, some elements, and some variables of them having a relationship that's soured. There's some potential allegations going on. Could be a possibility, some jealousy going on, some other shit. So, but I do that in my head, and I just was jotting it down, for to make sure I go over the shit that I caught on both of their sides, right? But anyway, let's get into evaluating this shit, right? So again, like I said, if he's a witness, then he'll be subpoenaed. She say she has his witness statement. Now, I don't know if it's an actual witness statement or where in that paperwork they reference some type of witness or something like that. I'm not sure, but those are two quietly different things. If if he is a key in this case, he will be subpoenaed. There ain't no question of whether or not he'll take the stand or not. If he went down there and said anything, he said he repeated to that man. If that man put in a statement that he was told that by somebody else she told, that's a whole bunch of that's a hearsay, and then there's an exception for that. So his ass don't have a choice. He'll be part of that goddamn discovery. So it's two different things. Somebody being mentioned in paperwork and you assuming that is Dennis, and having his actual statement saying that I am a witness, she said this. That would be a part of discovery. Two different things. Um she's Sylvia's hard headed, right? So you can't tell her like, Sylvia, don't do this, Sylvia, don't do whatever, because she believes that she has the right to do this, that, and the third, and whatever. And you do. You do. And you shouldn't be in fear of just speaking in general, having a normal dialogue like you be taught, like you would talk to, offline or whatever. This motherfuckers using it against you, recording it, all this extra shit, and storing it up to use against your motherfucking ass at a later date. Shit. Hell, I wish I knew what I knew. Well, let me be quiet. Start something else. Fuck. Um, and again, who would sit up there and admit that, yeah, I told a potential witness in this case that, who would admit that a couple of days ago? She ain't that damn crazy. But she did say you lied and all this extra stuff, and why would you understand what I'm saying? She should. You have to get familiar with um the way in which Sylvia speaks. You'll know that it's not going to be loaded with everything you need to figure out something. You understand what I'm saying? It's um, and a lot of people speak that way, and it's not a requirement to give you the whole context of the top to the bottom, the story, the in and out, whatever. It's you know what I'm saying. It's not a requirement. It's just the way she speaks. If this was going to trial, when yeah, he would be what? He would be the key to the prosecution's case. But this is damn insane. Like, what the fuck is this about? And he has a pretty lengthy record of this behavior with women. I don't know what's going on. Even prior to the people and the women in this sector. I've been knew about him when he was into it with Tasha K. Prior to this sector was even formed, honey. Jovi Beauty. The list goes on. This is some crazy, 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 crazy ass shit. And it's so unfair. That you understand what I'm saying? That just because you done made a wrong turn into the crazy community, here you go. The motherfuckers crawling all up on the wall and on the windows and shit like this here. And you feel like you just trapped inside and shit. The fuck? You can't be normal and natural and all this kind of shit. Who does that? Bunch of weirdos. Y'all ain't gonna fucking worry me, honey. Mm-mm. So let me check this before I move on and get to I was gonna say Jodi Arias. Let me see if there's been any update. I mean, I know she wants to be a maverick and be like, well, I want to cover what I want to cover and say what I want to say. But, honey, unfortunately, you really got to be mindful around this one because these motherfuckers are crazy. So I don't see an update yet. But according to that boy, they updated every day at 5:30. I can't get ready for this shit. Don't try to knock me off the goddamn thing because I'm talking about it. Okay. Fix your ass. And my thing is, you have all these people that take the videos down and hide this, whatever. If your shit, stand by. I stream to 3 platforms or 4. If you two take down the video, you can find it on the other motherfucking platforms. And sometimes if I know YouTube have taken the video down, usually for music or something like that, I'll tell you, hey, because I know it's going to be a minute before I get to it to clean it up or whatever. I'm like, hey, the video can be found here at this link or what have you. What should I call, man? I'll send it to you. The fuck I care. Like, huh? That's crazy to me. I got accused of taking down a video because somebody else said something. Huh? I'm not taking down a video because I said something, let alone somebody else said something. There was 2 videos I had to take down because of guns and shit. And I have very long videos. So you have to do those a certain way. I was even taking my time at one point. Do remember I put on that video and a video? Do you put in my search bar? Well, I will play the video, stop it, so it can take out that little segment and then put it back on so y'all can have the video. Do it with it with what you may. I don't give a fuck. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Because I know if you come fucking with me, trying to put me in some motherfucking shit or some motherfucking jail, baby, I'm going to tear your head off. Because some of you motherfuckers think you know what the fuck you're doing. I know what the fuck to do. Stupid. All kind of shit. Right, but let me get to this lady. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Here she go.
Individually about whether it's really him versus his employer, and offer to write a letter if he needs one to his employer about the requirements of jury service, and just sort of feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep him on for right now. Please silence all phones. As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will proceed into the opening statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreau, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently. He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed. He is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation for when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
There's several things, but he will be called to talk about things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness or potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk about things means. So I would like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
He has to have relevant information, which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely. That's an issue in the case. So what fact would he testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance? Can you give me some idea of the relevant information that he would provide to the jury that would help them make a decision?
Without giving away my entire defense?
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that, you know, are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, you know, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Bardreau, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's go on sidebar. Testified to by a witness who has been sworn in and is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and later in closing arguments is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. the state can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you going to use, yeah, put a mic over there.
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark." Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn, question mark?" And Lori responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later." As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say in response that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori
Just a couple more things. You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any out of court statement is hearsay unless it there's an exception under, or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out-of-court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
But you did brief the detectives before.
Since I'm behind, I think it jumped ahead or whatever, so I didn't see Lori do an opening or anything. So I'm gonna take it back to where she approaches the podium and does her opening. But in that little clip, she already apparently doesn't know what hearsay is. We've been talking about it a little bit today. Now, if she had a hearsay exception in with that witness she had on the stand.
Is an agreement between.
Please be seated. All right, the defendant can proceed with her opening statement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a crime. Okay, so you see here. Okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my fourth marriage and Charles' third marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities in his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage, that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years. That he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security
I'm going to
office.
object to hearsay.
Sustained.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lauren's Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lauren's Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence, and that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground. And Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car, and Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Can I grab a tissue?
Yes.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex and myself, were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffett, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inkland asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inkland. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler Police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
The objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. If I may go get him.
All right, sir, you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in right here.
W-I-E-R-Z-B-I-C-K-I. And your first name? I-R-W-I. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. All right, you're going to have a seat up here.
Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name's Sergeant Erwin Worsbicky. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in beat 18.
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600.
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
It was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I
What
was.
did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department back then, did they have body worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
And you're saying it was 760, so I pulled the printer to see if I could get.
Sorry about that.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you and Officer Krautheim handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands. That was what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yeah, it's the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes.
Okay. So you're able to tell that tell dispatch to tell the person to come out?
Yes.
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
Yes.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes.
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
Okay. When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
I gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside
Yes,
and you went into the house?
yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that, and just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty,
So no furniture?
no furniture, yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes.
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
No.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to.
Would you have
Yeah.
done that if you believed that would have helped him?
Absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Okay. Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
It's a yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning and talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And sir, if you could just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
2 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may. Also right there.
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing
Yes, ma'am.
that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
That the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
But you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around,
No.
no ID in his pocket.
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well,
Yes,
because they're documenting it.
yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
One that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
And I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I have a paralegal that goes up to the officer to review as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of 2 different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall, no. I don't believe I did.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall, no.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene, and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
It's Sergeant. Where's Vicky? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I use those words, but he seemed very calm, yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
No,
No. Why not?
because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol?
To what?
To perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet?
Mhm.
Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct, when you entered into the house?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes.
So around 8:51 perhaps?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes.
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
Yes.
On top of the gunshot wound.
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes.
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while, or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I believe that day was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella?
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffett that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay, what about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is
Yes.
that what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving?
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
Just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. That's my
Detective
understanding. Mhm.
I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection, irrelevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
I was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is
Yes.
that correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it when did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes.
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 PM on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 PM. It was
Or
done
by 4 PM?
but it appears to be yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb?
Yes, ma'am.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No.
Is the body basically a crime scene?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG heart monitors and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes.
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
Correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes.
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
No,
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes.
If I may have my paralegal provide him with a copy of the CAD report.
You want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes,
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 p.m.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes,
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
yes,
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please write it on the provided form. I'm not seeing any questions come down. You can step down, sir. All right, the state can call its next witness.
Thank you. And if I may go get it. Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, go ahead and have a seat over here to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Were you working patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information. And then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on the computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Wiersbe?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body-worn camera.
And back then, where was your body-worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera's actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you were talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Wiersbe do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did.
What exit did he come out of?
At the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No.
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
No.
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out? Any type of jitters?
No.
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
No.
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
If we can fix that. Alex Cox patting or rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel?
Yes.
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that You thought you should override that.
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment, and you oh, he better get treatment, he's so bad off?
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
She's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
Okay. When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. There's an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th, 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct, yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't, the orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they could respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody. So yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no.
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Worsbicky went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
So fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
And who is that other officer there?
That's Officer Wizbeski, sorry. I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter. Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around like people just walk up to you and ask you what's going on. And you got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to keep it as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention,
I did.
and he declined it.
He refused.
Who are those?
That's Lori Vallow and her daughter.
So when you said across the street, we just saw a red SUV. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
So at this point, did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes.
And who did you believe she was?
His wife.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes.
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
Yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
It looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. And I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the firemen kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes.
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
Correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire's going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
We see something in Officer Becky's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do an inner and then an outer perimeter.
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter and ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes.
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
Correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved, kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
Okay. So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes.
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
Yes, he has the same type.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license, because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood. So we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene?
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
And are you still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Okay.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
Does your husband live here or no? Oh, gotcha. Okay. You guys are all right.
You could turn up the volume.
Okay. Let me just get your. Do you have a driver's license with that for this crap? Thank you. L-O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for?
Noreen.
Noreen. N-O.
R-E-N.
V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori?
808-755.
755?
5452.
You live here though, not in Santana. This is your home.
Right,
Gotcha.
right.
Okay.
We just moved in here.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here?
I'm sorry,
How long have you lived here?
like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Are you working at all?
No.
Okay. And you're still about 5'6", and 20.
Did you also get biographical information from teenager?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let's stop it now. After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Okay. Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Yes.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox and for a significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. Didn't ask, we just talked about things not related to this at all, just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
And did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the
correct?
time, yes.
At the time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You mentioned about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then he's also, you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but I think he did.
But you stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And the scene itself, was it chaotic?
no,
Were people running around screaming?
no,
Were people running in and out of the front door?
no,
So were the officers calm?
it was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
Was the fire department calm?
I didn't interact with them very much. I couldn't answer that.
Your friend the Wiz was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
So when I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm. Isn't that
Objection,
correct?
Speculation.
Sustain.
So you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's like a cut down his head, 1
It
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot.
I did.
Is that correct? Okay. And so, and that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so a small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
tomato, tomato.
Okay. Did Alex ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes,
So an EMS person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
yes,
Yes. But no one asked anybody to do that? Correct?
correct.
Okay. And he didn't seem disoriented to you at all?
No,
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
no,
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
correct. He did not.
And you didn't supply any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there next to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
Kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid. Just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
Objection to compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you. Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there were lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency, police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things were there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds,
Okay.
maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house?
I was.
And you were with him basically that whole time till he
Yes.
got into the police car?
Yes,
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, Did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he express?
Hold on. When
Sorry?
there's an objection.
I'm sorry.
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
Did he express to you that he kind of felt out of it because he hit?
Hearsay?
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think what was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day or it still took a few days?
No, I finished at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inkland in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with him, yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one?
Sergeant,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD. So I'd have to look at that, and I don't know. 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes,
No other officers?
correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me for recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to. So it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station, not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department,
it is.
correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Then when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house, or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, you said they got into a domestic fight consisted.
Objection.
I'm sorry,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
what was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection,
Hold on.
hearsay,
That's
improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask questions of what Alex said.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
I did.
Correct. Okay. And how did you obtain that information, Your Honor?
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
I don't know if he
correct?
was a neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah, I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right, but they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Juror 15. Juror 15. Is that your phone on the?
Just a couple more things. You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any out-of-court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception under, or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out-of-court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
But you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police station? Is that correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Nate Moffett, Cassie, I think my
That
sergeant.
Detective Inklin, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
Oh,
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
and that was about how long before you left to go to the police station?
$10 minutes, maybe?
And how long do you think you were speaking with them?
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
for the briefing?
Yes.
Did you meet with the prosecutor to go over your testimony today?
I did.
When was that?
2 weeks ago, maybe?
How long did that meeting last?
Probably around an hour total.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as well?
I did.
It was not part of your duty to check anything in the perimeter. You weren't looking for evidence. You were just dealing with the shooter. Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route, and then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route? Do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us. He needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me, and I just asked you to go back to your car.
Did you have any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving? Maybe.
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance. And hearsay.
Well, overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing him on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Yeah.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And it took less than a minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
Not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute to discuss that with the detectives? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
In miles, probably 8 miles, 10 miles maybe.
How long do you think that took around?
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
And then where did you enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
I don't recollect where I parked. There's various areas you can park at the police department to access the area that I access, so I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk Alex into the police station, is that correct?
Yes,
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
correct.
And then you took him into an interrogation room, is that correct?
Yes,
And then Detective Moffett took over?
yes.
Okay, just wanted to be clear, okay. Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But did you saw Detective Moffett there?
Yes.
And you saw Detective Inklin there?
I don't remember Inklin. I just remember Moffett relieved me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. At the beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor, if you recall that.
I do.
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
Yes.
Had you just shot someone?
No.
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
As far as I know, no.
How about Officer Wiz? You said he was nonchalant and calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
No.
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
Correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes.
Still nonchalant and calm?
Yes.
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Are you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
The latter, just answering questions to the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
You were asked about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct.
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point?
Correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes.
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
Yes.
The towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
Yes.
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
No.
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
Yes.
So if we want to really know how long it was that he was seated before he touched his head, we could watch the time on the body cam, right?
Yes.
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
Yes.
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
Yes.
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
Yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
Does that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was at 8:36 a.m.?
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived, and we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Where's Biggie, who got there around 8:41?
Yes.
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene and talking to Lori Vallow and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass them down at this time. Go ahead, the state has a follow-up question.
Just one question, and I don't know if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back out?
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene to help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
No other questions?
Did the defendant have any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to hand me that? Thank you. All right. You can call your next witness. The podium here and be sworn in by my clerk.
Can you spell your name for the record?
Scott, S-C-O-T-T, C-O-W.
Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth will help you God.
All right, you're gonna come up this little ramp, have a seat right here.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Scott Cowden,
And where do you work?
Chandler Fire Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 26 years.
And talk a little bit about what firefighters do. Do you just respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
What kind of training do you have to work as a firefighter and deal with medical calls?
When you're hired, you're going to go through an academy that will certify you as a state firefighter. Typically, you're going to already be certified as an EMT. And then during the course of your career, I went to paramedic school and graduated from that in probably 2007.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a paramedic and an EMT?
EMT would just be kind of the more basic kind of entry level position. Paramedic is more advanced, so you have more advanced training. There's more advanced skills that you could perform. Some of our equipment would only be able to be used and utilized and performed by a paramedic.
As both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes.
And can you tell us, have you ever been a CPR instructor yourself?
Yes, I was a CPR instructor for probably over 12 years.
Was that for other firefighters?
I was certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified. Every 2 years, you have to have that certification recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body, you're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse, you confirm that just by checking for a pulse, and you don't feel that, the heart isn't beating, and you would need to start chest compressions.
What is the point of that, of doing those chest compressions? You said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't know what maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but in the past I've seen it say that if somebody's starts CPR within the first few minutes, it can double or triple their chances of surviving.
When you are called to a scene, are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
Yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions?
That I might see
after a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes. So you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that it might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR, you'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I guess.
And this is something that you have felt multiple times in doing CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, that to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think they've caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
When you are performing CPR on a person that's shot, have you ever seen that cause more blood to come out if there are gunshot wounds?
Yes, I've been on some scenes where, it's been a little more bloody, so to speak. You have to be cautious of where you're stepping, or if you're kneeling down by the patient's side to perform the CPR, you're trying to be careful of that.
I want to bring you to July 11th of 2019, a call to 5531 South Four Peaks Place. Do you recall this incident?
Yes.
Do you still have some independent memory of this?
Yes.
Was it the fact that the police interviewed you also make this a more memorable scene?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first got to the scene, did you just drive right up, or how did you guys approach the scene?
Call types like this, we're going to stage and wait for PD to clear the scene so it's safe to enter. So you're going to get into in this particular case, you're going to be in the neighborhood, but you're going to be around the corner, around the block, a street away, whatever kind of might make the most sense based on where we're coming from.
Okay. How many people are on a fire engine?
In the city of Chandler, we typically have at least 4 on any of our fire engines and fire ladders.
And what was your role?
So you'll have a captain who's up front. That's the person that's in charge. I'm a fire engineer specifically, so I drive the fire apparatus. And then we'll have 2 firefighters in the back seat.
Do you recall in this case about how far away you were staged?
I mean, from a time standpoint, we might have been 30 seconds away.
Who were the other people on your team that day?
By names?
If you recall.
Okay, Captain Keller, firefighters Kaczynski, and firefighter Fife.
When you arrive at a scene like this, you told us that there's a captain, you're the driver. Does everyone sort of have a job, or how does that work when you first get there?
You typically may kind of talk about roles and what might happen. Also, like in this particular case, this was our first call of the day. So all of our calls, we're gonna do some documentation and chart it. And so we typically start with, the captain will start the first call of the day. So that meant Captain Keller was gonna be charting it. So that would leave the other 3 of us to do the evaluation, assessment, and patient contact and skills.
So when you drove up to the scene, what did you see?
I remember us having to make a turn, and a couple of officers, I feel like, were already there, kind of navigate their cars, position right in front of the house. Saw at least one officer outside, saw a citizen, I feel like probably in the driveway somewhere with that officer. And then we just kind of proceeded out of the apparatus.
When you guys entered the house, you said that Captain Keller was going to be charting. So does that mean he wouldn't be touching the patient?
More than likely not, unless we needed additional help. I mean, he possibly could have been the first one in also. The way we were parked, that passenger side of the fire apparatus was the closest to the front door. He might have been in first, because I'm going to be on the other side. The 2 firefighters are getting out and going to the back compartment of the truck to get the equipment. So he may have walked up and possibly checked a pulse or something like that first, but he didn't. I don't feel like he did anything else other than that, if that.
Okay. You told us that as you're going there, you're receiving information about the patient, correct?
Correct.
In this case, had you received any information about whether or not he was receiving CPR?
Yes, I recall we had that info 2 ways. We had it with the PTI on our computer screen, which would be coming from our fire department dispatch. And then we have the ability to also listen on the radio to the PD channels. And so we can hear communication between the officers that are getting on scene and then the PD dispatch. And they also communicated that at some point in time.
When you entered the house, was there an officer already inside?
I believe there was an officer inside with Captain Keller.
And did you observe anyone giving the patient CPR?
No.
Can you tell us what you saw when you first entered the house?
You walked in the front door, just kind of a little entryway, and it kind of, I feel like it stepped down into maybe a formal kind of family room or something, but it was empty with no furniture anywhere in the room. That jumped out at first because it makes it easier. Like sometimes we're on scenes where the patient could be between a bed and a closet and you got to move them somewhere. So those thoughts are already kind of in your mind that you may have to move a patient just have better access, and that was not a challenge here.
Did you notice any blood on the scene?
Not until I saw it on the patient's chest, but I didn't see it in the room. It wasn't something that I was going to need to avoid kneeling in to do CPR, avoid standing in, walking around. There's 4 of us. We probably had at least 4 boxes of equipment in there. So we didn't have to worry about where we placed this stuff in terms of blood.
Have you been to scenes where there's a large pool of blood around the patient that you're trying to not step in, kneel in, get in?
Yes.
You told us that you saw blood on the patient. Do you recall seeing any blood pooling in his chest, neck area?
I don't recall it pooling. He still had clothes on, a shirt on, and so it had been absorbing some blood.
I'll show you an admitted exhibit number 3. Do you recall ever seeing this pooling of blood around his neck there?
I don't recall that.
Okay. When you first saw the patient, what was your first impression?
That he's lying there unresponsive. You're not seeing any signs of life. You don't see somebody that's maybe moaning from an injury, moving, no spontaneous breathing. What was your question again?
Just your first impressions of him as you are walking in and you're looking at him and assessing him.
Yeah, I guess that would be sufficient for my answer.
Did you think that he could be deceased?
It's definitely was a possibility. There was no, like I said, no obvious signs of life.
When you got into the room, did someone begin performing CPR on him?
So when I got to Charles' side, I would have performed a more detailed assessment, so to speak, rather than what I was seeing visually. So you're checking for responsiveness. You can move the patient. You're going to check for a pulse. Now you're closer to the chest. You're looking for breathing, seeing if you see the chest rise and fall. And we would call him unresponsive and pulseless and apneic. Apneic meaning not breathing. And then I would have started CPR.
So he wasn't breathing, he had no pulse, he wasn't moving, there were no signs of life.
Correct.
You told us that you had received information that someone had been doing CPR prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact your view of the patient and your decision-making on what you should do next when you see this patient that is lifeless?
I mean, it makes you think that there's increased likelihood that of survival possibly, until we can, starting CPR is still appropriate to do, and then we can utilize some of our rest of our equipment. We can put an EKG machine on. We can actually see what the heart is doing. We can look at the rhythm. We wouldn't want to call a patient before like taking some additional steps.
Okay. Who performed CPR?
I did.
And I'll put up Exhibit 4 here. Do you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
And who are they?
So standing to the left is Captain Keller. He's documenting. Standing to the right is firefighter Kaczynski. And then kneeling down back towards us is myself. And then kneeling down where you're pointing is firefighter Fife.
When you first began performing CPR, can you tell us what you felt?
So at first, I didn't see a depression that would typically be left from somebody else previously doing compressions. So I thought that was odd considering the information we had en route. I started doing compressions. I felt that initial crack and crunch for probably the first couple of compressions that, again, you would typically feel when you're first starting compressions and if you're going hard enough and deep enough.
How long did you do CPR before you evaluated and utilized any other means to see if he might still be alive, savable?
If I had to estimate, I think I was probably doing CPR, chest compressions for at least a minute. You know, I mean, it probably took them at least 30 seconds to minutes to maybe get in to the house where I was after I entered. You know, they've got to set down that equipment and get some of that out. So I feel like at least a minute is a fair assessment.
What happened next? Is there some way to check his heart to see if there's activity, or what do you do?
Yes, so I was doing chest compressions. I remember mentioning, because there's bullet holes going through them, so I remember mentioning to firefighter Kaczynski when she went to cut the shirt to not cut through a bullet hole. So she kind of went along the side. That's exposing the chest, so that way then we can put our heart monitor and perform an EKG on Charles to kind of see what his rhythm is doing. A person can typically still do chest compressions while they're doing that, and they can kind of work around you. But at some point in time, you're going to have to stop. That way you can just look at what the machine is showing you and telling you.
Was there any heart activity when you put on those EKG?
No, it was what we would call asystole, and it's just a flat line on the screen. There's no electrical activity of the heart.
At some point, you said you saw gunshot wounds. Do you recall how many you saw in the front there?
I saw 2.
Do you ever look to see if there's exit wounds?
We did roll him. I seem to recall and remember that we rolled him my way. I feel like the other 2 firefighters were then on that other side. Firefighter Kaczynski, who's the one that's standing up, I feel like she had a better view of what those look like since he was rolled my way. But I remember her commenting that there was 2 wounds on that backside of the patient.
So when you say he was rolled towards you, he's rolled towards this mirror over here?
Correct.
Okay. When you had stopped doing the CPR to roll him and he goes back, did you notice the depression in his chest now?
After I resume CPR, yes. It makes it kind of easier to find your landmark. So it's something that you typically look for.
So it was not there when you first started CPR?
Correct.
But it was after you had performed it?
Correct.
Do you wear gloves when you do this?
Yes.
Did you have blood on your gloves after you were doing CPR?
Yes.
You told us that when you first arrived, there was not much concern for having to navigate around blood that might be pooling around the victim, correct?
Correct.
After you had been doing CPR, was there more blood now around the patient?
There was definitely more on his chest. More was coming out of the wounds, specifically the one on the chest, from what I recall. The shirt isn't necessarily there to absorb it anymore. We've removed it. I can't recall necessarily on the ground, like where I might have been kneeling, but
When you first arrived, did you see any blood exiting the abdomen wound?
I did not.
As you were at this scene, you guys did the EKG. There was no heart activity. What do you do after that?
At some point in time, we just kind of have to look at patient viability, and we're just looking at the facts and how he's kind of presenting. And we're considering time that we've already been on scene, time, staging, responding, all of that. And we ultimately, we do have offlines that we follow for different types of medical calls. And we felt that he fell into that category of not being viable and that we could call him on scene.
Now, you talked about you were not staged very far away, correct?
Correct.
Were you staged very long before you pulled up?
I felt like we might have been there for at least a couple of minutes.
Okay. When the patient was rolled, did anyone notice anything about, or did you notice anything about his skin that made you also question perhaps how long it had been since he had been shot?
Yes, it was pointed out because I didn't have a good view of that backside, the skin color, some modeling. There's changes in the skin color that are starting to occur from, blood hasn't been circulating, maybe been circulating as effectively as compared to when a heart is beating. You've got two injuries to the thoracic torso, the body, so to speak, the chest and abdomen. Those are going to hit internal organs and cause internal bleeding. And so that blood is starting to kind of what we would call dependent lividity. And it's just gravity. It's just kind of starting to go towards the backside, and the color changes are occurring.
So as the heart stops, the blood starts to just pool.
Yes, it's just stagnant and not being moved. And then those injuries inside, he's going to be bleeding internally.
And so some of that pooling causes color changes to the skin?
Yes.
That were observed?
Yes.
Was there anything about this victim, about Charles, that made you think that CPR may not have been performed on him prior to you arriving?
It was just simply the fact that what I saw on the chest when I first looked at it before I started CPR, and then what I felt during my first couple of chest compressions.
After you guys rolled him, saw the modeling and the lividity, was any further CPR performed?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. When did you call this then?
Say that again?
When did you call it? When did you stop performing CPR?
So I don't remember with 100% certainty. If I feel like, from what I recall, I'm performing chest compressions, the shirt's going to be cut off, we're exposing the patient, rolling, looking for more wounds and injuries, confirming what we see on the back, pointing that out to Captain Keller so he can document it, rolling back down, resuming CPR, monitors going on, stopping again to look at what the monitor's saying, resuming again to then have a brief discussion based on, okay, what we found, what are we thinking, where does he kind of fall?
ultimately, did you guys terminate any treatment at about 8:48 a.m.?
If that's what's on the documentation, I would agree with that. I know we responded in the morning. It was our shift starts at 8 a.m. This was our first call. I don't remember if you said earlier what time we were dispatched or not, or just established the date.
If my paralegal could approach with the charting, would looking at the charting help you refresh your recollection as to when you guys ended
Sure.
any life-saving means?
So it looks like our dispatch is 8:37. Looks like we might have made patient contact at 8:45. I know the dispatch screen that will have like times of responding and things like that might have an appropriate time on it also that I'm not seeing right here though, but I'm still looking. So I see our first monitored rhythm as the asystole, like I said, that date time, I see a time of 8:48. So that might have been when we called him. I can see the obvious signs of death that Captain Keller used as the reason for discontinuing ROSC, return of spontaneous circulation, no. So that would probably be the appropriate time.
After, well, let me say, so does it seem about right that you were with this patient for maybe 3 or so minutes? Actively working?
Actively working, I think probably close to 5 minutes.
And once he's called, what do you do at the scene? What do you do with all your equipment?
So once he's called, it's kind of a PD scene now. And so we're gonna leave the body. We're gonna gather up what we can, our equipment. Sometimes there's some stuff we might need to leave behind that's necessary to leave on the patient. But
so like the EKG monitors that are stuck on him, you leave those on him?
Yeah, we can disconnect those, exactly, and bring the cables with us.
Okay. When you told us when you arrived that you noticed a individual with a police officer near the driveway.
Correct.
Did you see that same person still outside when you exited?
Yes.
Did you notice any bleeding or obvious injuries to that person?
No.
Did you make an assumption as to who that was?
Yes, our PTI en route said brother or brother-in-law shot brother, so performing CPR, so you're kind of assuming it's that person.
Okay. In terms of his size, is he someone that, you talked about people may not be able to always be strong enough or able to perform CPR in a way to cause the depression or that crunching sound, for lack of a better term. In your experience, what type of people are we talking about for that, where you wouldn't be surprised that you may not have seen that depression or the crunching?
It's typically going to be maybe an elderly population, somebody that's not as big, not as strong, that we might not be able to perform chest compressions hard enough and deep enough. Sometimes if a patient is in a bed, so mattress has give to it, compressions won't be as effective. You want to get him to the floor. Obviously, he was already on the floor, so that aids chest compressions.
Was there anything about this male that you saw when you observed him entering or exiting that made you believe that he had been injured?
No.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that the victim, Charles Vallow, was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to you doing that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
You want me to go now, or it's 4:30? I didn't know if you wanted
How long do you anticipate your cross-examination?
It'd take a while, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break for the evening then. We'll need you back here tomorrow morning at 10:30.
10:30?
Yes. All right, we'll release the jury at this time for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Mm. Mm. Okay. Well, Miss Lori. So far, in my opinion, I think she did okay. I told y'all what a monster hearsay is. So I forgot what all type of objections was called against Dale Brooks. I forgot. He had a few, but he definitely was calling a whole bunch. And to think that we are getting ready to deal with this nut again. And I forgot to see whether or not it is a post-conviction motion he is dealing with or a habeas corpus. I don't know. But it will be interesting to see all of this goddamn mental health shit on trial, on display. What did I write down? So I was in and out. But what I did write down, I saw where the prosecutor got up and blocked a portion of her defense. That's possibly a part of her defense when it came to her demeanor, how she acted at the scene, right? Most of you guys know that sometimes a prosecutor will go down the line of questioning when it comes to a person's demeanor, right? They'll go down, if their demeanor seems off due to the situation, based on the crime, they'll be like, you know what I'm saying, right? So Lori was, because when you look at her demeanor, she's smiling. We don't know if that's a nervous grin or not. She did crack a joke, and it's so funny. I had pulled up the police cam because I had a question about the the um, the police, that first one that took the stand. I forgot what that question was, but I had pulled up that cam. It was something that one of them asked that made me pull up that cam to see exactly was it matching what one of the sides was saying, but I forgot what it was. So the prosecutor, you know what, I was like, but when, during pre-trial, I don't know about her, right? As far as being a prosecutor, but she got up with the quickness and try to block where Lori was going with trying to establish that her demeanor was normal. Okay. Now, there is no particular way that you should act and what have you, but we all know that if someone is excited about something, they usually show excitement. When someone is sad about something, they usually show being sad, right? If you're upset about something, being mad. Prosecutor picked that up on that when she got to that second person, the second cop. He was retired then, and she would put the block on. Nope, we ain't going there. You know, she didn't wait until she got to the end of her calling the cops to the stand. She went ahead and jumped on her immediately, right? And again, you always have to think about strategy when reviewing these trials, right? You always have to think about strategy. Now, do you put a stop to her potential strategy early? That way, make Lori pivot and come up with another strategy or another piece early on? Or do you the wait until your closing, or maybe to the to near the end some kind of way, and to get in an expert or something to speak about the demeanor and all of that, or maybe qualify a police officer as an expert who can speak on what they usually see as police officers when they answer a call to a murder or what have you, right? Not a murder, but a shooting, right? So she opted to knock Lori off her box, right? And it seemed like, and I may be wrong, I may be reading this wrong, but it seemed as if then nobody likes Lori, right? It just seemed like they have a little disdain for her. I can understand it, right? I can understand it. So I don't know if and it'll be interesting to see if Lori will continue with her line of questioning with regards to her demeanor, since the state like, we on to you, Pumpkin, we on to you. But Lori still tried to establish what she perceives as facts through her line of questioning, right? And I understand when you're questioning the witnesses, right? You are trying to establish a fact. That's mainly what you're trying to do. So we'll see. What else? Oh, okay. So in Lori's opening, right? She was using the customary, what you're supposed to use. The evidence will show this and the evidence will show that. When I pointed it out, I noticed that, she was really overusing the evidence will show this and the evidence will show that, right? And it was probably a strategy of hers in an order or in an effort to get in what she would perceive as facts in the case that wouldn't probably be allowed, or she has no witness to substantiate it, right? It's just a little trick that you can use in your opening to get things, because it's going to be on the record, but it's not considered evidence that the jury should consider, right? So, I wonder if that was, part of her story. Will she have anyone to substantiate what she is saying? Will she have any witnesses? And here's the sticky part of it. A lot of what she's saying, she would have to be that witness. Do she take the stand? Like, hello? Because a lot of the stuff she's alleging, she is pretty much the only witness. Or she is the best witness. Or the other witnesses, based on what she's saying, would probably be hearsay. She probably can get it in with the hearsay exception, right? Because the declarant, which is the person who made the statement, we just say if it's something Charles said, well, he's unavailable for testimony. There's an exception for that. Let me see what else. Yeah. So yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how she go by how she goes by substantiating her story. This is going to be crazy. But she's been hit with hearsay left and right, left and right. I told y'all a long time ago that hearsay is a mother sucker. And I posted the information, I Googled it just to show you that, yeah, how they say that hearsay is even challenging for some judges and attorneys. Okay, just to understand it. What is hearsay and what's not? What's an exception? So it's wild. And then when it's hearsay, but when it's not used for the truth of the matter asserted, then it's not hearsay. Then it should be admissible. It's a lot. Does Lori have those rules all together? Attorney Lori. Oh, they act like they don't like her. They look like they want to just punch her. Right? I mean, she is alleged to have committed some horrible crimes, as well as to be a part of it, right? She also, this is my opinion, because I think she is reasonably prepared. I think that she is going to attack the state, calling it a conspiracy, right? But they had to call it a conspiracy because they don't believe she actually killed um, Charles, but they do believe that she was in on the planning, right? Well, she may believe that, just saying that she had no idea about a murder attempt on Charles because there was no murder attempt. She may go with that. I see that she's trying to establish that it was self-defense. Oh, that's why I put up that video to see if the if she told the police that it was what had it happened, like Charles was after her or whatever. If she said anything to the cops to make them think it was self-defense, or if they looked at the scene and came up with some kind of self-defense or something like that. Because, if so, then, she may have an even better defense, right? Or, if she's calling it self-defense. But the problem with proving that without the police, saying that it's self-defense, or having her say that on record that it's self-defense. The problem with proving that is that the people who could confirm that it was self-defense, I believe, are all dead. I think the brother, Charles, of course, the little girl. The only other person would be someone that she told about it. I mean, that can come in as a hearsay exception, right? If she has somebody that can say that she told them what happened or whatever, then that can be 801 D or something like that. Hearsay exception against the party opponent. So yeah, how about that? I do not know. I do not know. Is that all I wrote down? I think that's all I wrote down. So yeah, we've been here a minute. But the opening are so important to review, or at least lay on the record, because it gives you a lot of, if you perhaps are not an attorney, but you are in an observationist, anything like that, looking at the opening arguments, right, can give you a idea of what each side will be arguing, right? And more important, it'll give you some kind of mental checklist to see if they substantiate those claims. So, and again, we don't know how in the world she's going to get those things that she is saying the evidence will show without her taking a stand. Do she have other statements? When it's clear as to what her defense will be, and all the pieces to it, will she have evidence, like any type of demonstrative evidence, documentary evidence, that will support what she's saying? If not, that ass got to hit the stand. Will she have any testimonial evidence besides her? Like, and who is she going to have that evidence from? Because one, all the people are dead, and two, she would have to have some hearsay exceptions if other people were involved. So this is going to be tricky. I haven't eaten all day, y'all. That's crazy. Trying to see if anybody spoke about this. Did Law and Crime have some attorneys up there to speak about it? I want to know how they feel she did in court. Oh, wait a minute. Is this right? Well, they said one day. Let's see if we can put this on the record. Because I'm looking for an attorney that can put something on the record. Hold on, let's see what this attorney says.
Grace to talk to you for a long time. Convicted killer Lori Vallow Daybell sitting down exclusively with True Crime Arizona days ahead of her trial here in Maricopa
This is
County.
what I shared the
I
other
sat
day.
down with criminal defense attorney Russ Richelsoff to go over Vallow's interview.
I've been working on my case for 5 years, so I know my case better than an attorney can learn it in 2 years. But here's the thing.
Do you agree with that? Does she know her case better than attorneys could know her case? Yeah. In the timeline that she was given. I would say yes, that's true. She probably hasn't reviewed all of the discovery. I mean, she lived it, so she has that experience, but she may or may not know and be familiar with all of the evidence against her. While Vallow Daybell does have a legal team, including an advisory council, she says her desire for a speedy trial contributed to her decision to represent herself. Richelsoff says there will be challenges for her. I think her biggest challenge is going to be asking good questions and then being responsive to the witnesses. In the wide-ranging interview, Brianna Whitney questioned Vallow Daybell on her case and previous conviction.
Can you define family tragedy for me? Yeah. Obviously, you were convicted of killing your kids. Where does that disconnect? Convicted. You believe wrongly convicted. Absolutely, 100%.
But it's what Vallow Daybell didn't say that Richelsoff says could offer some insight on how the trial will unfold. She's able to limit herself, like when, her legal team says, hey, you shouldn't answer this question. She stops and she doesn't answer the question. So she is taking their advice. It appears that she's cooperating with them. It appears that she has a collegial relationship with her advisory council. So that's good for her because, if she's going to stand any chance in this trial, it's because, she's going to take their advice.
Do you plan to take the stand yourself in your own trial? Haven't decided yet. Don't need to decide that. Legally, you don't have to decide. So we're going to see how it goes.
If you were on her advisory council, would you advise her to testify? Given the fact that she's also acting as her own attorney? I don't know. So her attorneys, her advisory council has an advantage that I don't, which is that they've had privileged conversations with her.
Rachel Soft says there's a high likelihood prosecutors watched this interview too and could use parts of what Vallow Daybell said here against her. But it's the opening statements that begin on Monday that Rachel Soft will be watching closely.
It'll be interesting to hear what she has to say. Is she going to present a specific defense in her opening statement, or is she going to limit her opening statement to reasonable doubt?
That's what we all think alike. Let me see. What's this?
I switched from YouTube TV to Vallow, and it's saving me $600 a year. That's a round trip flight for my next getaway. For just $28 a month.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been.
Let's see if anybody breaks it down. Oh, wait a minute. The lawyer, bro. What he said? Hold on. Let me see.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back into the episode of The Lawyer You Know, and today another trial starts. Lori Vallow's opening statements, where she is charged in the death of her former husband, Charles Vallow. State goes first. Defense, who is Lori Vallow representing Lori Vallow, goes second. I can't believe what I heard, but I can't say I'm surprised. So let's get into exactly what happened in the opening statements of this case. All the victims are with me. You should believe me. That's kind of what should be in your mindset as you're talking to the jury as a prosecutor. And from my perspective, she did an amazing job with the opening statement. It wasn't a big dog and pony show. It wasn't smoke and mirrors. It was methodical, and she went through the story. Now, when listening to her opening, the jury might be surprised when eventually they hear this was initially ruled self-defense, and arrests were not made initially. We'll see if and how Lori Vallow can develop that evidence and develop and tell the story the same way the cops initially thought the case went. So that's another important factor that was not mentioned by the state. It was not, if it was mentioned, it wasn't dug into very much, I should say. I don't remember if it was mentioned or not, but I don't think it was mentioned. I don't remember it being mentioned. And if it was, they didn't go too hard at it. Now, they did say, Lori Vallow said it was self-defense. They staged it so that it was self-defense, and they put forth a story that said it was self-defense. I don't remember if she actually took the step to say that's what the cops thought it was initially. But that's going to be a big part of this case. How much can Lori Vallow explain it to maybe think, make the jury think, oh, the state's trying to trick you, but you should believe what the cops thought at first, truth, that this was just in fact self-defense. So let's listen to the first little bit of the state's opening. We're going to kind of listen to the beginning and the end, and I'll summarize the middle and some of the details. We're going to hear so much of this come out in evidence.
So Florida probably just did
I
the
done
coolest
hit the
thing I've seen
wrong
any state
button.
do
Hold
in a
on.
while. If you
I done hit the
Florida
wrong
zip
button.
code,
I got so excited because he is talking about the same shit I'm talking about. Well, is she trying to establish that this was self-defense? Did Lori say something about it being self-defense? See, again, I told you, I took a blink, a breather, or whatever. Next thing I knew, she hadn't been, she was on trial. No, I saw Chad Big Head all the time. Not all the time, but a couple of days on trial or whatever. The first trial, I didn't even pay attention to that. Next thing I know, they were found guilty. And then this came up on my timeline, and so I wasn't paying attention. Like after that, between the last trial and this trial, bits and pieces about the story, the story, whatever, was still coming through, but I wasn't really paying attention. And then that's when I ran across the Hildebrandt lady or whatever. And then they had some connection to these nuts or this nut. But other than that, I wasn't paying attention. It's crazy that he, well, talking about the damn self-defense shit too. Like, well, what is going on? I'm just listening to what the lawyer
to need you to stay
says.
close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They're planning some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week.
I don't want to.
Charles Vallow's life, but not Charles Vallow, the evil spirit that was inside him, gets into a lot of that and the weirdness. And she does a lot of different things, which I like. There's a lot of different types of evidence and a lot of different types of things she's going to point to in Lori Vallow's case. And she laid it all out there, right? We have motive, clear as day. We have opportunity. We have intent on why they would want to do it. We have strange behavior, right? And the religion. We have witnesses that are going to testify that Alex Cox said he wanted to kill Charles, that Lori said she was drugging Charles and putting JJ's pills in his protein shakes. We have a person that Charles Vallow, the day before he was killed, was dating from like a dating app, who's going to testify. Charles Vallow told her about all the weird stuff and strange stuff that was going on with Lori Vallow. We have Adam Cox, who is going to testify that he was texting with Charles Vallow, that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were planning something, and Charles Vallow knew that. We're going to have witnesses that testify that everybody kind of knew something strange was going on, including Lori and Alex. If you look at their text message, it definitely is something nefarious, a dark cloud hanging over, and they even specifically say they have to get rid of Ned, and it's very clear who Ned is, and he has other names as well. They have evidence of the motive, right? They have evidence that Charles Vallow did something really huge in his life, changing the beneficiary of his life insurance policy to his sister, Kay Woodcock. That's obviously a big deal. Lori Vallow didn't know about it. Those are all incredibly important. And then they have text messages. They have witness statements. They have text messages. And then they have statements from Lori Vallow and Alex Cox themselves. And how the day this all happened, it was planned. Lori Vallow was there. Then she left. Alex Cox had time to stage the scene, and he had made way too many mistakes. Charles Vallow's left-handed. He put the bat in somewhere where it would have been in somebody that had the right hand. Charles Vallow was a minor league baseball player or semi-pro baseball player, yet we're supposed to believe he hit Alex Cox in the head, and Alex Cox was still able to respond. How the shots happened, in the front, out the back, and then the second shot happened when Charles Vallow was on the ground, and how all the evidence will point to that, how there was blood on Charles Vallow's hand where he was shot, but no blood from Alex Cox's head wound from where he got hit in the head with the bat, and how just none of that is going to line up, so they have the crime scene evidence that's not going to line up with them. So again, you have all these different types of evidence: witness statements, text messages, crime scene evidence, medical examiner, statements made by Lori and Alex themselves. How the timeline lines up, that they waited 47 minutes to call 911, and they had multiple calls with each other after the shooting before calling 911. Does that make sense? It all looks like a setup, a cover-up, a staging, and the motive is there. It's locked in. It's about as obvious of a motive as you could ever have in a case. There's also other details, like Lori had Charles's phone, wouldn't give it back to him, didn't tell the cops. The cops thought Lori didn't know Charles got shot, but she did. Just so many strange things that would never happen. Calls to the insurance company, text messages with Chad Daybell. Oh, I guess he must have switched over. The life insurance beneficiary must have been Ned. Just all those conversations that just look really, really horribly bad if, in fact, a crime was not committed here. And I think the testament to this prosecutor's organization came when she was able to summarize her. The opening statement was about 45 minutes, which I think is about the perfect time for an opening statement. You don't want to go 2 hours. Sometimes 20, 30 minutes can be too short. She went about 45 minutes, but the last 3 minutes, she was basically able to summarize and give an overview of the case again. and explain this to the jury in a bite-sized manner that I think is an incredibly perfect way to send them off to lunch, because they went off to lunch right after this opening statement. So let's take a listen to that here.
Hold on. So earlier I was talking about the MMO, right? And he just gave a woo, Lord, honey. I was like, oh my gosh. You saw how he laid that thing out? He know this goddamn case, and he listened to the opening very, very well. Because he done pretty much what he just summarized, and he is a defense attorney, and he mainly, in my opinion, him and his father mainly lean toward the defense in most cases, right? And analyzing it or what have you. But baby, he just pretty much gave the prosecution listen, their whole case, like, you got all of this stuff. The only thing he didn't tell them is how to present it. Right. How to present it is also a strategy. What you want to go where, when you want to deploy it, and which expert, and also you always got to think about with your witnesses. I meant to say which witness, with your witnesses. You always got to think about getting the evidence in. You have to get your evidence. You got to get the evidence in through your witness, and get the evidence in through some sort of rule, right? That's when you have to know your FRE, because I was trying to tell people okay, if you want to challenge me about them, text me, whatever, learn FRE, then come back to me. Because I'm not going to keep doing this. This sounds crazy. But on a separate note, I know a lot of you guys, I guess, how am I going to say this? And there's nothing wrong with being a ride or die for your mate, for your friend, whatever. I believe in being a ride or die. Once, if this motherfucker ride or die for me, that's number one. Or number two, when it makes sense. But I understand a lot of people follow the rules of religion, right, when it comes to marriages, which is perfectly fine. How long do you supposed to hang around when somebody calling you Ned and that's not your name? Somebody talking about something that invaded your body and you know nothing invaded your body, and you just, like, how long do you stay? Like, what is going on? In those type of situations, right, I'm probably going to offer you help once. Then I'm packing my bags. I gotta go. I'm not going to be there when you call me Ned and somebody took my body, and you're not going to be talking about no red pill, no blue, none of that. You start talking crazy like that, I'm telling you. Your mama got two fingers up like a player. She out of there. I just feel so sorry for Mr. Vallow. He was in there being called Ned and shit. When you think about the Hildebrand people, man, and shit like that, with that situation, like, what is going on? And it's always something with the Mormons, Latter-day Saint people, and all that. That's why I knew I was right. I knew I had to get on up out that marriage, that food, up there changing all them damn religions. I don't mean to say damn like that, but I knew something wasn't right. I'm like, okay, I got it. I don't care how cute and fine you with them. Let me tell you, my mama told me when I had them goddamn brought them to that damn house. And we argued for hours till the sun came up. My mama said, I don't care how good looking he is, because Lord knows. Lord. Y'all ain't gonna make it. Y'all ain't gonna make it. Let me put this on. I'm gonna fetch me something to eat. My mom said, y'all ain't gonna make it. And she was right.
Keep being lazy about cleaning your apartment. No, seriously. Home Aglow will clean it for just $9.
Just skipping through.
After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad.
So we're going to listen to a little bit more than the last 3 minutes because I don't have the perfect timestamp. But once it gets to the summary, you'll tell and I'll point it out. And you'll see she's able to hit this in like 3 minutes. And that shows she's organized. She knows this case. It was a speedy trial. It was pushed. Lori Vallow could have continued. The prosecutor probably would have been fine with continuing it. But she's ready. You can tell.
She also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone. But as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case.
All right, here it is, I believe. Here is now the summary of her entire opening statement in just a couple minutes.
It's going to show you that Lori Vallow, Daybell, conspired with her brother.
Lori Vallow, Daybell, and a prosecutor may have, actually, I'm not a prosecutor, a criminal defense attorney, I was going to say may have objected and said just call her X, Y, or Z, but realistically, if that's her legal name, the state is allowed to call her that, number one. Number two, Lori Vallow probably wants to be called that, right? She probably thinks that is exactly what she should be called, but I think to this jury, it says a lot. As she ended up marrying the guy she was cheating on her husband with, and Charles Vallow found out about it and talked to Lori and tried to talk to Chad's wife. She brought that up in the opening as well, but she calls her Lori Vallow Daybell, and I don't know if that pause is intentional or not, but I think it's a good pause because it tells the jury her former husband, and Lori keeps calling him her husband in front of the judge. We'll see if she does that in front of the jury too, but Lori Vallow Daybell, because she wanted to be Lori Vallow Daybell, she made it happen. Alex Cox helped her happen, and the only way they could make it happen was getting rid of Charles Vallow, and that's exactly what they did. So I think that pause, whether intentional or not, it's effective.
Alex Cox to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi. To kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder, money, and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away, people who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire.
And that's another good point, right? And she's mentioning all the different types of evidence, photos, text messages, witness statements. But a lot of these witnesses wanted to have nothing to do with this trial, but they're pulled into it because of Lori Vallow. They're not interested witnesses. They don't have something out to get Lori Vallow. I think the state thinks that's what Lori Vallow is going to try to do. But like I said, when you're going up against a pro se defendant, you don't really worry so much about what they're going to do. You plan your case. You make it simple. You make it clean. You put it together. You don't over-try the case. You do what is necessary and only what is necessary.
Desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed, people who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Short, sweet, pretty simple. Now, again, not the most engaging opening statement. Not going to have people coming out of their chairs, but a pretty shocking story if you didn't know anything about this, right? Some very strange things. There's some intrigue because was it self-defense? Was it not? There's a lot of different characters that were introduced. So you don't want to overcomplicate it. So, yeah, it could have been a little bit more engaging, but I thought it was really, really good. I thought it was organized, like I said, and I love pointing out all the evidence you have. I've got text messages. I've got witness statements. I've got pictures. I've got medical examiners, experts, cops, everybody. So what does she have, right? You load it all up, and you don't even know what's happening to you if you're the jury. Well, you're thinking in your head, this is a mountain. They are putting together a mountain of evidence, which is what you need to do to get to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But she's presumed innocent. So what does Lori Vallow have to say in her very first, it's an opening statement, but we may call it an argument here in front of this jury. Oh boy, this is what we're here for. We're going to listen to the entirety of Lori Vallow's opening statement now. I expected it to be an argument. Let's see if I was right. And by the way, just a little disclaimer, I recorded that entire part one with the state's opening before listening to Lori Vallow's opening. So any guesses I had or things that I thought she may argue, may not argue, may be able to argue, may not be able to argue, was all said before actually watching her opening statement. So let's take a listen to it together. I literally can't wait.
Don't wait in line. Beat the deadline with tax experts by your side. Get matched with an expert who can...
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a crime.
Just getting a little help from people around the courtroom. I'm not sure if that was her paralegal or her standby counsel or somebody in the courtroom, but you can expect to see her get some help. Doesn't skip a beat, just keeps going. She doesn't sound nervous. Somebody in her position, I can understand why they wouldn't be nervous. She's already got the worst of the worst at this point. So it's not even like even if she wins this case, her life is going to change all that much. But we will see if she continues that poise throughout the entirety of the opening. Some other things I was looking for is she going to be manipulative? Is she going to say what happened and explain what happened in a way that she has to testify? Is she going to leave it open to where maybe she won't testify? Those are some of the big questions whenever you have a pro se litigant.
There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006.
Sorry, another thing I want to point out is she starts out basically arguing the law. This is conspiracy. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. All of that, to me, points towards arguing the law, that she's going to go, we didn't agree on anything. There was no plan. Even if you say this shooting was intentional by Alex Cox, let's say, I didn't have anything to do with it. There was no agreement or plan by me, which is a way a defense attorney would probably argue this case is it was self-defense first, but if it wasn't self-defense, Alex Cox did this, not Lori Vallow.
It will show that it was my fourth marriage and Charles' third marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great-nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children.
The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business.
So she's giving their background, not unusual. A couple things that just come to my mind. How is she going to get this information? How long they were married, what they did for a living, when they moved from here to there. There's not that many people alive still that could testify.
I said.
Right? Now, starting to think, maybe she's going to testify herself. She could obviously testify to all of that. Or another way a defense lawyer could get it out is cross-examination. Her sister may testify. Other family members of hers may testify that may or may not be friendly with her that could still answer a lot of these questions and give the background of Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow. That still remains to be seen. So far, there are other people that could testify about some of this, but the way she's setting it out, maybe we're starting to look towards her testifying.
The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence was
also important to point out, this was Charles' expertise, life insurance. It's what he did, and he always did it a certain way to have the maximum amount for each of them always available. I think it's smart, right? Because you hear $1 million, maybe she took out $1 million before planning to do this. No, it wasn't like that. This was his job. He would shop them around. We would always have the max. It was nothing weird. For 13 years, we had this type of insurance. As you know, the story that she's telling, this was very normal. This was not nefarious. He had one on me that was even more money. I think it's actually a good way to set out the facts.
Will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that.
Therefore, being the sole beneficiary on a life insurance policy is not A, abnormal, and B, it's not motive to kill. Obviously, it can be, but she's trying to normalize it, which I don't think is a bad strategy.
Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years. That he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter.
So she's contradicting the state's evidence, and I think, I don't know if she's right or wrong, right? I'm sure we'll have people testify to that. There's going to be family members testifying, but that's important. If she's right and the state's wrong, she can actually build credibility. Now, if she's wrong, I already think it's an incredibly uphill battle because of what's going to come out during this trial, that the jury's probably not going to believe her and she's not going to have a lot of credibility. But if they start spitting facts that are in exact opposition and she ends up being right and the state ends up being wrong, that could be huge for Lori Vallow.
Could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis.
She's like, it's obvious. And she mentions his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. Will he be testifying? Will she be calling him? Or is she just doing what sometimes pro se defendants do and say, this is so obvious, this person, that person, all these people could testify to it, but the jury never actually hears about it. I also wanted to mention, before openings even started, the judge reminded the jury that nothing that is said in opening statements is evidence. The evidence comes from the witness stand and the documents and things that are entered into evidence as exhibits for you, not what the lawyers or what Lori Vallow says from the podium, only what she says from the witness stand if she takes it.
The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist.
So who's going to testify to this? Think that question in your brain. Every time you hear her say something, who's going to testify to this? Is she going to call a witness, or is she going to be able to get it out on cross, or is she going to have to testify? Because now we're wading into even more waters because Tylee is unavailable. Lori Vallow tried to argue she's unavailable, so I should be able to get into her hearsay. The state's like, she's unavailable because you made her unavailable. And the judge is not going to give Lori Vallow any benefits by the fact that Tylee Vallow is not here. And from my perspective, as we look at this case, this is where it really starts to get cringy, because when the jury hears Lori Vallow talk about Tylee and JJ, what do they know? What are they going to find out? And then what are they going to think? If it's just a mom talking about their kids, that's one thing, right? But we know the real story. We know what really happened. So there's almost two ways to look at this. If I knew nothing, I actually think so far it's going okay, how she's discussing the facts. But what I know, it's getting disgusting and it's going to get worse. So how is each individual juror going to look at this? And let me know how you're looking at this as you listen to her describe it in the chat.
Stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security office.
Object to hearsay?
Sustained.
There will be a few objections. I think every single one of them are sustained. I think the state did a good job of composing themselves and not objecting every time they could have, argumentative and things like that, which they could have. They didn't. But there are some very, very key facts. Lori Vallow tries to slip in, one of them being Charles Vallow went to the Social Security office and did X, Y, and Z. The objection, hearsay, you can't get into that. You weren't there, so you don't know what he did or what was said. She still gets into some of it, which, again, kind of like a lawyer, if you lose on an objection, you try to find another way to say it, which she does right here the best that she can. But a good job by the state, only objecting when absolutely necessary.
This is crazy. Check this out right here, right? Remember doing YSL. Remember I was telling y'all, if you can't get it in, like maybe through just the normal motion eliminate, through some other type of motion or what have you, you got to try to get it in through what? A witness. Okay? You got to try to get it in somehow. And remember when that one witness was taken off the stand? You know, I was like, oh my gosh, how are they going to get, the rest of their case in? Maybe they'll get it in through another witness or something like that, right? So essentially what he's talking about right there.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019.
Disagreements between Charles and Tylee turned physical. What do you think a jury's going to think about that? Right? She's trying to turn Charles Vallow into an unsympathetic victim if he got physical with their daughter who was a teenager. How true is that? How is she going to be able to prove that? Who knows? We'll see. But as far as giving the jury something to chew on and something to think about, she's definitely doing it. Now, is it all going to explode when it turns out to not be quite the way she explains this entire story? Probably, but we're judging an opening statement at this point.
Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, two in February of 2019, one of March in 2019, which was captured on video, one in May of 2019, one in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019.
Which is when this happened. So she's looking at the jury and saying it wasn't good between Tylee and Charles.
The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas.
Again, unsympathetic victim. this jerk pulled JJ out of his special school that he needed and loved. She didn't quite go that far, and took him to Texas. That's what she's trying to build, is that Charles is not a sympathetic victim. That I believe is what she's trying to build with a lot of these facts.
While we were
And then I point out the elephant in the room, saying the evidence will show every time is supposed to get you over objections. Somebody clearly told her that. Maybe she watched a video on it. I don't know. It's kind of like what you tell first-year mock trial students is, if you're not sure, just say the evidence will show, and you can slip some argument in. Mm-hmm. She's basically saying if for every single thing she says, maybe that's what her standby counsel or paralegal or somebody told her. She's clearly trying to do it that way.
Rarely separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lauren's Life Academy.
And again, it's like, wow, this is very, sad that they're fighting about this, and they have a child with special needs, and Charles is taking him away from his school, and Lori, the mom, seems like she really cares about him and wants him to be in that special needs school. So if I'm thinking about it from that brain where I don't really know what happened as a juror, I'm starting to feel for her, right?
Stop blowing all your money on cable and switch to Vallow. With Vallow, you'll get tons of entertainment and save hundreds on your...
Why am I getting these?
But if you know the truth,
Must be him.
The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lauren's Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her.
So again, I'm thinking, is Lori Vallow going to have to testify about those? Will Summer testify about those? Are any of these witnesses going to be friendly towards Lori Vallow? She's going to be able to get into all of these facts if she testifies herself. But if she doesn't, and she doesn't ask the right questions, and these witnesses don't get these facts in, she's not going to be able to argue them again in closing. That's the difference between opening and closing. Opening is a roadmap, what you expect to happen. Closing is using only what came in at trial and, of course, the inferences that are reasonable from the evidence that came in at trial. So 2 very different things. Right now, even though usually opening is seen as more limited because you can't argue, it's the wild, wild west as far as facts for a pro se defendant. But then in closing, if it doesn't come in, objection, facts on evidence, objection, facts on evidence, you cannot argue those facts because nobody testified to them. Wink, wink, meaning you didn't testify to them.
The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior.
So that's an interesting fact that can be seen 2 ways. Lori Vallow is going to argue, I didn't want him there. Tylee didn't want him there. He insisted. He forced his way there. Does that sound like we made the plan? Does that sound like we wanted to do it, that we enticed him to come, that we tricked him and trapped him into coming to this house, that nobody wanted him there? There was no conspiracy. There was no agreement. If, again, you're trying to help her out with where she's going.
The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did, in fact, fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence. And that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence.
Yeah, I mean, she pretty much is getting in her whole defense through her opening statement. That's crazy.
The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when...
Again, everybody's sleeping in the house, not planning on doing this. No plan here. That's what she's trying to argue.
Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will...
So who's going to testify to all of this now? That's what you need to think about. Because Tylee, Charles, and Alex, and even JJ, who she says was in the car, are all gone. Out of the way, some would say. Everybody around Lori Vallow and everybody in her life dies, unless your name's Chad Daybell, basically. Or if you're an adult male and you can defend yourself at least, like Colby, her son. It's... Again, this is two completely different ways to look at an opening statement. It is the absolute most cringy opening statement I've ever seen when you know what actually happened and what's the truth and what the facts are in her life and what happened even after this incident. But the other way, maybe she's not doing so bad. If you have no clue what's going on, seems like a good mom who cared about her kids, that was in a bad relationship with an angry, violent guy, Charles Vallow. Her brother is there just to protect her and her daughter. But who's going to testify to all these facts? That day, what happened?
Will show that Charles screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow.
And now the tears start. Once again, sounds like a really great mom with a great relationship with her daughter who came out to protect her with the bat. Everybody's there to protect Lori Vallow. Tylee, Alex Cox, from Charles Vallow. That's the story she's telling.
The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground, and Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat.
Now, there are recorded statements, I believe, from Lori and Tylee that do explain some of this. I'm not so sure how she's going to get them in, if the judge is going to allow them. But obviously, if she testifies, she can testify to what she observed and went through and saw that day.
The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming.
So again, not a plan, number one, and not just self-defense for himself, right? Self-defense for Tylee and for Lori and for himself. That's the story she's building here.
I promise you, I got plenty. I don't know what the hell going on.
The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun.
And these scary facts, right? Facts have been told before in some version, right? When they did the initial investigation and ended up determining that this was self-defense. Are there inconsistencies here? Are there things that the state's going to be able to impeach her with? Are there mistakes that were made, like the state said in their opening statement? So is she actually giving more ammunition to the state to prove that she's lying and manipulating here?
The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children from the residence towards JJ's school. Can I grab a tissue?
Yes.
Can I grab a tissue? Waterworks are going. Real, fake, it's for you and the jury to determine. Is she manipulating?
Mm-hmm. I thought I got Prima. I don't know why these goddamn commercials were coming through.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away.
So their story is they didn't know. Well, her story, I should say, is she didn't know Charles had passed away. Chandler police did tell her. State made it seem like otherwise. Like she left after and had conversations with Alex Cox. How could she not know? Only one of those things can be true.
The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim...
Who's going to testify the victim's advocate was very kind to them? Only Lori Vallow could do that. Now, that's a fact that might not be testified to, that she was able to get in. And that's what you have to think about. How many facts is she sliding in here and able to basically testify during opening statements that if she doesn't testify later, the jury has heard it? Will they be able to parse out what's evidence and what's not? Will the state be able to explain to them effectively so they only take into consideration what comes from the test or from the witness stand? You have to be careful about not holding it against the defendant that they don't testify. It's a very important right, but it gets so muddy when they're able to make multiple arguments to the jury and speak to the jury without taking the stand, which is why you got to tighten up on closing. You may seem like a jerk. You try to not seem like you're bullying the defendant that's going pro se, but you cannot let them just testify in closing arguments. Now, if they get up there and they take the stand, then they pretty much almost have free reign in closing argument.
Victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence.
This is really important, right? She's saying, we told everything to the cops. We showed everything to the cops. The cops investigated. They talked to us. They came to the scene. They walked the scene. They looked at the scene.
Evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffitt, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone.
And this is why I always point out manipulation. And this is so crazy that we had a case earlier where manipulation was at the forefront, and we see it continue through this case. Because, and when we talk about Wendy Williams, because this slick helper is getting so much on the record that, and the judge is going to clear it up because he's going to instruct the jury that not the opening statements, not the closing statements, should be considered in making a determination, right? But the evidence and the facts presented in the case. But again, we're human, right? Now, oh my gosh. Oh, I know that state won't all like put her in the goddamn chokehold, right? But see, but the thing about it is, can she truly prove what she's saying? And if she can, how is she going to prove it? Because just like the lawyer just said, most of this shit you're gonna need a witness if you try to submit any type of demonstrative or documentary evidence. That has to be admitted, right? So this motherfucker here, honey, and calling the man Ned and shit. The fuck?
Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inkland asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inkland. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that...
Again, sounds like Lori Vallow's side of the story, right? Will detectives agree with that? when they testify? Is that what happened? Or will she have to testify to explain her side?
I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports, and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged.
This is where I would have objected if I was the state. I'm going to back it up just so you can kind of hear the whole comment she makes.
Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense. And object to that.
Objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
She slips it in there. Jury heard it. Can't unring the bell. Totally inappropriate. Totally unfair. A defense lawyer would be reprimanded by a judge for doing this.
Yeah. And see, in my opinion, I believe they're giving her this leeway in order to, if this comes back up on appeal, and depending on what her challenges are on her appeal, right? However she tried to classify her treatment or what have you, she's going. You can kind of tell in the beginning, like she was saying, it's being treated unfair at the facility, unfair in court, unfair by this, for that, whatever. The state didn't give her the discovery in time, all this extra shit, right? That they wanted it clear on the record that they let her get some stuff in here that could, that was unfair to the state. But they don't want to hear none of that from the higher court, because they gave her a lot of leeway. Or I don't want to say a lot at this point, but they gave her some leeway. She getting shit in.
But I do think that defense lawyers would develop the way and the theory through the officers that they did believe it was self-defense. I think you can develop it. But the way that she said it and how it came in is not the appropriate way to do it. And I believe, I'm not positive, but I believe the judge already said you can't do that in opening. That's why I think a defense lawyer would get reprimanded. But I do think there are ways to discuss the investigation, discuss what they did, who they spoke to, and how they thought it was self-defense. I think there are absolutely ways to develop that through the trial. But a lot of times you're not allowed to argue that till closing. And I think that that's what they said here. So I'm not positive, though. But I think that's what they said here. And obviously the judge sustained that objection.
And you can't argue till the closing because you are arguing the facts and the evidence, pretty much a summary of the case. That's what you put in the closing. The opening, you just pretty much telling what the evidence will show, your version of what you allege are the facts. The closing, you have to pretty much offer a summary of the evidence and the facts that was submitted in the case. The stuff that's pretty much on the record, that shit.
But I think it's a really good fact for Lori Vallow. And I think she laid it out pretty great. Here's everything that happened. They had all the evidence. They talked to everybody. And for 2 years, they said this was self-defense. The cops said this was self-defense. Now, that opens the door to everything else that happened, I think, potentially. There's just so much going on in the background of this case that the judge has a big job on his hands of determining what is going to come in and what's not, and why and how is it all going to come out, to make sure that we don't either lie to the jury, mislead the jury, or trick the jury.
Keep being lazy about cleaning your apartment. No, seriously.
again,
Home
that
Aglow will
is,
clean it for
403,
just $9.
right?
Home Aglow washes and folds your laundry.
That's 403.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood.
Also, you'll notice she calls him her husband and doesn't mention Chad Daybell, doesn't mention the affair, almost as if none of that even happened or none of that exists.
Clot in his lung.
Objection. Again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
I kind of think it is relevant because, I mean, it depends on how much they get into everybody around her dying. If he did die of a blood clot, natural causes, had nothing to do with her, that can become important depending on how all the evidence comes out in this case and what the judge allows and doesn't allow. But sustained at this point.
Well, now, so I disagree with him. I believe that it's not relevant to that case, and to this case, and it shouldn't be relevant later on how the alleged killer died. I don't think that is relevant unless the state introduced a piece of evidence or a witness that would make the manner in which he died relevant. If y'all understand what I'm saying. So I disagree with you. I know you Mr. Defense Attorney. I ain't gonna argue with you. I would defer to you because you would be the one with the most experience with regards to that. But I would have to disagree with you because I don't believe it is relevant as to why probably the judge sustained that objection.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I would object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
Because she pointed that out because at some point they're going to explain conspiracy or they're going to lay out the case for conspiracy, and we know that is at least 2 or more people. We know that. Yes, I'm getting my medicine out. I'm out of this one, so
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
So again, theoretically, you may think that sounds good, but it's like hatred is not a crime. An affair is not a crime. Greed is not a crime. But they're all motives for potential crimes. And if you commit a crime to get that money out of greed, that is a crime. If you commit a crime because you hate somebody and you want to remove them, that is a crime. So yes, just insurance policies on their own or hatred on its own is not a crime. They very well can lead to crimes and be motives for a crime. So while that may have sounded smart as like her punchline, I think that fell flat and was a complete swing and a miss. But I have to say, as far as the presentation goes, about as good as I've seen a pro se defendant do. You guys let me know. We've heard a lot of other pro se defendants make arguments, say things in court. I think this is about as good as she could have done. Now, is a lot of this going to come out as lies? Is a lot of this actually going to come out making her look horrible? I think the answer to that is yes. Is the jury probably going to hate her by the end of this trial? I think probably yes. But at this point, she's presumed innocent. She's made this argument. And yes, I'm calling it an argument at this point to the jury. So how are they feeling at this moment based on what they know? You tell me. Let me know in the chat. Let me know what you think about it. I think I know how you're going to respond to it and react. But those are my initial, honest, just gut reaction thoughts. And I think this trial is going to be wild. I do. I think she is going to do her darndest to play lawyer here. And I don't think she is going to be embarrassingly horrible. but I think she is going to be potentially incredibly cringy and manipulative. And to the people in the background and the victims and the family in this case, it's going to be a very tough watch and listen to them, and probably for a lot of you. But let me know what you guys think in the comments, and hit that like button if you're following this trial and you want more coverage of it, or if you're not interested, let me know in the comments, and maybe we can focus on some other things. But so far, you guys have been interested in this. I've been interested in this. It's a really interesting watch to see how Lori Vallow. I mean, how different from a criminal defendant who went through a very similar trial and did not say a word. And now she's going to be speaking throughout the entire trial. You don't usually get things like this. So whenever there's something incredibly abnormal in the law, we love to cover it, love to discuss it with you, get your questions and thoughts and feelings on it. So I think that's what this is, but you guys let me know if I'm right or wrong. But that's all we got for tonight. Until next time, go Cougs. Thanks for watching.
I loved his breakdown. So that's crazy, right? That is so crazy. So that being said, I am going to go ahead and get out of here. Let me see. I thought Infamous was supposed to talk some more about something on her case. Or quit harassing me. Stop harassing me. Let me see.
Positive energy. And I'm going to explain to you guys what's going on in a few minutes.
Hold on, y'all. Let me go get my chicken fingers out of here. I want to see if you touch on it. I ain't trying to play your commentary still here, but I just wanted to get an update. I didn't even know y'all was at that point. So. will give you my all, and I will love you forgive, and I will love you forever. Y'all, for some reason, I don't know why I took that food out that oven without any gloves on, baby. Almost ran up the hall trying to get in here. Let me see what Sylvia said about the harassment.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Welcome to the infamous Sylvia channel. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for being here. Make sure you subscribe, hit the like button, and share. I gotta say these things. Subscribe, hit the like button, share, and put on your notification bell.
Put your gloves
so
on.
you won't miss a thing that happens here in this channel. Okay. All right. So now a lot of people is asking what's going on. Well, it's just that time now of being sick and tired, right? As you guys know, my YouTube is it's a business. It's a business that I began roughly about 5 years ago. It didn't start off as a business. It started off as just find an outlet just to have fun, right? And just to share some thoughts. It used to be sex talk type of thing, but then because I started doing the covering of cases, it started getting very serious. And when it got serious, I went and incorporated Infamous Sylvia, and it became an S corp, a company. And in doing that, I started, the monetization of my YouTube and things like that. And I started covering cases. I started getting very, very, very serious about. Started getting very serious about catching, doing these things. Thank you, CMT. Thank you, Lady Leo. Thank you for that. I started becoming very, very serious. And in the process, I started getting different accolades. My first accolade came from the Chicago Tribune when I was covering the R. Kelly case. And they gave me that name, trial vlogger, because they saw the things that I was doing. And they recognized me in the newspaper, and they put an article out about the work that I was doing. And one of the reporters happened to see me, and she was really impressed, and she started watching my channel, and that's how I got the trial vlogger title. And I started, just started covering different cases. Now, here's what's happening. You may not like me. You may not like how I present my the stuff that I do on my channel. You not liking me is fine. That's not a problem with me. Here's where I find I'm having a problem, where people are they started to defame my character, started slandering me, making false accusations, saying things like I SA my child. They started saying all kinds of stuff, like saying I'm a scammer, just different things without any valid evidence, right? So it started bothering, not just bothering me physically and emotionally and all that, but it started getting to my my livelihood has been affected by it, because there are people who are questioning the validity of the stuff that is being said, and it's hurting very badly. So today I met up with an attorney, and I explained to the attorney some of the things that was happening. I showed him some of the content creators and stuff that they had in their titles and things that they were saying about me. And his advice to me was to put a stop on it. You need to to nip it in the bud. And so I asked him how much it would cost for me to hire him, and I explained to him what my financial situation is and stuff like that. And he explained to me he does take payment plans and stuff. But he also told me to get something out, like what I'm doing now, to basically do like a broadcast of some of the things that I've been experiencing, and more of like a warning type of thing, so those individuals will know, and it will be documented that I put out this public announcement of the stuff and what my intentions are of anybody who.
That is so crazy, because a long time. No, I don't know how long ago that's been, but I know it's been over some years. I know it's probably like the first year I had the channel. I'd say it. One of your first ways when it comes to legal and lawful notifications, one of your first ways that you can do it, make a public announcement, especially if you're on the internet. Make a public announcement. Okay, we were talking about in terms of cease and desist, right? Where you want to take it in stages. You do your cease and desist, where you make your announcements, right? You do your cease and desist. Make sure they're served properly. First few steps is taking them through the court. Let the judge handle the cease and desist. If it persists, take it to the next level. Go after them monetarily, as well as, and once you do that, try to attach a wage garnishment to them.
Call themselves trying to defame me, slander me, and things like that. So this is basically what I'm doing now. And it's been very, 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 very hurtful. The type of attacks that I have been receiving. And it's also for those who use my content too.
Oh, Lord.
It's very, very hurtful that, I don't mind somebody criticizing the work and not liking the work that I do. I might not think I present things as well as some other content creators. That's not the problem that I have. The problem that I have is when the slandering comes about, when defamation, putting false accusations out there without any valid evidence or any factual information, just throwing out things and then having people to believe those things. That is the problem that I have. Okay. I did get my group to kind of like etch out a letter that I'm going to read. Hold on a second. And this is my writers came up with these wordings, so I can say it to you guys. Okay. Thank you, Mimi. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Lady L. I did thank you. And thank you, CMT. Thank you, Lady Leo. Thank you so much for your contribution. Okay. Now here's is what it says for me to read this. It says, subject, cease and desist harassment, defamation, and unauthorized use of likeness. I am writing on behalf of the infamous Sylvia LLC to formally address a matter of increasing concern involving ongoing harassment, defamation content, and the unauthorized use of my image or on my YouTube platform and or associated media channels. It has come to my attention that false narratives and harassing allegations are being spread about me in public access videos. These videos include my personal photos, which have been used without my permission, in direct violation of my right to privacy and likeness. The content being disseminated is not only misleading and harmful, but appears to be part of a target attempt to tarnish my reputation, incite hate, and cause emotional, professional harm. This behavior is unacceptable and legally actionable. Let this serve as a formal notice that this activity must stop immediately. And the offensive content, if the offensive content is not removed and further harassment ceases, the infamous Sylvia LLC intend to and will pursue legal action to the fullest extent of the law. This may include claims for defamation of character, harassment, invasion of privacy, unauthorized use of image or likeness, intentional infliction of emotional distress. This is your opportunity to rectify the situation and to avoid further escalation. We demand 1. The immediate removal of all defamatory or harassing content involving me or my image. 2. A public retraction or clarification of any false claims made. 3. Written confirmation within 72 hours that these actions have been completed. Failure to comply will result in initiation of a formal legal proceeding without further notice. Sincerely, infamous Sylvia LLC, stockholder, and infamous Sylvia LLC. Okay? All right. So this basically was a formal notice. And please, anybody, please refer them back to this. If you see anyone that is doing any of these things, please refer them back to this. Okay? That is basically all that I wanted to say about this, because enough is enough. I did seek legal representation regarding this. How many content creator am I suing? Who knows? I don't know, Deanna. Don't know yet. I'm just doing what the attorney advised me to do first. This is what the attorney advised me to do first.
And I don't know what is the timely filing and statute of limitation in Georgia is, but every time someone puts out a false allegation, that clock starts over. That's how it does on any potential crime or liability, right? Whether it's civil or criminal, that clock starts over. So
Yeah, I know I don't. Yeah, I know I don't joke about stuff like that. Yeah, I know I don't joke about stuff like that. Y'all seen me in court many times, and because it's gotten out of hand. It's gotten out of hand. It's gotten very much out of hand because people think it's a joke that you can hurt somebody like that. Because you're hurting my livelihood. You're hurting my whole. I mean, even my child was spoke about. Even my child. My child was involved in some of these things. Even as of today. Even as of today. So, that is basically it. I don't have anything else to say. I was trying to put up the Boosie thing for Dom, but that's basically it. It's basically it. And I have some real writers who's they've been pushing me to do this for the longest. Oh, okay. I forgot about that, CMT. Let me go ahead on. And also the new media, I wanted to show you guys something. I applied for it recently and I got some answers for it, but I wanted to show, because all those who was making jokes about the new media. 1 second, let me just play this for you guys. Hold on a second. Thank you, CMT, for reminding me. Just 1 second. I tell you, CMT keep me on my toes. Hold on a second. Can you resend that one to me, please? Can you resend that one to me?
You got to go through all of this. This is crazy.
I think you send it on my email. I don't know where I put it at. I don't know. I just have too much stuff on my computer here. Got too much stuff. Okay. Lady L, thank you so much. I got the Cash App. I got it. Thank you. Okay, I got it. Okay, I'm going to play this for you guys. Hold on. I'm going to play for this for you guys. And I applied for it. I just want to tell you guys. Hold on. I applied for this already, but I just wanted to show you guys. For those who didn't think there is a such thing as new media, but there is. Hold on.
Starting today, this seat in the front of the room, which is usually occupied by the press secretary's staff, will be called the new media seat. My team will review the applications and give credentials to new media applicants who meet our criteria and pass United States Secret Service requirements to enter the White House complex. So in light of these announcements, our first questions for today's briefing will go to these new media members whose outlets, despite being some of the most viewed news websites in the country, have not been given seats in this room.
Hold on. That was a short one. I need the longer one.
I don't know all about all that. But that's crazy. But for people that think that reading a disclaimer isn't, and here's the thing, right? No one's saying reading a disclaimer is legally binding. Okay, she's saying that she was told, and I've said this years ago, that put that disclaimer out, because when it comes to cease and desist, suing people, all that extra shit, getting injunctions or what have you, it works better if the court sees that you had some effort put in, right, to try to settle this in a manner that does not resolve the court. When you escalate it, it's usually an indication that your attempts to resolve the issue outside the court did not work. And this is what you had to resort to. This is crazy. I'm trying to tell you, an ass whipping would probably work better. Them goddamn knocks at the door and them shiny shoes on the floor. Yeah, this is nuts, honey. Her fucking harassment. That's why. Shout out to I'm telling my people a little bit different. They sent me the clips. I saved them. They said, baby, tear that ass up. That's what I'm talking about. Read them to like a goddamn dictionary, honey. Baby, I'm the woman for the job. Yes, honey. I don't know how long it's gonna take me to read everybody. I'll get to you though. Tell you about your ass. That's the only thing you understand. Tell you about your ass. Anyway, well, let me get up out of here because at this point I'm just being silly. Well, I probably shouldn't have ate those. And I know this is psychological because I've been trying not to overcook my food slightly. And the whole reason I overcook it slightly is because, one, I want my food undone. That's number one. And two, in my head, when the chicken and whatever it is easy to slice, that's an indication to me that it is done. Okay? Not to the point where it's hard and crunchy, not that, but where it's slightly over a little bit. It is done, especially when it comes to those chicken fingers and stuff. I found that when it's kind of, they don't slice, you just can't slice it right through. In my opinion, it's not cooked properly. I know it's already cooked, but it's not cooked properly to me. And I've been trying to not overcook food or whatever, because motherfuckers have problems with your shit. But it's up to me. I want to overcook it just slightly. And I don't think I did. And I think it's in my head mentally. Now my stomach is aching. This is why it's hard for me to keep weight on sometimes. Because my mind has told my stomach that chicken wasn't done. My stomach is hurting, y'all. And I feel sick. I'm drunk up the damn ginger ale. Good Lord. I got to get something better than this. Oh, God. I'm serious. My stomach is cramping. And for the longest. But it's been this way for a minute. And I don't know if it's the fact that I haven't done like sit-ups and crunches and shit like that regularly in a minute. I'll do it when I think about it, whatever. But sometimes, like when I sit up or I lift my head up into a position like I'm going to do a crunch or whatever, just sometimes just to look over the bed and onto the floor, something like that, I can feel where my stomach muscles are or whatever. Like when I grin or stuff like that, I can still feel it. So, I don't know, y'all. I don't think that chicken was. Let me get off there, honey. All right, y'all. Make sure you do something good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day, tomorrow a better day. And we're all out of here.